Hi, good morning. Please have a seat. Are we ready to proceed?
State's ready, Your Honor.
Well, yeah, he has to be let in. Thank you, Elma. I already did. Does any of these, was there a report that accompanies or an opinion report?
There was an opinion report in the form of a PowerPoint presentation that was handed over to defense in the PDF.
Okay, but just the PowerPoint, what you're saying?
Just the PowerPoint,
Okay.
yes. As well as the raw data on it.
Okay.
Your Honor, we have filed a motion.
We don't need to have a report, just give me 1 second. Can you write it down there? Yes. Thank you. Okay. I allowed in an individual by the name of Manfred Schenk. Okay, so he's going to be allowed to be in the hearing. I guess because he's an expert who's going to testify and about what his opinion is about the state's experts. So as a result of that, he needs to hear what that opinion is, and then he'll be. I assume he may be called to testify by the defense after you're done with your witness.
And I just wanted the court to know that we had filed previously a motion, so it's been filed in the record in this case. But I brought a copy for Your Honor.
Thank you. So in a way, you're basically saying we want to strike him in its entirety at one, and alternatively, at least part of his opinions. Is that what you're saying,
Yes,
Mr. Shanahan?
That's correct.
All right. 1 second. And your motion, I've always sort of freaked out about the, maybe it's a kind of bad word to use, about the ability to object to somebody who you haven't heard testimony from or seen a report from. In any event.
We do have a report.
I thought you did not have a report.
We have a report in the form of a PowerPoint presentation.
And what was that turned over to y'all?
I believe the states have ever seen. Oh, I'm
And,
sorry.
and I guess
Oh, are we speaking about our report or the state's report?
the state's expert.
The state's expert
Here-
report we have in the form of a PowerPoint presentation.
Yes, and you received that when?
I think the final, it actually existed in a couple different forms. I think there was an initial draft, and then we received more recently what was a final draft, and I couldn't say exactly what the date was, but maybe within the last 60 days, is that?
Okay, so you gave it to them way early, basically.
Yes, Your Honor,
Okay.
and all the subsequent versions, I know there was one maybe 2 weeks ago that was submitted to defense, and the only changes in that one was a typo.
All right.
And then prior to that, just cleaning it up.
Very good.
And just the initial report, Your Honor, for the court's record was submitted to defense in 2018.
When we say report,
PowerPoint presentation.
okay, that's really what it is, because it's not something normally an expert report, if there is one, because sometimes the experts don't give a report, they just, in civil cases, routinely they you offer them for depositions and you depose them and whatnot, and then you have their opinions at a deposition, or you offer a report, or sometimes both. But in any event, and many times both. But in any event, here, what normally happens is that they have no idea what the expert's going to say. There's maybe a summary of what they're going to say. That's why they do the voir dire examinations of the experts right before they testify. And here we're doing sort of like a quasi version of a Daubert challenge of some sort. In any event.
Also, for the record, our expert has produced a report which I emailed to Mr. Elizondo yesterday at the end of court proceedings. We just received it within the past week. I also have a copy of his curriculum vitae, and I also emailed that to Mr. Elizondo last night as well.
Which is probably...
Excuse me?
Yes, the CV for your...
I'm sorry.
Okay,
CD, I'm sorry.
I got it.
And they have not been into evidence yet.
We'll do it then.
But I have copies when they are, or if they are admitted into evidence for court.
Okay, let's call your witness.
The state calls Special Agent Andrew Masters to the stand, Your Honor.
Mr. Masters, come on up. We'll swear you in, sir, here, and then we'll have you go up to the witness stand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please take a seat right up there. Pull up the chair, up to the mic, and we'll get started. Mr. Shank, make sure that you let me know if you cannot hear Mr. Masters.
Permission to proceed, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
For the record, could you please state your full name?
Andrew Masters, M-A-S-T-E-R-S.
And just so you know, Mr. Shank, I'm actually muting you because you're not allowed to say anything, so I'm going to go ahead and mute you, okay?
All right.
Go ahead.
Are you currently employed?
I am.
Where are you employed?
I am employed as a special agent with the FBI.
Okay. Any particular division?
I am currently assigned to the Honolulu, Hawaii division.
Okay. And within, what are your duties? Well, let me back up. How long have you been with the FBI?
I joined the FBI in 2011.
Okay. And what are your duties at the FBI?
Currently, I'm assigned to what's known as the Cellular Analysis Survey Team, or what you'll hear me refer to as CAST, where we analyze cell phone records to determine a general location for cellular devices.
Okay. And how long have you been doing that particular work?
I started my training in that unit in 2014.
Okay. Now, let's talk about training and your experience and educational background.
Sure.
Could you please tell the court your educational background?
Sure. I have a bachelor's in accounting.
Okay. And nothing else with regards to
No.
engineering or anything like that? Okay.
No.
And when it comes to training and experience that you have doing this kind of work, could you please tell the court what kind of training and experience you've received?
Sure. So the CAST unit, to get CAST certified takes about 1.5 to 2 years, depending on how often the courses are offered. It starts with a basic course, learning the very basics of cellular communication, and then it moves on to progressively more difficult and complex courses. It culminates in a certification process that takes a month of classes where you learn the ins and outs of cellular communication through all the different generations of technology, as well as the...
Let me
Yes.
stop you right there. You
Sure.
said you learned the networks and communications of all the different generations and technology. What do you mean by that?
You'll hear it commonly referred to as 3G, 4G, 5G. Those are all different technologies
Okay.
and different processes to affect cellular communication. With each generation, it gets more efficient, it gets more optimized, which is, and so, but they are different. So we had to have training in each one of those generations to understand what's happening within the cellular network.
Okay.
So in addition to learning the actual cellular communication side, we also are trained in the records themselves that are produced by the cell phone companies, and trained how to use those records to determine a general location of where a device was in the past or is currently.
Okay. And when you said you learned the records, what records are we referring to?
They're commonly referred to as CDRs, or
Okay.
call detail records.
Okay. And who trains you to understand, read, and interpret those CDRs?
So during the certification process, we are trained in the actual communications in the different technologies through the Florida Institute of Technology. The same professors that are teaching the future network engineers are the ones that are teaching us how cell phones operate. Then for the records side, we actually have the providers themselves, Sprint, AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile. They have their network engineers as well as their records experts come to our certification process and teach us the nuances of each of their individual networks.
Okay. So you're actually having the service providers, Sprint, which is now T-Mobile,
Correct.
Verizon, AT&T, come and train you all as part of your certification.
That's correct. We are trained in the records by the people that create the records.
Okay. What else does your training entail?
So the second part of the certification process is focused in on what's called drive testing, using industry standard equipment to drive a certain area to map the actual the footprint or the coverage area of a particular cell site.
Okay. Anything else as part of your training?
Then the very last week of training is set aside for preparing you for expert testimony.
Okay. And then what happens once you're certified?
So after certification, you are allowed to work on cases and then testify to those cases.
Okay.
Throughout the entire training process, you're working cases. The way that the education process works for CAST is you take a class, for starting off with a basic class. You then go back to your office and you start working cases under the mentorship of a certified CAST agent. Once you've gained some experience in those records, then you go back to another class. Once that class is done, you repeat that process until you get all the way through the certification process.
Okay. And all in all, about how many hours of training would you say you received?
The certification process itself is over 300 hours. To date, I have over 500 hours of training.
Okay. And once you're certified, do you have to continue education? Like, do you have continuing education?
Yes. Every year we have to go through a recertification process, which is about a week long. And during that recertification process, the network engineers and the records experts from each of the providers come out again. And every year they advise us what's happening within their network, any changes that are being made to their network, so that we can keep abreast of the latest information.
Okay. And when you say network providers, who are you referring to?
Now I'm referring to AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon. Before Sprint was acquired, Sprint would also come out.
Okay. Now let's talk about a little bit about this methodology and what it is that you do. Could you please explain to the court what it is that you, as an FBI CAST agent, do?
Sure. In order to conduct what's called a historical cell site analysis, you need three pieces of information. Okay, you need the call detail records for our phone. You need a tower list showing where all the towers are that were used in that call detail record, and then you need the information about the offense date, time, location. So with those three pieces of information, I can determine what cell sites were used by a particular device. I can locate where on earth that cell site is and what direction that radio energy is pointed. And then I can determine, okay, was that cell site that was used at this particular date and time, was it in a proximity to the offense location?
Okay. And that methodology, is it accepted as relevant science by a community of scientists?
Yes, sir. It is accepted in courts across the land, and it has been written about in papers.
Who's written about it?
Specifically, CAST was specifically mentioned in a paper written by the IEEE, which my understanding is the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. And they specifically recommended CAST methodology for historical cell site analysis.
Object to that unless the report is actually produced so that we can. I'm familiar with the report. I haven't seen it, and I don't know exactly what it says.
Well, I'm not sure why you think, unless you
Well,
see
you're
that
saying
the way this thing works, it should work. is that whenever you're going to, like somebody's going to come and testify, normally at a deposition or whatnot, you'd ask a deposition for the expert to bring all data or literature that he used in order to arrive at an opinion. You had no such request. So there is no rule that says that an expert can't testify with hearsay documents as long as they use that to be able to arrive in some sort of way, directly or indirectly, at their opinion.
I don't dispute that experts can rely on hearsay or on research and sources of information.
So I'm not sure what your objection is.
I'm
then.
objecting that he's making a representation that the IEEE took a position in a paper that is not before the court. We're just having to take the witnesses' the word for it that that's what the position is of this organization.
I think it's exactly the same thing with regard to anything that he may be he's using to be able to arrive at his opinion. Your expert can come and say that the IEEE did not, and then we'll take it from there.
Thank you.
If I may respond briefly, just to that, Your Honor. I mean, looking at Kelly v. State, 824 Southwest 2nd, 568, some of the factors that a court should consider is the extent to which the underlying scientific theory and technique are accepted as valid by the relevant scientific community, if such community exists, and the existence of literature supporting or rejecting the underlying scientific theory and technique. So, I mean, I'm just trying to get what's required.
I don't think that, or at least I didn't take that Mr. Soderman was saying that you can't testify to it. I think what he was saying is that he'd like to see the actual document. And all I'm saying is that there is no requirement that the actual document be brought unless, of course, there would have been a subpoena or a notice of deposition if it was done. I mean, be able to get that done. I mean, this is why doing this type of thing without in this type of stage, in this type of manner, is at least for me not commonly done unless the person is, for example, if there's a motion to strike the expert based on a Daubert hearing or whatnot, then you would ask that that particular expert bring with him all of the material used to be able to arrive at his opinions. And therefore your expert could then take a look at that stuff and see if they can poke holes at that as well, right? To be able, if during his testimony. Well, that's not done here because, I mean, normally I think I don't want to say that in every criminal case, but in most criminal cases we've dealt with, always see an expert usually is more dire in his qualifications, and we don't go through this type of a Daubert quasi-style hearing. But in any event, we have, and we are, and we are going to have your expert testify with regard to that. So the judge, the court, will then have not only the opinions of the state's expert and testimony and opinions of the state's expert on direct and on cross, but also your expert to, in fact, try and knock that down and convince the court that, in fact, why it's not reliable, or why he's not qualified, or why it's not relevant.
I would just say that the distinction in my mind between the situation that you described as what is the normal way to proceed in these circumstances versus what we maintain is our motion is about, we're not challenging his qualifications per se as an expert. He's got training, et cetera. So if this was a report that he relied on to offer his opinion or to form his opinion, agree with Your Honor that he can rely on reports and information that are out before the court. But he's instead, what the issue is that we have raised with the court is whether the methodology is scientifically sound and whether the data and information that is generated by these cell phones and the way that they are used by law enforcement agencies to make claims about where the location of cell phones are, that is the contested issue. And he has testified that an organization supports his position without producing the evidence that in fact it does. And I think that that's what needs to be adversarially tested here. It's complete hearsay for a witness to come in and say, this organization supports my position.
All right, I've ruled on that already.
Moving on. With regards to, let's see. So you've mentioned that there is literature supporting CAST methodology, correct?
Correct.
Now let's talk about the methodology. Do you use that methodology?
Yes.
How do you use it? Well, let me stop right there. How often do you use this methodology?
Anytime I produce a CAST analysis.
Now, by using these CAST analysis, do you only use them to testify in court like you are here today?
No, sir. That's actually more the exception.
So this is the exception.
Yes.
What is it that you
For me.
normally? I'm sorry.
It's the exception for me. Other agents have testified quite a bit more. It just depends on the particular case whether it proceeds to trial or not.
Okay. Now, being that this is the exception for you, what is it that you normally do with your CAST analysis?
So when I get contacted by a law enforcement agency to assist in a case, I obtain the information from the cellular providers that are generally obtained by the law enforcement agency itself, and then I conduct my analysis. That's a draft analysis, and I provide that draft analysis to the law enforcement agency to be used for lead purposes or whatever necessary to guide them in their investigation as it regards to cellular analysis. But once it gets towards trial, then I'll produce a final report. That final report is peer reviewed by another CAST agent to verify that the information I'm putting in there is accurate, and that's the one that is produced in trial as we see here today.
Okay. Now, in using this as part of investigations, has your CAST or any CAST analysis been used to track, locate, and apprehend fugitives?
Yes, many times.
Has it been used to help recover and rescue kidnapped individuals?
Yes, many times.
And has it ever been used to locate, track down, and find dead bodies?
The victims of other crimes or missing hikers, yes, we've done that on numerous occasions.
So you've used your CAST analysis to actually locate cell phones and track down and find people?
Yes, I have.
And how often have you done that?
I'm in the records, if not every day, certainly every other day for the last several years. So it just depends on the case, whether it's a historical case or an exigent case, such as a kidnapping or something like that. But I am constantly in the records and using the records to locate devices.
And just very briefly, when it comes to locating those individuals that we've mentioned earlier, is it your work directly that aids law enforcement?
At times, it's my work directly that leads to the location of the sought out individual. Other times, it's used in conjunction with other law enforcement methods.
Okay, but ultimately, in using this methodology, you do track phones.
Yes, absolutely.
And you actually find them.
Absolutely.
On if a daily basis, if not a weekly basis.
I wouldn't say daily I find phones because one case takes several days,
okay.
But certainly very often. It's very, very often that I'm finding phones.
Okay. Now, when it comes to this methodology that was utilized by you, are there other individuals or other experts who could use this methodology and track phones?
Anybody can use the methodology. If you have the requisite knowledge to understand what the records are telling you, the methodology is quite simple.
So you don't need to. It's not like the FBI are the only individuals able to do this.
No, in fact, we train law enforcement agencies throughout the country and throughout the world on how to do this technique.
And private individuals could do this as well if they have the requisite knowledge?
Private individuals can go through private companies. There are private companies out there that provide training. Some are better than others. But yes, if you want to learn how to do it, you can learn how to do it.
Okay. And in utilizing this methodology, what is the potential rate of error in conducting a historical cell site analysis?
There's nearly not a rate of error when it comes to this methodology. And the reason is because the records tell us exactly which cell sites are used to facilitate communications. And the records from the providers also tell us exactly where those cell sites are on the planet Earth. So all I'm doing is putting that on a map to visually represent what is already in the records provided by the network providers.
Okay. And that data is reliable?
It is,
How do you know?
because I've found phones many, many times.
And so because you've found phones using this data,
Right. So there's several ways that we have validated this data.
Okay.
The number one way is we are finding phones, and we are finding the people behind those phones, whether victims, fugitives, or what have you. Second, you can validate it by surveillance video. That if we locate where we believe a phone is, if we go out and pull video from the surrounding businesses or residences, and we see that device or that person that has that device is on that video, that validates what we're doing. And then second, we've also had situations where we've stated where we believe a cell phone was, and the person that the defendant later confessed to being at that location. So there's many ways we validate it, but it is validated daily.
okay. And in this case,
Mhm.
in the methodology that you used for this particular case and in the report you generated for this case,
Yes.
was the cell detail records, the CDRs,
Mhm.
was that the only thing you utilized in generating your report?
No.
What else did you utilize?
So there's a call detail records, which is the listing of who called who, what cell towers were used. There's the timing advance report, which is also provided by the network provider, but is actually an independent system within that provider. Then you have the surveillance video that was captured from various businesses throughout Laredo. And then you have Google location data. And finally, there's latitudes and longitudes, GPS coordinates that were provided by Motorola. So there are 5 independent systems all saying the same thing.
All saying the same thing.
All saying the same thing.
So it wasn't just your methodology that you used in this case.
No, sir.
It
No,
was-
it was not just the cell site analysis.
Correct. You used various other sources of,
Correct.
of data and information
That's
in order
correct.
to locate the phones at question.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And with regards to Google, what is it from Google that you were utilizing?
It's Google location data.
Okay, Google location data. And specifically, what kind of data are we talking about there?
So Google collects location information in 3 different ways. It collects on cellular, it collects on Wi-Fi, and collects on GPS. There are different methods for collecting on each one of those, but they all accomplish the same thing with varying degrees of specificity. When it collects on cellular, it's usually a large error radius because a cellular is the least accurate way of the 3.
Okay.
Followed by Wi-Fi. It collects on Wi-Fi. What happens is as you are walking down the street, your phone is sensing all the Wi-Fi signals coming from the houses and businesses of the street you're walking on. Your phone reports that information to Wi-Fi along with the latitude and longitude that your device detects on its GPS sensors. So that way, when somebody else is walking down that same street next week and their phone detects the same Wi-Fi at the same signal strength, Google knows where you are. And then finally, there's GPS, which is the global positioning system.
Mhm.
That's actually the GPS antennas on your phone collecting signals from satellites in orbit and narrowing down exactly where your device is. That's the most accurate of the 3.
Now, of those 3, you said that the cell data was the least reliable,
Correct. It has the largest error radius.
largest error radius.
Yes.
Did you utilize that in your report?
I did not.
So you screened that out.
I pulled out any of the cellular data because the error radiuses were so large, it really didn't offer that much information.
Okay. Now, There's been some questions about per call measurement data. Could you please explain to the court what per call measurement data is?
Sure. Per call measurement data is Sprint's terminology for a engineering tool called timing advance. Okay? So timing advance is a way, let me back up. So cell phone and cellular communications is pretty much all about synchronization of signals. Okay? And I say that because if my phone is trying to connect with a cellular antenna or a cell site antenna at the exact same millisecond as your phone, it's going to cause interference on both of our calls. And both of us are going to be unhappy and complain to the network. The networks don't want that. So they have various tools that they use to synchronize those signals. One of those tools is called timing advance. And what timing advance is the network will send out a signal from the tower to your phone, and then the signal will return from your phone to the tower. Because radio waves travel at a known speed, which is the speed of light, they can calculate, and they know the time it takes for the signal to go to your phone and back to the tower. You can calculate the distance that phone is away from the tower. Okay, so we have the distance, or we have the we have the speed, and we have the time. You can calculate the distance. And with that information, the networks use that to say, okay, Andy, why don't you delay your signal by 2 milliseconds, and that way my signal does not interfere with anybody else's. Okay? We use this in law enforcement because now instead of a large area or a large sector, we can start narrowing down to within that sector where that device is. So you'll see that in my maps in the analysis I did. You'll see it as an arc. That phone is likely somewhere in that arc, or sometimes just inside that arc.
Okay. And is that methodology, those PCMDs, are they good data?
They're very good data.
How do you know that?
Because we use it quite often. That is our go-to, and what we hope to get from the providers, because that is the best data that we have to locate cell phones.
And using that data, you've located cell phones?
Many times.
Okay. Oh. All right. Permission to approach, Your Honor.
Now, this is a non-jury exhibit.
Yes, Your Honor. This is just going to be.
Do you want to call it by the name of the expert? Or, Cindy, what would you rather do? Whatever you'd like.
Is this going to be just for the hearing, Judge?
Excuse me?
This is not going to be a trial exhibit?
Well, I mean, this is just for qualifying, so I don't know what this is.
This is
An article?
I had mentioned earlier that Masters testified to with regards to the IEEE taking a stance on.
Right, so,
Just for identification purposes, to clean up the record.
no, it should be in there, but I think it's not going to go to the jury.
Correct. No.
So right now, it's a non-jury exhibit. I don't know, would you want to call it non-jury?
So then let's do,
Masters?
let's do,
Or,
non-jury one?
all right?
Okay.
So okay.
You're the one that's that might be putting this together, so I'll just leave it up to
another
you.
sticker.
You can just put it right on top of
Right
it.
here, no, we should do something.
Okay, I see.
I wonder where this is from.
All right, I'm now tendering to you what's been marked as State's non-jury exhibit number 1.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with that?
Yes, sir, I am.
What is that?
This is the article I was referring to from the IEEE.
The one that took the position that CAS methodology should be utilized?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Not yet.
Now tendering to defense State's non-jury exhibit 1.
Or maybe you should have told us that you actually had the article. when
Oh,
Mr.
we just got it
Solomon-
right now.
Oh,
Apologies.
I see.
Your Honor, I'm just seeing this now. There's not, I've requested a copy of this. I mean, I just,
Yeah, no, we have.
okay.
You go on.
Thank you.
All right.
For the purpose of the hearing.
For the purpose of the hearing, non-jury one, thank you, admitted.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave it here.
So just so it's clear, Mr. Dillon, you did not have it when we were speaking, when Mr. Shoneman was concerned about that, you got it afterwards.
Correct, Your Honor. When that was going on, I had made a request for it to be printed.
Thank you.
Permission to reapproach the witness, Your Honor?
Sure, go ahead.
Just so.
Now, at some point, Mr. Shoneman, so you're not, just so I know what to expect from this particular witness for purpose of making a decision, you are not objecting to his opinions, just to the methodology of arriving at his opinion? Or are you doing both?
No, we're doing both, Your Honor.
So then I'd like to know what his opinions are going to be at some point. Thank you.
Okay. If you could please indicate the page number of this report and where at all it mentions CAS?
Sure. So there's no actual page numbers on here, but it is on the 15th page. It's
Okay.
the second to last page. It might be easier to locate it that way. On the left-hand column, would you like me to read from it, sir, or no?
Yes, please.
Okay. On there, it starts, there's some bullet points, but just above the bullet points, it says to increase the accuracy of CDR-based geolocation estimates, and as a result of the quality of evidence available to criminal courts, the following best practices are suggested. There's several data points, or several bullet points there. Towards the bottom of the page, though, is this one. It says, use the methodology currently employed by the FBI's CAS team, showing sector antenna locations and orientations on maps instead of coverage estimates.
And this was published by who again?
This is the IEEE.
All right. If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Alrighty. Now, and we'll get into your report in a second,
Sure.
but let's talk about some of the opinions you made in this case.
Okay.
Did you utilize the CAS methodology in order to track phones in this case?
I did.
Okay. Whose phones were you tracking in this particular case?
There were two phones. One belonged to the defendant, and one belonged to the victim.
Okay. And like I said, again, you utilized this methodology. Could you please explain to the court exactly what it is that you did?
Sure. So for the cellular analysis part, like I said before, you need three things to conduct a cellular analysis. You need the call detail record showing which cell sites were used. You need the tower list showing where those cell sites are on the planet Earth. And you need the location information about where the crime scene or other pertinent locations are. So once I know what cell sites a phone used, just for example, cell site 123, I can use that information, go look at the tower list, find out where cell site 123 is, find out which sector was used, and which direction that signal is pointed. Once you do that, you can put that information on a map, and then compare that information, where that cell site is, in comparison to where the pertinent locations of the case are. In this particular case, the crime scenes.
And were you, in your opinion and in your report, did you say this is exactly where this phone is?
No.
Why is that?
Because cellular analysis is not, you can't get to that level of precision that it's at this room of this house. Depending on what information you have available to you, if you have just the CDRs, I'm constrained to say that that phone was somewhere within the footprint or the coverage area of a particular cell site. Okay? If we have timing advance, now I can go into greater specificity, saying that that phone is within the arc or very close to that arc that's shown in the records. If I have Google, I can get to more specific. Whether it's Wi-Fi or GPS, I can use that information to dial down even further. But it really just depends on what data sets I have available to me to how specific I can get.
Okay. Now, when referring to the CDRs that you utilized in this case, who were they from again? I'm sorry.
The CDRs were for the defendant's phone, it was from Sprint,
Okay.
and for the victim's phone, it was AT&T.
Okay, so Sprint and AT&T is what records is what you utilized.
That is correct.
Okay, and is that all you utilize in mapping out and making how would I say it? Making a statement as to, or giving an opinion as to this is the approximate location the defendant's cell phone or the victim's cell phone is?
It's the CDRs and the PCMD report from Sprint. If you're talking on the cellular side, yes, those are that's the information I used.
Okay, but now I'm moving away from that.
Okay.
So you utilized those, correct?
Correct.
And you plotted based off of the data you received
Yes.
from Sprint and AT&T.
Correct.
But was there anything else that you used to corroborate or identify that, you know what, this is a fair representation, this is pretty accurate?
Yes, the Google records as well as the Motorola records.
Okay. Anything else that you utilized? Maybe surveillance cameras or?
There were surveillance cameras there. That information was provided by Laredo PD, so I don't have any independent knowledge other than what was provided by that. Yeah.
Okay. And in utilizing the Motorola records, are we referring to the GPS Motorola records that were taken from the radio, the kilo unit?
Yes.
Okay. And did those data, and the court's familiar with this exhibit, I believe it states Exhibit 2 is the radio. With regards to that, did it corroborate what you were finding with the CDRs?
There was not a lot of information, but what was in there did corroborate, yes.
Okay. And based off of the surveillance photos that were given to you by LPD, those corroborate what your data plot points were for the CDRs?
Yes, the data, the information of where the videos were is consistent with what I'm seeing in the phone records.
Okay. And finally, with regards to the Google data, and you said that you were using the GPS from Wi-Fi and GPS, but you eliminated the cell phone.
Correct.
Because you didn't believe it to be reliable.
It's actually not that it's reliable, it's just the error radius was so large it really didn't offer any level of specificity.
Okay. So with regards to those data points from Google, did that corroborate what you were finding with the CDRs?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
The opinions?
Do you want to, I mean, I have his report right here if we want to get into
No, I
that.
just want to hear what his opinion was
Oh,
with regard to, I mean, I'm assuming he's opining with regard to where the phones were at a particular moment. Is that what he's opining on?
At particular moments throughout the day, I mean, we can get into it, Your Honor.
Well, I'm kind of, that's why I asked Ms. Schoenemann, I don't want to get into all of that if in fact all that the defense is arguing is that, it's junk science or something, or the methodology is just not accepted, or it's not something that should be relied on or whatnot. If that's all they're doing, then we'll just go after the methodology and forget about the opinions, because if the methodology is bad and the opinions relied on that, then we don't have to worry about that, the opinions itself. However, earlier I asked that question, and Mr. Schoenemann said it's both.
Your Honor, if I may, I believe at that point, we're exceeding the scope of the Kelly-Dauber 702 hearing. I mean, the purposes of having this hearing and what they state out in their motion is simply that the methodology is bad, therefore the data shouldn't be entered, and that Your Honor should be the gatekeeper as to his ultimate opinion. Now, if we're going to get into the ultimate opinion, I mean, that's something for the battle of experts to handle. Right now, we're just testing the qualifications of...
Well, the problem is that right now, I don't know what his opinion is. So if his opinion, and I'm not talking about this particular case, but if an opinion of an expert is such that he may be talking about all these methodologies and all these things that are being said and how the data was used and how you arrive at particular points, and then he gives opinions that had nothing to do with those things. Then how is it that I allowed him to testify? You know what I'm saying? So the opinion has to match, has to match the methodology. So I'm saying, I'm not asking you, or I guess I'm not, Mr. Schoeneman, on your end. Are his, and again, when you said the report, you keep on calling it the report. It's not a report. It's a PowerPoint presentation.
Well, correct, Your Honor, but it does, within that PowerPoint presentation, has data that he used from AT&T and Sprint, as well as from Google, as well as from Motorola.
Right, but his opinions. What are his?
Yeah, his opinions are in here.
I don't want you to give me the. I want you to just summarize what his opinion is. What is his opinion with regard to that?
Okay.
So can you tell me, before you start asking him questions, what is it that he opines?
That his findings are that the defendant's phone was located at or near the crime scene, at or near the time that the state alleges the crime occurred, and that the victim's phone is traveling near and traveling across town to the defendant's home, or at least in hitting a tower that covers the defendant's home after the time the state is alleging that the incident occurred. Meaning that the defendant took the phones after he murdered Grizelda.
In other words, that when he went to his house, at whatever hours you have him going to his
Correct.
house, that the phones were already with him. Is the theory behind those opinions?
That is correct, Your Honor.
As a result of the methodology behind the expert's opinion. And so, if he can say that in a nutshell, that's his opinion, I don't want him to give me all the points.
Okay.
But if he can say that in a nutshell, at least that's going to be his opinion. And now you can pass the witness, and now Mr. Schoeneman knows exactly what his opinion is going to be. Not that he already doesn't, but just at least it's on the record that he is. And then he can go ahead and try and cross-examine him on those issues.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. You testified earlier, you utilized Sprint and AT&T, Google, and Motorola data, correct?
That's correct.
And you generated a report, PDF, PowerPoint presentation, mapping out that data, correct?
Correct. I prepared an analysis.
And ultimately, what is your opinion and conclusion after using all that data?
That at or about the time the homicides are alleged to have occurred, that the defendant's phone was in the vicinity of that area. Subsequent to that time frame, both the defendant's phones and the victim's phone traveled to a different area of Laredo and then back to the crime scene area.
Okay, and when, just one more point. The victim's phone,
Yes.
where do you have an opinion as to where that phone was approximately at or about the time the homicides are alleged to have occurred?
In the vicinity of the homicide location.
Okay. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you turn on your microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Schoeneman?
Just get close to you as well. Thank you, Ms. Schoeneman.
How's that?
You don't have to lean towards it, just
Okay.
whatever catches. Okay.
All right, thank you. Agent Masters, really quickly on your qualifications, just to touch on that so the record is very clear.
Sure.
Your bachelor's degree was in business administration, specifically in accounting, correct?
That's correct.
You don't have any degree of any kind in any field of engineering, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you've never worked, yeah, my understanding is that you're a career law enforcement officer pretty much from graduation in college.
Pretty
the
close
present
to,
day.
but yes.
So you've worked basically in law enforcement. You're not a scientist. You don't have a background in science other than the hours of training that you spoke about through your work as a cast agent. Is that correct?
That's also correct, yes.
Okay. And you began that education, as I understand it, you had nothing to do with this field at all. You were a special investigator with the Dallas County District Attorney's Office from 2006 to 2011. You became an FBI agent in 2011, so you had nothing to do with any of this until you joined the FBI. Is that correct?
That's also correct.
Okay. I want to touch on the report that you commented on, and I have not. I'll just say for the record, I haven't had a chance to read it carefully. I do intend to do that, but I just want to make the record clear that you're not claiming that this report is a position of the IEEE. It's of the organization's position about the validity of this technology, are you?
That report was generated, or that article was prepared for the IEEE, and the position is that on that page I mentioned, that the CAS methodology is the correct one to use.
It's published in an IEEE journal, but it's not a position of the organization. It's a position of the authors of the journal. I'm sorry, of the article, correct?
I don't know the level of the author's relationship with the organization itself.
So you're not familiar with the two co-authors of this article and their credentials as experts in this field?
I'm not.
Okay. So one of the two was a person named Vladan Jovanovic, and he appears to have a background in engineering, but the second co-author is someone named Brian Cummings. His background is in, I believe, business administration, and he's worked as an investigator, as an investigator in a public defender office. So he doesn't appear to have any engineering background whatsoever. Those are the two co-authors of this article.
I have no idea what their background is, other than I do know of Mr. Jovanovic as an engineer, but beyond that, I have no knowledge.
Okay.
Mr. Shulman?
Yeah.
Are you testifying with regard to, are you putting in, where is this information that you just got? That you
I can introduce I think it's already been introduced. For
No, the
purposes of
bachelor's
hearing.
degree in business
Oh,
administration. and all
The two authors have biographical
that.
works
Okay,
on the last
so
page.
it's in the report itself,
Yes, it is.
or in the article itself?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Now, I would like an opportunity to review this report carefully, but I just want to make the point that this is basically the opinion of two authors, only one of whom was an engineer.
Right, but even if it is, that the fact that IEEE printed that in their journal is, I'd say, is significant.
The article, and this is all just from what I can gather from the abstract, here's what it says, the last sentence from the abstract. This paper discusses CDR-based geolocation methods that are well-founded in the science of RF engineering, as well as methods that have no basis in RF theory nor any engineering practices. That's from the abstract.
Okay.
So it's not an unqualified endorsement of these sorts of methodologies. It's taking a critical look at the methodologies and endorsing some and rejecting others. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I asked my colleagues to maybe queue up. I have a couple slides that I just they're from your report.
Okay.
And I think they might help the court to sort of visualize
Defense computer.
some of the technologies that you're speaking about.
Sure.
Okay. And just for the record, then, as to your report, as I read it, and of course it was PowerPoint slides, so I'm doing drawing a lot of inferences here because there's not a lot of text. It's mostly visual images, right?
Correct.
Okay. As I understand your report, okay, thanks. I don't need it quite yet. Thank you. As I understand it, I would say you mentioned 5 different sources of telecommunications data that are referred to in your report. I want to talk about 3 of them for the purposes of this hearing, and that is the call data records, CDR.
Okay.
You referred to, it's called, I've got it in my PowerPoint slide, but there it is. Per call measurement data records, as I understand it, that's called timing
Advanced.
Timing advance?
Yes.
So, and then the third is the Google location data. And they
Okay.
were all discussed in your direct examination.
Yes.
So let's start with call data. Let's start with call detail records. But actually, before I do that, I just want to get some basic principles, or question you a little bit about basic principles of how cell phones function, how they interact with cell phone towers.
Sure.
Okay. So I may think that one of the assumptions that underlies this entire area is that when a cell phone connects with a cell phone tower, it's going to connect with the closest or nearest cell phone tower. Is that correct?
That's generally the case, but not always.
Okay, so one can't necessarily conclude from the location of the cell phone tower that it's even connected to a cell phone that's closest to that tower. Is that right?
Right. What you can conclude is that the cell site that's in the call detail records is the cell site that the phone saw as the best signal available to it.
Okay, so it's more important determinant of where the cell phone is located about the strength of the signal of the cell phone tower as opposed to the proximity of the cell phone tower to the cell phone. Is that correct?
The determining factor is the strength and quality. It's a measurement of both strength and quality, but
Okay.
but yes.
But the important point here is that the strongest signal will not always come from the closest cell phone for a number of reasons, correct?
There are reasons that it would not, yes.
Okay, and among those, I just want to go through some of these. You tell me if these are in fact reasons
Okay.
that affect the strength of the signal. And if I got any of them wrong, please let me know. One
Sure.
of them is topography,
Yes, definitely.
weather conditions.
No.
No? Okay. Height of the cell phone tower.
Yes.
The wattage or power of the cell phone tower.
Yes.
The number, height, location, and direction of the tower's antennas.
I'm sorry, say that again, sir?
Sorry. The number, height, location, and direction of the cell phone tower's antennas.
Are you talking about the surrounding towers or the serving cell?
I think the serving tower.
Or
both. I think it's both a function of this. Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm going to object to the height portion of that. That's been asked and answered. The height does affect it. He's already testified to that.
Did you say height or height?
I said height. And
Didn't you already ask height?
Oh, he did? Okay, I'm sorry.
You had height already.
You're right.
You can
He
next.
has testified to that.
Next.
Okay. What about physical obstructions?
Certainly.
Okay. And then network traffic, that is the demand on a particular cell phone tower will affect the strength of the signal as well?
No, sir, not at all.
Not at all?
Not
Okay.
at all.
What about features of the cell phone itself, like the wattage of the cell phone?
No.
The bandwidth of the phone?
That would not affect which tower it's going to use, no.
Okay. Now, because cell phones are within multiple towers at any given time, at least in a major urban area like Laredo or modest-sized city like this, they're constantly scanning the network for the tower with the strongest available signal, right?
Strongest and best quality, yes.
That means that when they connect with a particular cell phone tower, they don't stay with that tower. They can be passed to another cell phone tower that might be further away. Is that correct?
Yes, but if I can explain a little bit.
Sure, please.
So your phone is constantly, like you said, is constantly measuring the cellular environment. It's taking the measurements that it's receiving from all the signals from the towers and it's ranking them. The one on top is this, what's known as the serving cell. That's the cell site that your phone is going to camp on in case it wants to use network resources like making a phone call or sending a text message or checking Facebook. Once you push send to make a phone call, your phone is going to reach out to that serving cell that it's camped on to request network resources. Once that happens, once that initial handshake is made, then the network takes over, and yes, it can redirect to a separate cell site. But the network, the cell site that you see in the CDR is the initial cell site, which is the one the phone chose.
Okay, but that, and I appreciate that explanation, but the initial cell site that is reflected in the records is not necessarily a cell phone tower that is most proximate to the cell phone itself, correct?
Usually it is, but no, it is not always.
Right. Okay. I want to talk about, because you testified on direct, and the state has indicated that it intends to use this technology to try to prove that the cell phone was mobile as opposed to stationary, okay?
Okay.
And I know that this is in your report, but I just want to focus on that aspect about even when a cell phone is in motion, okay? We're assuming it's mobile, either from walking or driving. The cell network knows which cell tower will have the best possible connection because of the constant scanning that you described in your testimony, correct?
That's correct. Your phone, once you're in a call or using network resources, your phone is working in conjunction with the network. It's telling the network what it sees all the surrounding towers at, and then the network will make a decision if you're driving down 35, okay, you need to go to this next tower now.
If a cell phone is in motion while a call is occurring, the cellular network is designed to seamlessly transfer the call from tower to tower in order to maintain the strongest signal possible. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so that process of transferring a call from one tower to another is, I believe, called a handoff. Is that correct?
A handoff or a handover.
Okay.
Yes.
And even a stationary phone, that is one that's just in a location, that's completely stationary for a period of time, can experience a handoff if located in an area covered by several cell phone towers where the signal strength is varying, correct?
It can, yes.
Okay, so that means that from the cell phone, if I understand this correctly, from the locations of the cell phone towers themselves, one cannot draw conclusive conclusions about whether the cell phone is stationary versus mobile. Is that correct?
In some situations, you're correct. Others, you're not. In order to affect that handoff, you still have to be in the coverage area of that tower, right? So if you're talking about two towers that are adjacent to each other and you're sitting in between those two towers, both of those towers are going to have ample coverage of that area. So yes, it could be possible that you are standing in one place and the network directs you to another cell site. What's not going to happen is you use a cell site on the south side of town, and then the network's going to tell you to use a cell site in the north side of town. So if that happens, you see cellular activity on the south side or a cell site on the south side of town, and then you later see, an hour later, see activity on the north side of town. That absolutely indicates there's movement there.
While we're on that point, what is your understanding of the range or of a cell phone tower's coverage area?
That's all dependent on how the network is designed and what the network engineers are trying to accomplish with those towers.
So it can vary, but can you give us an idea of what's on the low end of the range and what's on the high end?
Sure. So if we're talking about downtown LA or downtown Manhattan,
We're talking about Laredo.
I know, but I'm providing you an example. You asked me to
I'm
get for the
sorry.
low and high.
I'm sorry.
So if we're talking about a dense urban area such as that, it's going to be a tenth of a mile, right? Because there's so many buildings in the way, so many obstructions, they have to really pack in the cell sites. Okay, if you're talking about the ranch land between Laredo and San Antonio, it can be 5 miles.
But I'm talking about the city of Laredo, which
Okay.
is much less dense
Yes.
than Los Angeles and not as sparsely populated as the latter example.
Exactly. Yes.
So can you give us an idea of, like, cell phone towers within this city of Laredo, what is on the low end of the range of coverage area versus what's on the high end?
So there are different towers in Laredo that offer different levels of coverage. From what I've seen in this particular case, I'd say the low end is about 1.5 to 2 miles. High end is probably, as noted in my report, is going to be upwards of like 3-4 miles, somewhere around there.
You found no cell phone tower that, by the way, how did you determine the cell phone range with respect to, did you determine the cell phone range, or the cell tower range, excuse me, for all of the towers that are documented or reflected in your report?
Not all of them. I did not put the drive test information for all of the towers, only the ones that I've deemed or I felt were pertinent to this case.
So there were some cell phone towers that are reported, or the data is reported and reflected in your report, for which you have no idea what the cell phone tower range is. Is that correct?
Oh, it's not in there. We have the data, but you're right. I did not put every single drive test result in there. No.
All right. And are you saying that there is no cell phone tower in the city of Laredo that has a range of coverage that's greater than 3.5 miles?
No, sir. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying from what I've seen in this case is that I can recollect right now, is three and a half to 4 miles or something of that approximation.
I understand, but you, I think, testified that you did not determine what the cell phone range was for every cell phone tower that is reported in your report.
Correct.
Okay, so one of those, so you may have left out, failed to report the cell, or determine the cell phone range for some of the cell phone towers for which you are collecting data or reporting data in your report. Is that not correct?
That is correct, but you can also, there's other ways to determine, not the same degree of specificity as with some of the towers, but the ones that I did not include the drive test data, you can still get a general idea of how the range of those towers by determining where is the next tower along that same general azimuth. The network engineers design the network so that one tower is going to go just a little bit over, a portion over halfway to the next tower. And they want that overlap so that you have those easy handoffs. It's not going to be designed to shoot over the next tower covering an area much further away.
I want to talk about each of these three sources of data, and it's not, as quickly as we can.
Sure.
I know we're keeping the jurors waiting, but so I want to talk about call detail record. Okay, first.
Okay.
My understanding of that is that it's a record that's produced by the cell phone company. It contains certain data. It does not contain the location of the cell phone itself, does it?
No.
Okay. So what it does include, though, is date, time, call duration, parties involved in the call, as well as the cell phone tower with which the phone connected to the network. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So we don't have from that record any information from which we can make a direct conclusion about where the cell phone itself is located, but we can conclude about where the cell phone tower is located.
What you can conclude is that the cell phone is within the coverage area of the cell tower that was used. Correct.
Okay. And how large an area is the cell phone coverage area of the cell phone towers that you've seen in Laredo? How large is that area?
I thought you already asked that question.
No, I asked. I'm now talking about the area as opposed to I suppose the range is what I thought asking about before. Was like how far can it reach?
Is there
how
a
many
difference between
miles?
range and area?
And I don't know that I would use those interchangeably. I don't know.
I think that I'm sorry, I'm certainly not an expert in this field, but what I was trying to ask about earlier was how far the signal could go at its most distant point, and now I think you're talking about the coverage area. And I wanted to know what is the...
Why don't you ask him if he thinks there's a distinction so that I can take that off my mind?
All right. Is there a distinction between the range of a cell phone tower, like to reach the most distant point is what I was using the term to mean, versus the area of coverage, like the square miles that would be covered by a particular cell phone tower?
Okay, so it's kind of a interesting question you're asking. So in theory, the range of a radio wave is infinite. It just gets infinitely small as it travels through space and time, okay? The coverage area is the area in which that signal is strong enough and has a clear and is of significant quality that it can handle voice communications or communications of data or texting. So that area is much, much smaller than the range, I would say, of the of RF energy, which again goes on ad infinitum.
Well, I'm certainly not asking about the infinitum range. I'm talking about the coverage area of a particular cell phone, that is, the geographic area within which a particular sector of a cell phone tower, that a cell phone within that geographic area can communicate with a particular cell phone tower. Can you calculate that in terms of square miles?
Didn't you ask that question earlier, and he said that it depends on how each particular tower is engineered to, didn't we do that?
The question I asked was how far the cell phone towers could be, like whether it was 1.5 miles, I believe he testified, or up to 3.5 miles, or perhaps a greater distance. But now I'm talking about the geographic area of coverage of a particular cell phone tower and the sectors of the tower. That's what I'm asking you to.
The way I understood that question to be earlier was you know, it could be 3.5 to 4 miles. And were you talking about the distance between the towers at that point?
No, I was talking about the distance between the cell phone tower and a cell phone. That is.
Would that be coverage then?
That's on a straight line, basically, from cell phone tower to cell phone, and I understood the witness to say
So if
that-
we have a tower, I'm sorry, but I need to understand your questioning. This is the tower, and this is the phone on this side.
Yeah,
And there's a phone on this side and a phone on this side. And so if you do this, right, would that, I'm sorry, it's a pink pen.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. So if you do that, the tower is there. It possible that it could be 3.5 miles like this?
my understanding
Is that what you were saying earlier in the questioning?
My earlier question was the point from your center point on the piece of paper is the cell phone tower, and that outer circle is the outermost limit of the cell phone's range, and that was what I was asking about before. It would be, I think, the
So the-
radius or the radii.
So that the distinction, I'm sorry, I was talking to you, and you're now talking to the witness. So I wanted to clarify for my purposes what your questioning is, because I'm the one that's ultimately going to make a decision on that.
Yeah.
So what your question is so that I can understand what you're asking the witness, and I understand the response. The distinction between your earlier question and this one is what?
I'm sorry, I've done such a poor job explaining it, Your Honor. My earlier question was designed to determine the greatest distance that a cell phone could be from a particular cell phone tower and still connect to that cell phone tower. So
Okay.
could it be a mile and a half, 3
So
miles, 5 miles?
we already, he testified here in Laredo.
He's
He
already
didn't.
testified about
Okay,
that.
hold on a
Now-
second. Don't interrupt me. He already testified it was going to be the farthest he'd find was around 3.5 miles here in Laredo. He said it depended on, he said Manhattan or L.A. or where, and you said no, here in Laredo. That part of it. So now the question here is.
The geographic coverage area. So in other words, I think I could show it with images from the witness's report.
Show, because I don't think
Somebody
you.
help me with this? Yeah, that's very helpful. So, I mean, one of my colleagues
Go ahead.
articulated this for me.
So now you know what my questions are in my mind, so you can.
I actually was a math minor, but it was a lifetime ago, and so I should be able to do this. But with the assistance of my colleagues, they say the difference here is between the radius, basically, which was what I was asking about before, the distance from the center of that circle to its outermost circumference. And what we're now asking is that, as I understand it, we can go into some more depth, but at that center point, basically, a cell phone tower has 3 sectors.
Correct.
They're each at 120-degree segments.
Correct.
And that there is then a coverage area within each of those sectors that can be calculated in terms of square mileage, and that's what I'm asking.
Okay, so now that I've heard you explain it more, the way you're using the terms coverage and range seem
Yes.
to be asking the same question.
Okay.
That the range is the coverage area. That in order to connect with a cell tower or a cell site, you have to be within the coverage area of that cell site. Okay, that coverage area would be the range. That the same thing as the range of that tower for the purposes of connecting for cellular communications. I'm not sure if that clarifies or makes it more muddy.
I think that we'll just move on,
Okay.
because I do believe I was asking a different question. Can we kind of go through the PowerPoint?
Let's move on, Mr. Shunlin.
Sure. This is what I kind of wanted. We'll see.
Sure.
Let's stay here. Let's stay on this is the timing advance.
Sure.
Okay, and so my understanding is that's sort of that's a generic term for a technology that is used to determine, that the cell phone company uses to determine how far a particular cell phone may be from the tower with which it's connected. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, that's the generic term. In this particular case, there were particular cell phone companies that were involved. I believe Mr. Burgos' cell phone was with Sprint, Ms. Hernandez with AT&T.
Correct.
Each of those 2 companies has their own version of essentially this technology. Is that correct?
Yes, Sprint call, it's all, the technique is called timing advance. Each different cell phone provider has a different name for it. Sprint called it per call measurement data. Verizon calls it RTT, which stands for real time tool. And I see, may I comment on what you're showing here, or do we want to wait, sir?
Okay. I'm sorry?
May I comment on the NILOS that you have here?
Sure.
Okay. So NILOS is different, though. So NILOS is a combination of, if I recall correctly, like 70 different data points within AT&T. Okay. One of those is timing advance, but the NILOS does not provide you just the timing advance, which is what we want. We do not use NILOS in our reports because we have shown it to be inaccurate at times.
Okay. Is there a different term that AT&T uses for its timing advance technology?
No. In fact, it was just last month that AT&T made timing advance available to us as in a report, and they just call it the timing advance report.
Now, with respect to these two cell phones, there were call data records, call detail records
Yes.
for both of the cell phones, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that, again, is just the data about the cell phone that was the date, time, call duration, parties involved in the call, the location of the cell phone tower. That was available for both phones, correct?
Yes.
But with respect to per call measurement data, that was only available with respect to, I believe, Mr. Burgos' phone on the Sprint network. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So no per call measurement data was available here with respect to Ms. Hernandez's phone, correct?
No, because like I said, there's the NILOS report that was provided, but we don't use NILOS in our reports, in our analysis.
Just so the record is clear, I asked you if it was available for Ms. Hernandez's phone, I believe. Is that correct? And you said no. I want to just make sure that the record is clear. There were no timing advance data available for Ms. Hernandez's phone on the AT&T network, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So this is a technology we've already said that the companies have developed to calculate the distance of a cell phone from the cell phone tower with which it's interacting.
Yes.
They developed that for their own purposes, basically in designing and the network.
Mr. Shannon, why is it important to give us all this information? It's like you're giving them the information and then he's just saying yes or no. It's like, why isn't it, tell me why it's important to give the history of the historical data of how things are done and whatnot. I mean, can you connect it, please,
Sure.
to what you want to get to?
Sure. I'll try to do that, but I can also explain, Your Honor, if it would be helpful at this point to do that.
Well, I mean, if you think it's ultimate, we're during this is a trial right now. So, I mean, we want it to sound pretty and everything, but I'd really like to get to the meat of. You haven't even mentioned. CAST one time in your entire cross-examination of the witness, which is what you believe is in fact flawed, and so therefore I'm kind of wondering when you're going to get to that.
Well, Your Honor, it's actually what we believe is flawed is what's called cell site location analysis, and the acronym for that is CSLI. CAST is simply the department, I understand, of the FBI. It's not the technology, so I'm sorry that was not clear. But we're talking about cell site location analysis as the methodology or technique of using this kind of data to draw inferences about the location of the phone.
Okay, can you get? Well, that's the first time you mentioned that too, by the way. So maybe you can get to that part of it.
Okay. So first we have the call detail records, and I simply wanted to bring out that we have call detail records with respect to both phones, but those records don't tell us anything about the location of the phone. They tell us something about the location of the cell phone tower, correct?
That's been asked and answered.
Okay, I just want to, fine. In terms of timing advance data, that was only available for Mr. Burgos' phone and not Ms. Hernandez.
That's been asked and
I
answered too,
understand.
sir. Let's just move
Okay.
on, please.
All right. And I want to make this point that these technologies were developed by the cell phone companies for their own purposes in managing the network, correct?
Yes, but we can still use that information for our purposes.
Okay, I understand. But the cell phone companies have been very clear that the technology was not determined or not developed to determine where the location of a particular cell phone was. Is that correct?
It is used to determine a general locations for their network optimization.
And what does that mean exactly for the network optimization?
Is like I explained before, they need to make sure that our signals, your signal and my signal from our phones are not reaching the antenna at the same millisecond. So it's using that information, so if you and I are the exact same distance away from a tower, it will tell my phone to delay your transmission for 2 or 3 milliseconds so that your signal hits the antenna in a different time space than mine does.
You reviewed per call measurement data from Mr. Burgos' phone on the Sprint network, correct? You reviewed those records?
Yes, yeah.
And you used those records for the purposes of creating your report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like to show the witness for the purposes of the record here a page and ask that I can mark it for purposes of this hearing as Defense Exhibit 1.
Well, Your Honor, I mean, to expedite things, we have the business record affidavit from Sprint. If we could just admit the whole thing at this point into evidence for the jury to see.
That's fine.
Okay.
For the jury,
Yes, Your Honor. This is the.
we're not here with the jury. You're going to have to examine him again when the jury is here.
Well, I guess we could stipulate to it like we have with previous evidence.
Well, this is for purposes of this hearing.
Okay.
So you can do a non-jury too, and then if you convert it into a jury, we can then convert it into a jury with tagging it with an exhibit tag at that point.
That's fine, Your Honor. Let me see. We're going to get the complete copy.
Can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I misspoke. The Sprint business record affidavit has already been admitted into evidence.
All right.
So if we want, you can use that. That's
Thank you.
fine.
Thank you. Can I have this marked as Defense Exhibit 1 for the purpose?
Actually, it's going to be non-jury 1, non-jury 2.
one. Should I do that, or?
You can do that if you like, but she's got them there.
All right.
Judge, do you want it to be defense, non-jury 1?
Whatever you'd like, Cindy.
Thank you very much.
Defendants, non-jury 1.
Okay. Agent Masters. I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Non-Jury Exhibit 1
Yes.
for the purpose of this hearing. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
You've seen it before?
I have.
Do you remember seeing it when you reviewed the per call measurement data records that were provided to you in this case?
It was provided in the records, yes.
Okay, thank you. What is the document?
This is a records key for recipients of these records that don't deal with them very often. It's a way to determine, okay, what does each column of these records represent?
Okay. Toward the bottom of the page, and you can see we've put this actually up on the monitor as well, Your Honor, so that it's visible. I want to direct your attention to the bottom third of the page, below where all of these terms are defined. And this is and I want you to read the report out loud, beginning with, let's start with the PCMD records enclosed.
You want to read the entire thing?
Yes, please read.
Okay.
I don't think I wanted to read the entire thing. I can read.
Okay.
Point out. I mean, the jury's not here. This is just for me. And the record it's already in the record, so whatever appellate division is going to see it will be able to see it as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you've seen this document before. You've seen it in the records that were provided to you by Sprint for this case.
Yes.
And Sprint has said the PCMD records enclosed may not be accurate or complete, right?
First line.
Yes.
Sprint is unable to explain, certify, or testify to the accuracy of these records as they may be erroneous.
Correct.
Okay.
But you're missing a sentence there, sir. It says, nevertheless, it has been used in those situations as it is a Sprint record that could possibly lead to customer location. That's also significant.
I understand. That's further down.
Okay.
There's a number of sentences before we get to that.
Okay.
Sprint says, please be advised that there are known accuracy variances with Sprint PCMD reporting, correct?
Correct.
Are you just going to ask him to say whether it's correct that that's what it reads?
No, Your Honor.
Why don't you ask him questions with regard to it? Because I know what it reads because I'm seeing it. And the reason I'm getting like this is because we're trying to save some time here. And if all you're going to say is, does it say, please be advised that there are known accuracy variances with Sprint PCMD reporting? Would have been better off just having him read the whole thing because all you're going to ask him is, does it say that? I don't want him to say, does it say that? Because it says that.
I understand, Your Honor.
And the record's clear what it says because the document's already in the record.
Yeah. The
So
document,
ask him questions with regard to that, but not to read the
I'm sorry,
the
Your Honor.
document.
This document reflects that Sprint says that these records were not created as a tool to identify the location of somebody, correct?
That's part of what it says, yes.
Okay. It's a disclaimer. What do you understand a disclaimer to be?
So what I read this to be is, first of all, I am aware that what they're referring to is the latitude and longitude coordinates within the PCMD reports, which I agree wholeheartedly. Those are not accurate. We don't use those in our reports, nor do we use those to find phones. What is accurate in the PCMD report is the distance that the phone is from the tower. That is highly accurate.
When you say highly accurate, what do you mean? That it can be identified with precision, or is there no margin of error whatsoever for the PCMD distance?
No, sir. What I'm saying is that it's highly accurate in our experience. We have used this to locate phones many, many times. And with, as far as your specificity argument, that phone is going to be located either within the arc or slightly inside of that arc.
Let's go back to the arc. So when you're referring to an arc, this is in our illustration. This is, you recognize this is a slide from your report.
I do.
It's one of the early slides.
Yes,
And the arc you're referring to is this red band up at the top.
that's correct.
And the reason why it's represented as a band with some amount of width is a recognition that we can't really say with precision where a phone is in that geographic area, and the width of that band reflects the range of the geographic area or range within which the phone could be. Is that correct?
So that distance is a measurement of the chipset length, which is, we can go there, but it's a very long and complex explanation. So there is distance there because you are correct. If the PCMD report were to say the device was 1 mile away, it could be slightly under that or slightly over that. So we add width to that single point.
And so using this technology, what we can conclude is that the cell phone is a certain distance from the cell phone tower, but somewhere within that band. Is that correct?
Or slightly inside of it.
Slightly inside.
Yes.
But it is itself a geographic range across a distance of the city, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And this disclaimer, and I don't know if you share this opinion, but this disclaimer, Sprint is saying that the purpose for which we generated these records is not for the purpose of identifying the location of a phone. Is that not correct?
Well, not for locating it for law enforcement. It is designed to locate it for network purposes. But you're correct. This technique was not designed for us.
Thank you. Let's go to the last set of. Let's go to the last. Oh, I wanted to just ask one more thing.
Sure.
About PCMD really quickly. But PCMD, PCMD is the name basically for the proprietary software or technology that is used by Sprint for this purpose, right?
Right.
And by proprietary technology, I mean that it's the personal you understand that to mean the personal property of the company.
I don't have any knowledge or opinion of if PCMD is owned by Sprint or if it's owned by a different company and Sprint leases it. I have no knowledge of that.
But what I mean by that is that the company owns it and controls whether anybody else can see how it functions.
He doesn't have any opinion with regard to who owns it. You included own in your sentence.
That technology, does it mean anything to you to talk about a proprietary technology or algorithm?
I understand what you're saying when you say proprietary, but I'm not sure really what your question is, sir.
Well, I guess what I mean is that this technology Sprint developed for Sprint's own purposes, and it's not generally accessible. It does not make it available to third parties for their use.
Well, timing advance is used across the networks, and it's within the designed by the 3GPP, which is the entity or the organization that designed the network infrastructure that led to 3G, 4G, and 5G. So it's within those parameters.
I guess what I mean is that if I wanted to access Sprint's per call measurement data system to verify the accuracy of geolocation data that's produced by the system, I wouldn't be able to do that, would I? As a third party.
If you had access to the time it took for the signal to be sent and returned, then yeah, you could certainly make that calculation. It's like I said before, it's just a function of how the time it takes, the speed at which the signal travels, and then those two will determine the distance. I mean, it does get more complicated than that, but that is the basic level.
All right.
Well, let's just talk very briefly then about Google, okay?
Sure.
So there are also Google location data that you relied on in your report, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I think you mentioned that Google location data, Google provides location data that may be drawn from a number of different telecommunication sources. Is that correct?
From different sources, yes.
Yeah, from different sources. And so some of those are GPS satellites.
Correct.
Okay, but also you mentioned it could be from cell phone towers.
Correct.
Bluetooth, conceivably?
There is a Bluetooth component, but nothing in my report regarding the Bluetooth.
Okay. Cell phone location information from other or nearby cellular towers?
Well, that would be the cellular, yes,
Okay.
sir.
Internet protocol address information?
It would be from Wi-Fi. I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to, IP, but yeah, I'm not sure
All right.
where you're going with that.
So the data that's produced, geolocation data that's produced by Google, could come from any one of these different sources, correct?
The Google location data that's provided in the location data report either comes from cellular, Wi-Fi, or GPS, nothing else.
Okay. And are you saying that the only data points in your report that you used or reported about were drawn from one source of those data, or?
Two sources, from
What were they?
from GPS and Wi-Fi.
Okay. And what is the accuracy of each of those in terms of its ability to identify location?
So Google, in addition to providing the latitude longitude coordinates determined by Google, it also provides a error radius for each individual line item.
Is there any way to verify that you could verify what that error radius is?
If I open Google Maps while I'm driving down the road, I verify it.
But I mean, is anybody able to independently verify the reported radius?
Not.
Like, to determine whether it's being accurately reported by Google?
That's Google making that determination.
Right, but nobody can review that or verify that the error radius has been calculated or reported correctly.
For a specific line item, for a specific device, no. But for the technology used to create that line item, Google has several patents out explaining their methodology and their technique, as well as there's been academic articles about how they do it.
All right. I think that's it, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Very, very briefly.
Hold you to that.
And you can, Your Honor. With regards to the advanced timing that was utilized, or the timing advanced techniques, there was a disclaimer, and you did. Do you still have defense? Okay.
I do.
You wanted to talk about the nevertheless portion of it.
Right.
Could you please explain why that had some significance to you and what you wanted to talk about with regards to that particular sentence?
Sure. So the disclaimer, the way I read the disclaimer is this is forgive the term, but legalese from Sprint saying that we can't promise you that this is where the phone was. However, CAST has been using PCMD, timing advance, for years, and we are consistently, successfully locating devices, victims of crime, fugitives, missing persons, using this technique. As I said before, timing advance is my number one go-to and what I ask for first when I'm trying to locate a phone.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You may step down. And Mr. Schenk is ready to go, but I need to take a real quick break. And I believe I probably should have had the jury now, in retrospect, come back, come after lunch as opposed to now. So I may have to ask them to leave and come back. So, thank you.
All right.
All right, so the jury's gonna come back at 1. Okay? That gives me, allows me to take my, release the pressure cap for my steamer, and then we'll take it from there. Okay. So are you gonna call, is the defense gonna call any witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor, we call Andrew Shank by Zoom.
Okay, we are, if any of you, let's see, one second. Uh-oh. Can you put up any of your computers on Zoom? And connect it, and then connect it to, so that we can see his face? Yeah. Cindy, how do we, remember we used to have the computer here, that's how we did that last time.
Yeah,
Let me see.
but,
One second.
but one of them does need to get on so that way he can see them
Yeah,
questioning.
you need to get on.
That's
So
right.
whoever's doing the question needs to get on so that they can see you. And that's the way, I guess we'll do it that way. Yeah.
It's the same,
Yes.
yeah, so it's the same login.
And of course, and we can, you can get on if you want. The camera would be there. The courtroom camera.
Oh, okay.
But but he needs to get on just so that,
So that it's, I see what you're saying.
yeah.
Okay, so then. we're
You can
gonna
get on if
switch
you
up.
want. It doesn't matter, whatever you want to do.
And then, do you want them to have another device to have it on that one, or you don't need it on that
Well,
one?
I'm gonna have him plug it in.
Right there. It's
Oh,
just-
is that a computer that can get plugged into the system?
There's already one plugged in.
Because it has a different device. That looks like a Mac.
Okay, let me,
You know how Macs are a little
there,
different.
there. I just let them both in.
Huh?
Oh, I see.
I just let them both in.
Oh, they're in?
I just, yeah.
Okay, yeah, we got you. Mr. Shunman. Ms. Lozelle. And you don't have to worry about the mics. Oh. So, what? Is it connected? You know? Is it? Oh.
I'll move it.
You can do the handoff. I think we're okay though. I think it's connected. Where is it? There it is. Oh, it was already. He's looking for it. Okay. So you can
The judges, that's unmuted.
Mr. Shank, can you hear us? We can't hear you though. Can you say something? Test, test, 1, 2, 3, anything? Nope, we can't hear you. You need to work on your audio. So on your audio link, no, now you're muted. Now you muted yourself.
I think we're using that mic.
Huh? Was it me? No, we're. Wait, give me a second. Hold on a second. Don't move anything. I think it maybe I did something. No? Say it again, Mr. Shank?
1, 2, 3.
There you go. It was me. Okay, we're gonna. All right. Get close to the device so we can get you good. Yeah, put it on defense counsel, please. Oh, it's not coming in? Oh. Are you connected to the defense tape? Yeah. It's not connected yet. There you are. It'll come up in a minute. Well, no. Hold on a second. Is it defense already?
Yes.
Let me ask a question about the two microphones. There's this one I understand I need to use. This one should be off?
Actually, it doesn't matter if that's off. I think I need that on because of my court reporter.
Okay.
See, these microphones will only work for whoever's not here. And then we receive Mr. Shank's communication through these microphones only, not through the microphones then become speakers, and we'll receive his audio through when these devices are converted into they're microphones and speakers. So don't ask me the technology on that. Okay, it's not on yet. Are you connected? There it is. So if you put it on the speaker view, well, let me see if I can do it over here. There it is. Good. Mr. Shank, can you see Mr. Shoneman there?
Yes, I can.
Very good. Can you hear him, Mr. Shoneman?
Yes, I
Mr. Shoneman, can you say something to make sure that Mr. Shank can hear you?
Good morning, Mr. Shank.
Good morning.
Very good. We're good to go.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Oh, now I'm going to need that microphone to be on because the courtroom microphone. There you go. Thank you. Let's proceed. Oh yes, Mr. Shank. Thank you. Please raise your right hand and be sworn, sir.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
All right, good morning, Mr. Shank. Will you please state your name for the record?
My name is Manfred, spelled MANFRED,
Where are you employed?
I'm employed at Cherry Biometrics Incorporated.
And what is Cherry Biometrics Incorporated?
It's a technology company which operates in the area of biometrics and cell tower technology.
What is your position at Cherry Biometrics?
I'm the chief technical advisor.
And how long have you been employed there?
We started business, in this particular technology area in 2009.
And what is your educational background?
I have a associate degree in engineering, a bachelor's degree in mathematics, and a master's degree in mathematics.
What is your professional experience prior to your current position?
I was involved in the area of software development for numerous companies, including I started at IBM, and I moved on to IGT, and telegraph. From there,
We can't understand, Mr. Shank. We can't understand you, so perhaps you can, if you're as close to the device as possible, it's fine. Maybe you can attempt to keep your I don't know if it was the movement of your head or what it was, but perhaps you can attempt to keep it. Sometimes that happens. I'm just assuming it may not have been that, but just try and keep that movement of your bodies to a minimum. Thank you.
So, I'm sorry, could you continue with your professional experience prior to your current position, please?
I was a software developer for numerous companies and organizations, as I said, including IBM, IT&T. From there, also subcontracted with NASA and various defense contractors.
Do you have any specialized training in cell phone analysis?
I was involved in my entire personal career for 50 years in the area of telecommunication. As it relates to software development as well as networks, to control the signals.
And have you been qualified previously as an expert to testify in court regarding cell phone analysis?
I have.
How many times, or approximately how many times?
I'm in excess of 50 occasions on both the local, the state, as well as federal jurisdiction.
And have you ever been previously qualified as an expert to testify regarding cell phone analysis in the state of Texas by a Texas court?
Yes, I have.
And do you recall those cases?
Not particularly. Certainly one of them had the opportunity of releasing an individual. That was the Robert Fisher case last few years. That's one.
Okay, thank you.
Is that right?
Your Honor, I'd like to share a document with Mr. Shank, and I need to be enabled or as a host, I believe. Thank you. Yes. All right, Mr. Shank, I'm sharing with you a document that I'm going to mark for the purposes of this hearing as Defense Exhibit Non-Jury 2. And ask if you recognize that document.
Just so we can avoid that, Mr. Elizondo, has that been offered? Has that been shared with you?
Yes, this has been shared with me, Your Honor. No objections for purposes of this hearing.
Are you offering?
Yes, Your Honor.
What's it called?
It's it's been identified as
No,
Defense
defendant's what?
Exhibit Non-Jury number 2.
Thank you, submitted. So you want to have that document.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sorry.
And
Thank you.
have you reviewed materials or records in relation to the cell phone evidence in the case of Ronald Burgos-Aviles?
Yes.
What materials have you reviewed?
I've used the all detail records as well as the PCMP records, as well as a particular document which indicated disclaimer as cautionary statement by Sprint in regards to their PCMP records.
Have you also reviewed the CAS report of FBI Special Agent Andrew Masters?
Yes.
And on the basis of your review, have you prepared a report summarizing your conclusions of the evidence in this case?
I have.
All right. Again, I want to screen share a document with you, ask you to identify it. I'm going to have this marked as Defense Exhibit Non-Jury 3 for the purposes of this hearing. I'm sorry, I thought we had this open. My fault. All right, thank you very much. So, Mr. Shank, I'm sharing with you on the screen, or trying to share with you on the screen, a document and ask you, it's been marked for identification for the purposes of the hearing as Defense Exhibit Non-Jury number 3.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the admission of defense non-jury exhibit number 3. I don't think they've laid the proper predicate to qualify Mr. Schenk as an expert in this field. If I may, Your Honor, have permission to voir dire the expert or the witness that they're offering as an expert.
On the issue of,
Yes, Your Honor, I don't believe they've laid down any foundation to establish that he has any knowledge in what he's about to testify pursuant to his report.
go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're not on, are you on?
I'm about to join.
We told us to stop sharing screen.
I'm going to take this now.
You want to stop sharing?
Would you like us to, or should we do that?
With that, Your Honor.
For now.
Good morning, Mr. Schenk.
Okay.
I'd like to talk to you about the CV that was admitted, your CV that was admitted as defendant's non-jury exhibit number 2. Now, you said earlier that in your entire personal career, which is a span of about 50 years, you've always been in telecommunication services. Is that what you testified to earlier?
It's that in other areas, but certainly lots of telecommunications work, both sometimes for banks and sometimes for brokerage industry, but much of it for the defense work, both for the Navy as well as for the Air Force.
Okay, well, let's go back then. I'm looking at your CV at the portion. Do you have a copy in front of you by chance? Because I don't think it's up on the screen.
I do have but I have to jump out of this Zoom thing here in order to be able to talk. Okay.
If we could go to the very bottom, please, of page 2, or if you'd like, Your Honor, we can get it up on ours.
Whatever you think.
I mean,
Whatever you-
okay, right there's fine. So let's go into the portion, independent consultant. So you say that you assisted at International Telephone and Telegraph, is that correct?
That's correct.
What year was that?
Goes back to the 9 to 1975, something like that order.
So, I'm sorry, you said 1975, is that when you started?
No, 1969, I think.
Okay, so apologies. So 1969 through 1975, you were an independent consultant for International Telephone and Telegraph. Is that correct?
Okay.
And back during 1969 and 1975, were cell phones common, something that an ordinary person in America would have had?
No. So started about 1973.
Okay. And at your time as an independent consultant for telephone and telegraph, did you review call detail records?
I did not. They were not available and did not start reviewing them until 2009.
Okay. So as far as locating phones or reviewing call detail records or reviewing timing advanced methodologies, you had no training or experience doing that at International Telephone and Telegraph, correct?
Well, the timing advance is a fairly straightforward technique. And yes, I have lots of experience in that.
That's not my question. Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive. I just need you to answer my question, okay? During your tenure as an independent consultant at International Telephone and Telegraph, did you have any training, experience working with cell detail records and or timing advanced techniques and methodology and data?
The timing advance, yes. The area of cell phone, call detail records, no.
Okay, all right. And then you say the next thing on there is a defense contractor and cell phone provider. Who was that with and at what time was that?
ITT was a cell phone provider for the country of Egypt.
Okay. So that work then, it relates to IT&T as a defense contractor and cell phone provider in the design, of their formative cellular infrastructures. Okay, so, and then we've already established no training or working with CDRs. Okay. From 1992 to 1995, you were at the Riverside Research Institute in New York, New York, as a medical research analyst. At that time period, did you deal with CDRs and or timing advance data and or GPS?
I did not.
Okay. Moving up in your professional experience, from 1995 to 2001, you were at Century Corp, formerly DSP Inc. And it says here you were an IBM supplier and business partner and Sony business partner manager. At any time during 1995 through 2001 at Century Corp, did you review or analyze or document CDRs, timing advance data, and or GPS data?
Did not.
Okay. Now let's talk about, you said that you started then, okay, so moving up, professional experience, Senior Technology Officer 2001 for Cherry Biometrics Inc. That's correct?
Correct.
So you testified earlier that you did not start reviewing CDRs, timing advance, all that data until 2009. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So between
the
go ahead.
Cherry Biometrics.
Okay. So it's safe to say then at Cherry Biometrics between 2001 and 2009, none of that data was reviewed by you or analyzed by you.
That's correct.
Okay. So then in 2009, when you did start reviewing this type of data, what kind of training did you receive?
I was self-taught.
Self-taught. So no certifications?
Ultimately, I received some certifications from an organization called.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I'm sorry.
One second, Mr. Shank. Can you repeat from when you started with saying ultimately?
As I said, I started reviewing the full detail records starting in 2000. I was self-taught with regards to that information.
So you were self-taught.
That's it.
Okay. So no formal training, no formal experience then in analyzing and reviewing this, it's all self-taught?
As I said, ultimately I got a certification.
From who?
Wireless. As a wireless trainer.
I'm
As a
sorry.
wireless analyst. I completed in 2018.
In 2018 you received a certification? From who again? I'm sorry, it's very difficult to hear.
Yes, 2018.
From who?
I don't know the name of the organization. They train FBI agents. They certify people. I believe they're located in New York. They provide courses and they test you on those particular courses. Based upon that, you are qualified as a wireless analyst.
So, I mean, this is, just to clarify, then you don't recall the name of the certifying organization that gave you a certificate qualifying you as an expert in this field?
Yes, well, I had been testifying since 2009 before I got that certification.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
And-
I'm just asking you a simple question. You do not recall the organization that certified you as an expert to testify in this field, which you received, you don't recall the organization that gave you the certification to testify in this field back in 2018?
I provided that in my document. So
Could you
readily available.
Could you point that out? Could you, I mean, it's there in front of you. Could you please point out where it is that you indicate you got that certification?
Yes, I included that certification along with my CV.
I only have your CV right here. This is all that I received. So is it in your CV?
Apparently not.
Okay.
You're not pointing to it.
All right. Well, we can carry on. Now, you testified earlier that you have been qualified as an expert in several courts to testify as an expert, correct?
Correct.
Now, isn't it true that you've also been disqualified as an expert based off of the lack of experience and training?
I don't believe that's correct. No. I was just, my testimony was not received on one particular occasion in Colorado.
Well, I mean, let's talk about that. In the People of Colorado versus Daryl Dickerson and Hassan Jones, case number 14CR3119, you went through what Colorado calls a Shrek hearing, which is the equivalent of what we're having here today. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And isn't it true that the judge at the end of that hearing disqualified you from testifying as an expert witness in the defense's case in chief?
He was not interested in hearing my testimony. That's correct.
So it's fair to say you were disqualified.
Hey, that's your turn. Fine.
Well, it's not my term. It's what the court said.
Mr. Elizondo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's move on.
All right, we can move on. Isn't it true that you were also well, you weren't disqualified, but isn't it true that you were taken off as an expert in the case of United States versus Winter Eating, EADY, number 2:12CR00415 DCN3?
Yes.
Okay. Now, since 2009, when you've been analyzing CDR and timing advance and GPS data, how have you utilized that skill set?
By testifying in regards to what my interpretation of the data is and what it implies.
Okay.
And for what you can conclude from it and what you cannot conclude from it.
And you've done this for defense?
That is correct.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't you a co-founder or co-owner of Cherry Biometrics, Inc.?
Yes.
Okay. So through your company, you've been a defense expert to testify for defense with regards to CDRs, GPS, and timing advance.
That's correct.
What else have you testified for a defense for at your time at Cherry Biometrics?
Mr. Elizondo,
Yes, Your Honor.
this is a voir dire.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you done with the voir dire?
I have a couple more questions, Your Honor.
All right,
It's
yes,
just
sir.
this and one more area, and we'll be done. So if you could answer that question, what other areas or expertise have you provided as a co-owner and employee, I assume, of Cherry Biometrics, Inc.?
On one particular occasion, I had the opportunity to testify in a fingerprint case.
Fingerprints, so biometrics.
Right.
What about, if I can have one moment, Your Honor. Okay, so fingerprints. What about DNA analysis?
No.
No?
No. No DNA.
No DNA. Any other type of expertise you've provided aside from fingerprint analysis and historic cell site analysis?
I believe I did testify in one photographic case.
Photographs.
Well, I believe that was also in Texas.
Okay. And
Yeah.
okay. And so your firm, Cherry Biometrics, pretty much is a one-stop shop for defense attorneys to pull in and get a hired gun to testify against the state in any given case and provide whatever expertise is necessary.
We offer. Our main emphasis is in the area of self-out.
Okay, that's fair. And finally, with regards, so you testified that you normally utilize this expertise of yours to testify in cases such as this for the defense. Have you ever utilized that expertise to locate individuals who've been kidnapped?
No.
Have you ever utilized it to locate fugitives?
No.
Have you ever utilized it to search, detect, and track down phones of victims of crimes?
No.
So in all of your experience then, it's only been to testify in court for defense?
No. There was one occasion in Iowa where I had an opportunity to testify for the prosecutor.
Okay, that's a fair assessment. But ultimately, this expertise you have is all self-taught, and then in addition to one certification that you received in 2018 that was not provided and that you don't even remember the name of.
Sorry, was that a question or was it a statement?
Well, that was a question.
Okay. The answer is yes.
Okay.
I agree with your statement.
And lastly, it's hard to stretch this out, but lastly, the training that you did receive with that certification, did you learn directly from network engineers and data record management at Sprint? Did you learn directly or get trained directly from people from Sprint?
No.
What about people from Verizon?
No.
T-Mobile?
No.
AT&T?
No.
So you don't know the interworkings or the nuances that each of these service providers have when it comes to how they store data and the CDRs that they provide?
Well, I certainly know the CDRs that they provide, and I'm certainly familiar with the networks that control those and how that data is in fact captured, because I have designed and programmed many networks and network controllers.
Okay, so you design networks yourself?
Yes.
When was that?
At the Bayesian company, we designed the qualification networks. I worked at Western Union. They did qualification networks. So it's several okay.
Okay, but when? What time? What year?
The Western Union. We go back into the early 1970s.
So before so 1970, before cell phones were commonplace in America.
Yes.
Okay, continue. You were going to list another one in another date.
I was trying to remember the network development I did at Bayesian company. I think that it preceded was into the late 1960s.
The late 1960s on the one you just listed?
Yes, right.
And again, before 1973 when telephones were commonplace in America.
Well, 73 was the beginning.
Was the beginning.
Several complex.
But you developed them before the beginning of cell phones being commonplace then?
That's correct. Yes. Fitted to AT&T and doing modeling.
Objection, Your Honor, narrative. At this point, Your Honor, the state would object to having this proffered expert testify. I don't think he has any requisite or knowledge in this area. In particular, to testify, he testified himself. He was self-learned, and although he did say that he did receive an accreditation in 2018, that was one, not provided to the state, and two, the witness could not even name the certification organization or any of such information regarding it.
Your Honor, Mr. Shank has an engineering background. He's been in this field for 50 years. He's a pioneer.
object to that being a mischaracterization of the evidence, Your Honor.
The evidence, I think his resume or CV is in evidence, and so I think the court can make reference to it. The first line is he's computer science with extensive radio wave tracking, monitoring, communication systems programming experience. He was an early design member of Project Apollo. We just heard extensive testimony from the state's witness, who was an FBI agent. I think that's a one-stop shop for the prosecution. I don't believe he has any experience testifying for the defense, yet the court heard from him, notwithstanding the fact that his educational background was in business and accounting. What we're offering the court here is an engineer with 50 years of relevant experience, and I think there's...
I want to make sure that we understand what we're doing here. The expert that you're putting on right now is for purposes of striking your expert.
That is correct, Your Honor.
You're not moving to strike that expert in case that expert testifies, if they decide to put that expert on during their case in chief. We'll deal with that issue at that point. This is merely being used to knock out your expert, per se.
Correct, Your Honor, but we are going to elicit testimony from a expert that they're proffering to give his expert opinion as to why he believes Special Agent Masters' report is incorrect. And I think I've shown enough to the court to justify my position
But
that...
he's also testified in other cases as well, which he may have been knocked out. I think you said on one occasion.
I believe there was several more than that.
Well, the only thing in evidence is one occasion, and he's testified that he's testified in others. Not that that really has anything to do with me, quite frankly. I can, you know, it's not the factor that weighs extremely heavily, but it is a factor that, in fact, they can use later to say he struck down. He didn't allow this expert to testify, despite the fact that he may have been testified in other cases. In fact, you mentioned the case. I think you're the one that listed the case. Is it a Brown case or something like that? In any event, Iowa case or something like that, where he testified for the government.
Oh, okay.
In any event, I do hear at least this area seems to be so broad, and there's so many different areas that I think that Mr. Masters talked about, which folks, governments, law enforcement agencies, and other people that provide that type of service seem to grab from whatever information and data they can grab. So even if he wasn't able to give us the exact science or the exact same methodology used by Mr. Masters in his presentation, he certainly can talk about the basics of the radio waves from a particular tower. They pretty much, you know, work similarly. The data, of course, that is arrived from that is in fact grabbed by all these agencies to be and put into their particular methodology of doing things, whether it be Google or whether it be whatever agency is grabbing these particular data points and using them to come up with a conclusion. Some of them do share the way they do it, and some of them don't share the way they do it. But despite whether or not it's proprietary or shared, people are using them, and they are coming out with results. So based on that, I think and based on the situation in this case, I think I would be risking too much to allow him not to test, or to not allow him to testify. So I'm going to allow him to testify. Let's proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Shank, I believe where we... I'm sorry. Thank you.
Let me, oh, he's already on. Sorry. Let's remove the I guess the stop share.
Your Honor,
I think you got the share on, Mr. This one. You can
No,
stop.
that's
Oh, it's yours.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay.
And I'm again sharing this document with Mr. Schenk because I believe that's where we left off when the voir dire began. So yes,
Hold on, Your Honor, the state maintains its same objection.
I understand.
So, Mr. Schenk, where we left off, I was showing you, I believe where we left off was, I was showing you what's been marked as defendant's non-jury exhibit number 3. Do you recognize that document that's on the screen now?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That's my report of the cell tower data and the PCMP data that was identified. In this case, the person on the purpose.
Your Honor, may I approach? I'd offer defendant's exhibit non-jury number 3 for the purpose of this hearing.
What is non-jury 3?
It's Mr. Schenk's report.
Oh, for purposes of this hearing.
Yes. And I have a copy for Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Grizelda, you filed for purpose of this hearing, Mr. Masters.
I'm sorry, report?
Yes.
Oh, well, that was part of the general discovery, bringing it in during trial.
Right. Did you file it for purpose of this hearing?
No, I have not, Your Honor. I don't believe we utilized it in, no.
For purposes of this hearing, I think you probably should. And are you going to use it for anything else?
But we are going to use it
During
during
trial.
During trial. In fact, as soon as we're done here.
If he survives this hearing.
Correct.
So, in any event, I think we can use it, if you survive this hearing, use it for both. But much of what was discussed is in those reports.
That is correct.
Go ahead.
Then, Your Honor, I don't know if this is necessary at this point because the court has already said that it would hear from this witness, but we offered Mr. Schenk as an expert in the field of cell phone analysis for the purpose of this hearing. So, Mr. Schenk, you've already testified about the materials you reviewed in this case, and you've testified that you prepared a report summarizing your conclusions. Can you tell us what your conclusions were?
That the CDR records that in fact are offered in evidence for this particular case are very well, they're insufficiently precise of location to be of significant value. And I think that Mr. Master also indicated that the error rate on CDR records is so large that he apparently does not rely on them very, very heavily. So I certainly agree with Mr. Master on that particular group.
It's very, very, very difficult to understand you, and if you don't sit up and come close to your device, we are not going to be able to take your testimony. You need to be able to speak clearly and firmly, and as clearly as you could perhaps move your mouth. Quite frankly, I know that I slur my words sometimes. I know that because when I speak into my my phone to text somebody, because I don't like to text without speaking with my phone. I know that probably dates me and ages me, but because my phone doesn't, some of my fingers are a little bit too fast for that. So it catches a whole bunch of words that I'm not even saying, and so it's probably because of my pronunciation and whatnot. My I would say my what do you call it? My you know, people from Boston have their way of saying things, and I have my way of saying things, and the phone catches it whichever way they believe you might be saying things. So in any event, and I say Boston because it's one Boston. A couple of weeks ago. Anyway, here we are. So try and speak as freely and as possible, knowing that in fact we are here doing this by Zoom, and that it's a lot more difficult to understand you because the speaker catches, the microphone catches most of what you're saying, but not all of it. And if your words aren't clear, it's going to make it even more difficult. Thank you.
Thank you. I moved the camera and the microphone slightly closer. Hopefully that will be helpful.
Thank you.
So the question was, what were my conclusions in regards to the material that I reviewed? My conclusions are that all detailed records are insufficiently precise for the location of a cell phone. Secondly, that the so-called measurement data records that were presented have very, very serious errors within the data. Thirdly, that geofencing evidence algorithms are proprietary and unknown and cannot be verified.
Thank you. So let's do each of those, if we can. I would go quickly on.
But we do understand that just so we know where we're going here, Mr. Shulman, that the expert offered by the state clearly testified that there wasn't one single piece of data that he exclusively used and only used. There was a combination of data that were used, and combination of things that were used, and that therefore he used them in combination to be able to arrive at conclusions. So we want to make sure that your expert, in fact, that Mr. Shank addresses the issue with regard to whether something is used in combination. And in fact, some things were used to corroborate findings in other situations.
All right.
So that's in my mind with the testimony that Mr. Masters gave. Thank you.
So, Mr. Shank, can you address the judge's interest essentially in the fact that Agent Masters' report reflects that he relied on cell phone data and other location data for the purposes of reaching conclusions in his report. Can you discuss why the conclusions that Agent Masters would draw from that approach would be problematic in your view, or would it?
In the sense that the individual pieces that he uses in order to come to his conclusion, I find to be problematic. And specifically, I dealt with the area of the CDR records, which Mr. Masters indicated he did not rely on very, very much. He did rely on the PCMP records very, very heavily in his report and in his maps. And my objection to those is that those are records that are disacclaimed, if you wish, by Sprint in regards to their accuracy, in regards to location purposes, and on the third piece, the Google fencing information, they are represented by proprietary algorithms, which have not, to my knowledge, have not been peer reviewed, and therefore I would presume, would not meet Daubert standards for admissibility. To the extent that there is other information available, I have no position on, and I don't know to what extent he relied upon them. And I believe there was also a video camera information. I have no knowledge or position on that. So those are the 5 pieces that he relied upon, and I'm questioning 3 of those 5 pieces.
Can you explain why you conclude that the call detail records are insufficiently precise of location to be of value in reaching conclusions about the location of a cell phone?
Yes, as the master said, an RF signal in fact emanates out, goes out to infinity. Obviously, its power level drops, and therefore it may not be usable potentially for communication purposes. However, the National Institute for Standards and Technology that was alluded to earlier has indicated that call detail records, that cell phone handset can connect to a tower at a distance of 35.2 kilometers, which translates out to 21.87 miles. Actually. So that is the maximal range that a clear signal can connect to a tower, and you can have, in fact, have a voice communication for at that particular distance. Given that this 21 miles represents an enormous area that.
Mr. Shanks, and I'm trying to get to the heart of this thing. When Mr. Masters was testifying, you were only interested in finding out, Mr. Schoeneman, what that ability was, not in the towers in Manhattan, but the ones in Laredo. Equally, I want you to stick to the same things with regard to your witness. I'm not talking about what the towers in the flatlands of somewhere in this country, but in those here in this area. Thank you.
So let me direct a question to you about that, Mr. Shanks. So the judge is interested in knowing more specifically about cell phone range of cell phone towers in Laredo as opposed to Los Angeles or as opposed to some sparsely populated rural area. Can you speak to whether Agent Masters' report reflects anything about the cell phone range of the towers that he documents or that he reports data from in his report?
To the extent that he delved into the area of drive tests, they would imply a range where a signal would be sufficient in order to provide communication. I believe that he offered.
I'm sorry, Mr. Shank. In order to provide what? We didn't hear that word.
To provide the distance that in fact that he projected. His estimated guess was that the cell towers in Laredo, Texas, could operate at 3.5 miles approximately.
And is it your conclusion that that's the maximal distance of a cell phone tower range in Laredo, or is it possible to reach that conclusion at all from Agent Masters' report?
To the extent that he implied a shaded area in which he delineated, from his drive test data, that would be the implication. Now, obviously, I would have an objection in regards to that particular drive test data because it is not the same as what a cell tower network experiences in operational fashion. But that's a long discussion.
Mr. Schenk, did you hear Agent Masters testify that one can use cell phone tower records, which I understand to be essentially call detail records, for the purpose of establishing whether a phone is mobile, moving from one point to another? Can you comment on whether those particular records can be used in that fashion reliably?
No, it cannot be because the network computer is constantly leveling the amount of traffic and activity across all of its network resources. So if one particular tower gets very, very busy, it will in fact offload that tower to other towers that are nearby that can handle that signal, but will then relieve congestion on the first tower. So a cell phone can be stationary and yet be transferred from one cell tower to another cell phone.
And is it also the case then the cell phone that is moving may have a series of geolocation data that appear to indicate that the cell phone is in fact stationary? Is that also possible, the converse situation?
Perhaps a little bit more problematically. Agent Masters came up with if you have activity to the south of a network and the north of a network, the implication is that the cell phone moves. He's almost correct in generality. Yes, I would in fact agree. But there is such a thing as the antennas have characteristics of what they call a front lobe, and they also have which radiates the maximum amount of its energy outward. But they also have what they call side lobes. And if you're fairly near the tower, you even have a rear lobes of energy emanating from a tower. So, as I said, Agent Masters is generally correct, except with those potentially infrequent provisos. So typically we are not certain whether a cell phone is moving just because it changed from one cell tower to another cell tower.
I want to move on to per call measurement data, or I believe to what was called timing advance data. Can you comment on, well, first can you just tell us what is per call measurement data?
Per call measurement data is a method that was developed in order to find what they call hotspots in their network. And that is, where is there a concentration of cell phone activity, and does that imply that the network has potentially a service problem in that particular hotspot area? And one technique that the fact that they utilized in order to do this is attempting to locate, they use different sources in order to accomplish that, but the one that Agent Masters focused on was the round trip delay measurement, which is a simple measurement just like a radar that sends a pulse out and then waits for an echo in order to come back. Takes that measures that time interval, divides it by 2, and multiplies it by speed of light.
Did you review the per call measurement data in this case specifically?
I did.
And how did you review that?
By looking at the individual records and the progression of those particular records. And what I did is I took the time interval at time T1 and then looked at the next record time, which is time T2, and that time difference is a time interval that I use in order to establish what the difference is between the location data that is provided within the PCMD records. So at time interval 1, we have a particular location. At time interval 2, we have another location. And then I calculated the distance between those two locations and divided it by the time period that it took in order to travel that particular distance. And I found enormous anomalies in regards to the data that in fact was being provided by Sprint within their records.
You say in your report that you found, from your own review of the PCMD records in this case, known inaccuracies and egregious errors. How many of that kind did you find?
I found, how did I classify an error? If by the technique I just described, if I found that in fact from one location to another location, the speed with which that changed exceeded 125 miles per hour, which I consider to be virtually impossible or improbable, certainly within a city limit. I found 5,863 errors within the data set that I had analyzed. There were 22,243 records provided, and within those I found, like I said, 5,800 some that were in error.
I'm sharing my screen again, which is a page from your report, and it contains 3 examples of the 5,000 or 6,000 errors of this kind that you identified in the PCMD records. Can you just explain one of these 3 examples for us, and how it is that you can conclude that the PCMD data is in fact inaccurate or erroneous, the data as reported by Sprint?
As I just explained, at a particular moment in time, we have a location where Sprint believes that the cell phone is located. It may actually give a specific latitude and longitude location for that particular phone. On subsequent measurement, they do the same. If in fact we now determine the time interval, then we know the time interval for which that the distance translation has in fact occurred. So I did that calculation throughout those 22,000 records. As I said, I found 5,800 impossibility. So the location information provided by IPCN records has very serious errors.
Can you comment then on the disclaimer that Sprint itself provided when it provided these PCMD records, and what you consider the significance of that disclaimer to be?
as to using PCMD data to draw conclusions about the location of the cell phone?
Well, my impression of that is that, in fact, they utilize these records for their own network operating purposes, etc., and they are not interested in testifying in support to these particular records, and so therefore, in their disclaimer, they say, for not to use these for location purposes. As I've indicated, the location within those records are very, very serious errors.
And is that an error that implicates the reported geolocations in the data?
I would certainly think so. I mean, this is courtroom evidence that's being presented to the court. It's being outed, being records for Prop Spring, and they are prosecution is using them in order to prove their case. My position is that these records are hopelessly flawed, and therefore do not belong in the courtroom.
And you specifically, from your own review of these records, identified more than 5,000 errors in the PCMD records, and as many as, in your report, it says 6,979 improbabilities. Is that correct?
Yes. The suggestion was that I originally indicated that if the speed is the translational speed from one time period to another time period, it exceeds 90 miles per hour. That's highly improbable.
So you're inferring that there must be some error in the records because, as I understand it, you're looking at two PCMD records that report geolocations and a timestamp, and you're saying essentially that a human being or a cell phone could not travel that distance in the reported time interval. Is that a correct understanding of how you identified errors or what you believe to be errors?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Then let's go to finally the Google data. In your last section of your report, you indicated that the Google location, geolocation evidence or data that Agent Masters refers to in his report is based on a proprietary algorithm that cannot be peer reviewed. Can you explain what you mean by that?
That in fact it is Google's proprietary algorithm, and they are not sharing it. At least that I'm not aware that they are sharing it, and I'm not able, in order to do the same calculations that they do and come up with the same conclusions that they come up with. I have no ability, even in order to do that, because I do not know the procedure and the method that they use for their particular purposes.
So if Google does not share this or make it accessible to a third-party analyst like yourself, is peer review even possible, or verification of the reported data? Is that even possible?
No, it's not. It's not possible. It is a proprietary algorithm that they're not sharing. I mean, the only information that they do share, and of course they can ask for to that, is that they base it on the CDR records, which of course is cell tower records, and those have those very, very largest error budget. There are Wi-Fi information that they collect, and the third collection source is in fact global decision network, GPS, which is highly accurate.
I want to just finally conclude here that Agent Masters testified, I believe, in his testimony, that there's no error rate whatsoever, as I understood his testimony, in using the CSLI methodology. Can you comment on that?
Well, in a general sense, when I would tend to agree, except that there are there are certain circumstances, whatever. For instance, it is very difficult in order to know how far a cell phone signal that is unobstructed can in fact reach out and provide connection. And as I indicated, National Institute of Standards and Technology has published on two separate occasions, both 2007, 2014, that for GSM networks, that which is 21 plus mile. And that's based upon the timing advance that in fact is done within the compression algorithm.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this may be getting too technical. All I'm
Well, I think he answered your question, and he went on, and you allowed him to go on and on.
Right. But I'm not sure that I wanted to know of your comment on whether this particular methodology has no error rate whatsoever. That is it always possible to use this technology to locate a cell phone in?
Can you describe what technology you're talking about?
I'm referring to a methodology actually that draws from several technologies, Your Honor, as I understand.
Which methodology?
It's,
Because the only methodology, any methodologies that Mr. Because right now your witness is trying to assist the court in determining whether or not Mr. Masters testifies or not. So can we direct it to Mr. Masters' use of that technology as opposed to just technology out there that Mr. Masters may or may not have used at all?
Well, Mr. Schenck, you've reviewed Agent Masters' report, and he relies on several different sources of telecommunication information to draw conclusions about whether a cell phone was mobile or stationary and its specific location in space. Can you comment on the reliability of that methodology to reach those conclusions?
My opinion is that the sources of information utilized are insufficiently precise in order to provide a location for a phone.
And what about for?
So are you really saying that no one can find a phone using this methodology? Is that what you're saying, Dr. Schenck?
Essentially, yes. That the call detail records are sufficiently imprecise.
So if I leave my phone at the HEB on a shopping cart, and I go home, and I find my phone, and it uses Google technology to do that. I don't need to know how they use it, but I know they use it. And I happen to go out there, and it tells me it's there, and I go there and it's there. Does that mean that it's flawed, or does that mean that it just got lucky, or what? What does that mean?
In most instances, yes, the answer is that in fact you got lucky.
So it could have directed me. It could have directed me to you know, the Walmart parking lot, and even though I had never been to Walmart, maybe I would have thought somebody stole it and took it to Walmart. But it didn't. It directed me to the HEB parking lot, where in fact I find my phone. So that's just pure luck.
And where did you get the information that led you to that particular?
Well, I'm just saying I use the find. Let's say I use my Find My Phone technology, which is Google technology, right? Is it, or I don't know, is it Apple? Apple uses Google. I'm not sure what it is, but there. Have you ever seen that app on the phone?
Yes, that's an Apple technology.
Yeah.
Correct.
So then it finds it, right? At least this is where it was. This is where it is. Or sometimes it's just where it was before it was turned off, or whatever it may have been, right? But so how does that technology work?
Well,
Is it GPS?
Yeah, probably yes. You don't have to ask Apple in regards to how.
Right, but because they don't.
Information.
Right, but does that mean that because they don't tell you, because you don't know, does that mean that you should not rely on it, despite the fact that numerous and countless times it's been used and it works?
But that's not an evidence here at this court.
Well, there was evidence by if you remember, I'm sorry I'm asking the question, but there was evidence, Mr. Masters, that in fact said that I've used this type of, maybe not the one I'm talking about, but the one he talked about, used it many times to find phones, to find whoever it was that he said he was finding. And you said, well, he just got lucky on those, that he found them? With that?
I think.
With his methodology?
I think Mr. Masters was exaggerating in regards to the precision in which location can in fact be inferred. Certainly so from call detail records and also from PCFD records. And as we indicated, as far as Google technology is concerned, or for that matter, Apple technology, we have no knowledge.
No knowledge that it could or could not work.
Well, obviously, as you indicated, as far as Apple technology is concerned,
No, I'm just using it as an example. I'm not, actually I haven't lost my phone, but I'm just using it here for you just as an example. I mean, you're just saying with that type of technology, whether it be Google or Apple in that scenario that I gave you can't say, yes, it works or doesn't, or it doesn't work, because you're saying I have no way of testing it because I don't know what algorithm they use.
right.
All right.
I want to clarify something here, because I think your Agent Master's report reflects that he considered a number of different types of geolocation data, some of which is GPS satellite based, but very few points of data are of that kind. And then there are these other types of, and your cell phone basically has to be on, you know, and then the location software activated for the phone to be reporting that type of data. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so if your Google location is turned off, your cell phone is not going to be able to report data of that kind. Satellite data.
Oh, well, yes, that is correct.
But it might still report other types of location data that is not as precise as satellite data.
That is correct. There is an occasion in E911, a situation of emergency situation. If you have a modern phone, a smartphone that has a GPS total position system chip in it, it can in fact then triangulate and precisely find your phone sufficient enough for emergency confirmation.
Now, if Ms. Hernandez's phone did not have the Google location software either activated on her phone and was reporting cell phone connections with cell phone towers, how precise would that data by itself be in enabling somebody to find that phone?
The phone can be anywhere within 500 square. Phone can be anywhere within 500 square miles, based upon cell tower information. If you know the cell tower and you happen to know the sector, then 1/3 of a circle represents 500 square miles. The entire circle is 1,500 square miles.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shane.
Are you going to ask any questions?
Yes, Your Honor, very briefly.
Yeah, take that back with you. Yeah, you're right. Thank you for remembering that.
Mr. Alexander, would you like this?
He doesn't have to be that close to you either. It can be on the
This is shared.
Yes, we can keep the report. I do intend on using it.
Quickly, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Shane, I want to talk about something that you had testified to earlier. Earlier, you had testified that
I took it off. Were you supposed to leave it on?
I'm sorry, what?
The shared document.
Oh, yes, we were going to keep that on.
Okay, sorry, I took it off. Go ahead and put it back on.
You had testified earlier that at least on one occasion you have testified on the prosecution side. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was with regards to CDRs and advanced time methodologies?
Well, the CDR is not the
CDRs. Okay, that's fine. Today, you testified that you believe CDRs do not belong in a courtroom at all.
That's correct.
But you've testified before about CDRs in a courtroom for the state.
That's correct.
All right. And I assume that was for the purposes of proving the case in chief and convicting an individual of some sort of crime.
The individual was in a review process, and then on that particular occasion, we had specific information from the cell tower manufacturer.
Okay, you can stop right there. That's all I needed to know. It seems like an appellate issue. That's not important. I just wanted to know if you were testifying for the state. Okay.
Right.
Now, I want to talk to you about your report. If we could go to the first, this page 2 of the report, where it discusses the record and materials review.
Down?
This?
Yeah. I don't know if it's that or not, but it may not be.
I think it is.
It's probably not. Turn that off, see what happens. Okay.
All right, I'll just speak up. So
All right.
A little bit higher, please, on the top of page 2. Thank you. Right there's fine. Thank you so much. So for this case, and in generating your report, you reviewed the FBI CAS report that was authored by Special Agent Andrew Masters, the PCMD records of Sprint with regards to Mr. Ronald Burgos-Aviles' phone, and the Sprint's disclaimer file, which was admitted earlier, I believe, as defense's non-jury Exhibit 1. You know that Special Agent Masters' report also utilized Motorola GPS data from a Motorola report that was generated?
I did not review that information.
But that was part of his report.
I did not review that portion
Okay.
of this record.
Okay, that's fair. Now, you gave an opinion about Google data, but you didn't review the Google data, according to your report.
That is correct.
You also didn't review the AT&T records with regards to the victim's phone in this case, but you did give an opinion as to what your beliefs were about those records. Is that correct?
I don't believe I did, but as far as opinion is concerned, the those records that Mr. Masters did not use are hopelessly in error. I would certainly not rely on those.
Well, the question was simply, did you review the AT&T records from the victim's phone that were relied on?
I did not.
Okay.
I did not.
All right.
I did
No
the
need to
location
go
of the
further.
victim.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive. That's all I need.
Same.
Okay, and finally, Special Agent Masters' report relied on various surveillance footage that corroborates the locations by identifying the defendant's kilo unit that he was driving and issued on April 9th. You also didn't review those videos, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, would you agree with me that in order for a phone to ping to a particular tower, it would have to be within the coverage area of the tower it's pinging or having a handshake with?
If it's within 21.87 miles, yes.
Well, that's not the question. I'm talking specifically about coverage area.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, coverage area.
No, I believe what you're talking about is data from a 2014 NIST special publication 800-101 revision 1 report that talks about the maximum range of a cell tower and the radio frequencies coming out of it being 21 plus miles.
That is correct.
Yes.
As Agent Masters testified, a radio frequency signal goes out and it goes out ad infinitum.
But Special Agent Masters also testified, and you were here to hear that at a certain point, that radio frequency becomes insufficient to connect to a cell tower and to have a voice call or a text message. And so that's why those towers have coverage areas.
And that is correct. And the National Institute of Standards and Technology said that range is 21.87 miles.
Well, I'm glad you bring that up. Are you aware that the author of this report had been reached out to by the FBI with questions as to where they got that 21 plus miles?
Yes, I've heard that story before, and then it goes back to supposedly Wikipedia and all of that. And I've attempted to slay that particular lie by indicating that the compression algorithm that is used in timing advance, in fact, it represents a physics calculation in regards to what that distance is.
Okay, well, may I have two non-jury for State's Exhibit 2?
All right, non-jury, what's it going to be? State non-jury 3 and 4 or 2 and 3?
2 and 3, Your Honor.
Okay, well, we can tag that later. We got to go.
Okay, yes, Your Honor.
So it's going to be 2 and 3. 2 is going to be the thin document, and 3 will be, you can write on it for now,
3 is going to be
the thicker document.
well, 2 is going to be the thicker document.
I just did it the other way around.
Oh, okay, well, we'll do it that way. 2 is the thinner one, 3 is the thicker one.
You don't have to show it to anybody. Let's go.
Okay. Yes,
It's a
Your Honor.
non-jury.
Well, I have the email message as State's non-jury exhibit number 2, showing that the author did reply to the FBI and did in fact say that they retrieved that data from Wikipedia.
So that's 2 and 3. Non-juries 2 and 3 are admitted.
All right, moving along then. And we've already discussed about how your issue in number 1, that CDRs are insufficient precise of location, be of substantive value in a courtroom. We've already discussed how there was 5 independent sources, so I'm not going to touch that anymore. But
Well, you just touched on it.
well, what I am going to get into is on your point in number 2, the PCMDs, and how you allege in your report that they contain serious errors. And I want to go to them. If we could go to page 4 of the report with error example 1, error example 2, and error example 3, please. Thank you so much. So the errors that you're listing here are of the GPS locations, and then you give the latitude and longitude coordinates, and you say that those are erroneous. Is that correct?
No, I'm not saying that the records are erroneous. That's what's in the records. I'm saying that it is not possible for the cell phone in order to move from one record to the next record at 281 miles per hour.
All right.
Okay, fair. But you do know that in reviewing the Sprint's key to understanding the PCMD reports, at the very bottom, and this would be defendant's non-jury exhibit 1, I believe, that they say the latitude and longitude found on PCMD reporting is not historic GPS for this device. Yet you, the expert here testifying today, indicate that it is GPS, but it's not. Could you clarify? Could you clarify what you mean by that?
It is not GPS location. That is correct.
Okay. And are you also aware that Special Agent Master's report did not include this GPS location, or, well, I won't even call it that, but this longitude and latitude recording?
These are the records that, in fact, that he utilized in his report, because these are the data sets that, in fact, are part of his report.
Yes.
So, and I'm attempting to indicate that these records are in part flawed. And I'll give you three examples.
Well, it's okay.
Mr. Shank, hold on a second. I will need you to answer the questions and only the questions, sir. All right? You've had plenty of opportunity during the direct examination to expand on a lot of what you're saying. Here on cross, I need you just to answer the questions.
In fact, I'll make it simpler. Let's just do yes and no. So you are aware then, because you have reviewed his report, that Special Agent Masters did not, in his report, utilize these longitude and latitude coordinates?
I'm not aware that he's not using them.
Well, he testified on the stand earlier that he did not use them. Do you recall that?
He's indicated to use multiplicities of sources. This is one source.
Well,
All right, let's move on. Next question.
next question then, Your Honor. Are you also aware that if you plotted these out onto a map, they would all fall within the band that Andrew Masters in his report did utilize?
That was my presumption, yes.
Okay. Do you use Google or Apple Maps to navigate around town where you live or anything like that?
I do.
And you are aware that Google, with regards to its GPS, does have patents explaining the technology that they utilize in that, correct?
Yes, I'm aware that they have patents.
So it's not a proprietary technology that nobody has access to and nobody can peer review and nobody can read and understand. They have patents in the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office showing how this technology works.
I'm not aware.
Moving on. And are you aware, in your report, you indicated that, again, you didn't review the Google data, but you did make an opinion about it, and you referred to this Google geofencing evidence. Are you aware that the Google data set that was provided in this case had absolutely zero geofencing evidence?
What was the Google records that in fact were utilized in this Master's report?
Well, I don't care to testify, but I believe it's GPS data, not geofencing. If I'm not mistaken, those are two different things.
That is correct. The global positioning satellite is very, very different from geofencing. Now, the geofencing indication is...
I don't need objection, Your Honor, non-responsive. I don't need a narrative.
I think I've heard enough. Any other questions so we can close out this hearing? Okay, and so then the request is by the. Oh, thank you, Mr. Shank. The request then was from the defense that we should strike, that the court should strike any efforts to have Mr. Mistress testify on behalf of the state as an expert in what the report is and what the opinions that he gives out on what they call the report, which is a PowerPoint presentation. And so would you care to just give me an argument on that so we can finish this out?
Sure, Your Honor. So.
What?
I believe we bear the burden in this
Okay,
case.
I don't need argument from you all on that
Yeah,
end.
we
That's
bear the
fine.
burden, Your Honor. I think
I don't need argument from you all on that end.
Yes, Your
If you
Honor.
want, you can rebut on his argument, but I really, I know exactly where y'all coming from, and I don't need. Yes.
So, Your Honor, the Daubert test is what we're asking the court to apply, and it applies here when an expert is testifying on the basis of some kind of scientific technology. The technologies in this particular case were developed by cell phone companies for the purposes of managing their network, identifying locations where to build new cell phone towers to enhance their coverage and so forth. They specifically disclaim, and that's the disclaimer that we offer to the court, that it's appropriate to use this data, PCMD data, for the purpose of identifying a location of a cell phone. That's an explicit disclaimer, and law enforcement is using it precisely for that disclaimed purpose. So that's the first thing, Your Honor, that the data has been developed for a specific purpose.
Maybe they just don't want to get sued if it happened to be wrong.
Well, they actually say that it is wrong. They make a representation in that disclaimer that the data is erroneous, there are errors in it, and that they cannot explain, they will not certify it. And that gets to another factor, actually, among the Daubert factors, which is whether it can be peer-reviewed, whether it can be tested. Because this is a proprietary...
Well, I'm not sure that, in fact, that's what the Daubert, it's a factor, but it's not an exclusive factor. It's not the determining factor. It's not, you know what I'm saying? Like y'all are making it sound like if it's not peer-reviewed, it's gone. And that's not what Daubert actually stands for.
No, it doesn't, Your Honor. But what Daubert did was the court said that there were 5 factors for the court to weigh. And the 5 factors were empirical testing, peer review and publication, error rate, maintenance of standards, and general acceptance. Okay?
It's definitely generally accepted, right?
Not
Plenty of
within
articles on it.
Not within the telecommunications community, because Sprint, which developed these technologies, say they cannot be used for the purpose that the FBI is using them. Their engineers are the ones that develop.
But maybe they mean they cannot be used alone for that purpose.
Well, we're not aware of any peer review, and I don't think the state has offered any articles that are peer reviewed. They've come up with one article published by one engineer and an investigator.
Which talk about PCM.
But it's not a pure. It's not. There's no.
So do you think that the magazine IEE or the organization would put in an article on in their journal that was a bunch of junk?
I think.
Do you think that's what would happen? That's
No.
what these journals stand
I think
for.
journals publish articles that are the views of the authors. They've identified one journal article that doesn't actually conduct any sort of empirical study of any of these technologies. It's just simply a review of the various kinds of approaches. It approves of some, it disapproves of others.
And in that article, they also talk about Cherry Biometrics.
Yes.
And they talk about the way they do things and the way they use things, and that it says in that article, here it is. When they talk the areas of overlap, they sort of, I think they sort of chuckle at the fact that Cherry Biometrics says you can't use this for that purposes, and then another company comes in and says that in fact you should use that for that purpose. So in other words, that there is all these different types of opinions with regard to that type of thing. It says, while arguments put forward by experts like Cherry Biometrics, which boil down to a particularly random selection of the best server among many sectors, are certainly false, there are locations where at the same spot a phone may be served by 2, and in some cases more than 2 sectors. And Mr. Brown talked about that particular situation, and so did Mr. Schenck. It says here, another continuous point in U.S. courts is whether a conical, a pie or wedge shape should be used to represent sector coverage. Experts such as Cherry Biometrics and ZX, Section X, have argued in court that because of overlaps, the sector coverage should be modeled by an appropriately scaled antenna radiation pattern in the dB units. However, that these two companies use these same patterns to reach totally opposite conclusions. It says Cherry Biometrics to claim that nothing can be said about the locations of the phone. Section X to provide allegedly very accurate estimates of the possible locations of the phone.
Your Honor, I'll just point out.
In that article, by the way.
I only had the most brief opportunity to skim through this.
So did I.
article. But I would just say for the record that this article is critical of FBI testimony as well. It's not an unequivocal endorsement of how the FBI has been using this technology. That's I can tell that, and I can offer the court excerpt from this as well that are critical of FBI testimony using cell phone data for these purposes.
There is no question that there has been a lot of, and I don't know if FBI, but a lot of testimony from in many courts across. In fact, probably even in these courts here in this county early on, when that sort of expert analysis was being given to a jury that in fact made some erroneous conclusions that in fact the cell phone tower that was the closest was in fact the one that was catching that phone. That is not what Mr. Brown is saying. I mean, Mr. Masters is saying here today. In fact, he said that it was the best quality and the best, I don't know what else about that. And I don't think that your expert disagreed with that at all either.
No, I think both experts agree that cell phone.
It's not the closest one. It's the one that provides the best one.
It's the one with the strongest signal, which is precisely why.
Strongest and best quality, I think.
Right, which is precisely why cell phone tower records, and just to be clear, we were referring to those throughout this hearing as call data records, I believe. Those are cell phone tower records. In other words, they don't provide any information about the location of the phone. They provide information about the cell phone location of the cell phone tower, and one has to infer from that about an area, a broad area, in which the cell phone could be. And that's all one can conclude from those records unless one uses the PCMD data. And that is the data that Mr. Schenck found by comparing, and I don't know if this illustration was clearer, but the way that I understand that he is able to identify 5,000 or 6,000 errors is by comparing consecutive PCMD data reports, and each one contains geo-coordinates as well as a timestamp. And he calculates basically could the phone. Right,
but that's not what Mr. Masters did in his calculations. He didn't use the geo points that Mr. Schenck used to calculate the particular movements. He used another part of the data for that.
He relies on PCMD data in his report,
but not in the calculation that was made of the longitude and latitude that was made by Mr. Schenck. He relied on another part of the data for that portion.
I think that
Mr. Schenck makes it sound like if that was the exclusive item that in fact Mr. Masters used, but in fact Mr. Masters didn't use that for that particular calculation.
I think the point that Mr. Schenck is making, and this is substantiated by Sprint's disclaimer, is that the data can't be relied on, and it's erroneous. They won't stand by it themselves, the way it's reported. And he's been able to show that the data, as reported by Sprint, must be erroneous because human beings and cell phones can't travel these distances.
See, you're sticking to the same calculation, which I already told you was not in fact used by Mr. Masters.
The data,
I'm sorry. Try not to interrupt me, not just because you shouldn't, but because the court reporter can't catch both of us at the same time.
I apologize.
Yeah.
he relies on the data that Sprint says is erroneous and that they do not stand by. It's in his report, it is used, and it is necessary really for him to reach any conclusions at all about location because the call data records are insufficient because the only information they have is the cell phone tower. One cannot conclude anything from the location of a cell phone tower other than the phone is just in the general vicinity. Could be a very large distance.
Yeah, and you're arguing something that I don't think that Mr. Masters actually said that he could do.
No, but in order to draw any conclusions at all, he has to rely on the PCMD data. And the point is, Mr. Shank has reviewed that data and identified 5,000 to 6,000 egregious errors in the way that that data is reported. It is absolutely critical, as I understand it.
The point was that, however, he did not go directly to the analysis that was made by that particular information in the manner it was used by Mr. Masters. He just used just generally to provide his points on other issues, but not specifically on those. And in fact, he also missed out on a lot of other data that was used by Mr. Masters to do the same thing. So I appreciate your argument. I don't need a rebuttal from the state or a reply. Your motion to exclude Mr. Masters' testimony as a expert in this particular narrow area will be denied, and your motion to exclude a portion of whatever testimony you were trying to keep out is also denied. Thank you. It is 1 o'clock. The jury's probably walking in. I don't know how we're going to do it for. Did you all make arrangements? No, right, to be able to get a meal? So, can you find out what we can do in terms of for the the defendant and you all as well? Send me the bill. Yeah, we're gonna need about 45 minutes or so. So, let's see what we can do. Keep them here until maybe we can get something quickly over here. Thank you. Oh, wait, give me a second until we find out. Can you coordinate with Saul? It might be open over here. The door. All right, thank you.
All right.
Please have a seat. And the jury's getting ready to come in, so it'll take a couple of minutes more. Just so that it's clear, Mr. Schenk or Dr. Schenk? Mr. Schenk?
Yes.
Okay. It was very difficult for the court reporter to understand a lot of the stuff he was saying. We could hear him, that wasn't the problem. It was just the muffledness of his voice. So understand that, in fact, that may be problematic for the record. And I know it probably wouldn't have been much difference if he would have been here, but it definitely added the fact that he was via, what was it, Zoom or whatever you call it, yeah. So in case he's going to come back in, make sure that you understand that if he is going to be brought back for some reason.
Thank you, Your Honor. Court doesn't want to redo the hearing. I thought that might be where you're going.
Huh?
I thought you might be where you were going was that you wanted to redo that hearing.
No. Good. I heard it enough. More, for the record, I heard plenty. Everyone heard plenty. We're just waiting for the jury. One more. I'm going to ask you for a huge favor. Go throw this out. Because se me enfrió todo completamente. When it's in a ceramic cup, it goes cold really quick. That's why I leave them in a foam cup, because I don't drink it real fast. I used to have a hot plate. Third, Thank you, everyone. Please have a seat. Good afternoon now, members of the jury. I was slightly off with my timing of the how lengthy things would be this morning, so I apologize in as much as that disappointed you, and I know that you probably could have done a lot more things this morning if we would have known, but unfortunately I did not. So I'll try and do my best to be able to coordinate that a little bit better. I mean, I'd like to follow some apologies also with some good news, I guess, for you. We will not be here on July 3rd, so we won't be back until July 5th. Okay. Maybe that'll sweeten it up a little. Okay, Mr. Desondo, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The State calls Special Agent Andrew Masters to the stand.
Mr. Masters. Mr. Masters, I know that you've been sworn in, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Please have a seat right over here.
Permission to proceed. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Could you, for the record, please state your full name?
Sure. Andrew Masters. Last name is Masters.
And if you could you please scoot the mic up
Sure.
a little closer to you?
Yep.
All right. How are you currently employed?
I am a special agent with the FBI.
Okay. And how were you employed back in 2018?
Likewise, as a special agent with the FBI.
Okay. And how long have you been with the FBI?
I joined the Bureau in 2011.
2011. Okay. And what are your duties currently at the FBI?
Currently, I'm assigned to the Honolulu Division in Hawaii, where my primary responsibilities are attached to what's called the Cellular Analysis Survey Team, what you will hear me refer to as CAST.
Okay. And what is it that CAST does?
CAST is a group of about 75 agents. We've got specialized training in the cellular communications industry, both in how information flows through the network when you place a call or send a text message or are using data like Facebook or surfing the internet. And then we also have training on the records that are generated when your phone does connect to the network. And we use those records to determine a general location where your device was or a device was, either at a point in time in the past or where it is currently.
Okay. And let's talk a little bit about your background.
Sure.
What's your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in accounting.
Okay. And with regards to the responsibilities that you handle there with the FBI at CAST, what kind of special training or experience do you have doing those historical cell site analysis?
Okay. So in order to be certified, a CAST certified agent, there is a certification process. It usually takes about 18 months to 2 years, depending on how often the classes are offered. It starts off with the basic class. It's a week long, or now it's a few days long. And it's learning just what it says, the very, very basic information about how phones work and what kinds of records are generated. Once you go through that training, you go back to your office and start working cases under the mentorship of a certified CAST agent. And then from there, you can progress to the advanced class, and you learn a greater depth of knowledge of what happens in the records and what happens within the network. From there, you go back, and again, this process is repeated, where you take a class, go back and work more records to get the experience. Then after that, there is what's known as a field training exercise. That is a mock events simulating exigent circumstances, such as a kidnapped child or a terrorist event where you are looking for phones in real time. And then once you successfully pass those, and at each step along the way, you have to successfully pass. You're constantly evaluated. Once all those have been passed and you are selected to go through the actual certification course, that's a month-long course, broken into two different 2-week segments. The first 2 weeks is focused in deep diving and getting down to the nuts and bolts of a cellular communication core network. So when your phone connects to a cell tower, how does that information flow all the way through the network to reach another cell phone or another landline? We also have cell phone providers come out. So let me backtrack. So the core network, that instruction is provided by a professor from the Florida Institute of Technology, FIT. These are the same professors that are teaching the network engineers or the future network engineers before where they get their engineering degree to go on to be employed in the industry. Excuse me. So after that, we get trained by the providers themselves. So Sprint, AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon, they send their network engineers along with their their records experts to train us about the nuances that happen within their own networks. There's a lot of similarities in how phones work, but within the networks there's a lot of differences on how it's recorded in the records and how to read those records to understand what the provider is telling us. The second 2-week portion is focused on what's called drive testing, using industry standard equipment to actually physically drive the area to measure the cell signals of a particular tower so that we can actually map the footprint of that tower or the coverage area. I'll use those interchangeably, coverage area and footprint, meaning the same thing. So we can actually determine where a phone could connect to a tower and where it could not connect to a tower. And then finally, the last portion of that is focusing on providing expert testimony, such as I'm doing here today.
Okay, pretty extensive.
It is.
How many hours would you say in total of training have you received?
Through the entire learning process to become certified is over 300 hours. We additionally, every year, we have a recertification, a week-long recertification, where the providers come back out. Sprint has since been acquired since this case took place. So it is now under T-Mobile. So we have T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon come back out to tell us any changes that have occurred in their network or any anticipated changes that will be coming in our network that might affect our ability to locate a device. So to date, including all that training, I have over 500 hours of training.
And let's talk about your experience. I want to hone in on something you mentioned earlier. You said you have these field training exercises, correct?
Yes, correct.
And those are part of your training?
It's part of the training, correct, to get certified.
What again do they deal with?
So it's a mock exercise. So it's a course where the students come in and they say, okay, a child has just been kidnapped. Here are the records that, the very basic records, find that phone. And it's up to the students to use the records that were provided, and more importantly, to think about what other records are available, go get those records or request those records, and use, it's kind of more of a global attempt, not just focusing in on one data set, but what else could be available that could help us locate that device.
And let me ask you, in your actual experience working as a certified CAST agent, have you ever had to deal with exigent circumstances such as that in the real world?
Yes, I have.
Could you provide maybe a couple examples?
The three that are probably the most well known is I was one of the CAST agents that was at the Pulse nightclub shooting in Orlando. I was at the Austin serial bombing that occurred in 2018, where an individual was leaving bombs or package bombs on doorsteps. And then I was the CAST agent that worked on the Sutherland Springs active shooter.
Okay. And in addition to that, as part of your work and as part of the data analysis that you conduct, does the FBI use this type of data to find, track, and recover kidnapped individuals?
Yes.
In the real world?
In the real world. We get notified every week. There's not a week that goes by that we have not located a missing child, whether that child was actually abducted, ran away, or something of that nature. Every week I see that.
Okay. And what else has your data through CAST been able to locate, track, find, like we just went over?
Sure. So the kidnapped victims, whether children or adults, we locate them with this technology or this method. We find just missing persons, hikers. We find fugitives, individuals that are wanted by law enforcement, but they are on the run. So we can use the cell phone historical cell site analysis to try to locate where those folks are. So anytime you're looking for a cellular device, this method can be used.
Okay. Now, permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. I'm now approaching with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 103.1.
Yes.
Are you familiar with this?
Yes, it is. Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with this item?
This is the thumb drive I gave you yesterday.
Okay. And what is it that's on that thumb drive? Without getting into detail.
Sure. Just it's my analysis regarding this case.
Okay. And would you say that it would be helpful to the jury if they were able to follow along with your analysis?
Yes, I would.
I'm now tendering to defense State's Exhibit 103.1 for inspection and objection.
Mr. Shonman, do you have this?
Yes.
I just thought that maybe you're going to be lead on this witness.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
No objection, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly on this?
Sure.
publish actually permission to publish the state's demonstrative.
Yes.
And also, Your Honor, permission to publish what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 103.
Yes. Are you going to need him to come down?
No, Your Honor.
Good.
If I may approach the witness again. It'll work on the computer.
Is it switched already to state?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe it's.
There's not from here. You can switch it back and forth. Can you confirm your connections there? Wiggle it. No. There you go. No, that's the other one. Follow the cable around there, see if everything's connected right. It was working earlier. We need it this morning. We need that one for sure. We need the transport. Can you check to see, is one of your computers connected over there or not? No? Just want to make sure that it's isolated to the state version.
We're just going
Yeah, I want to check to see if you can connect it, and you can check to see if the fence computer cable is working.
plug out this and see if it works.
Huh?
We'll plug in there. Oh, I think
We're gonna,
it might be working now.
I'm just testing it. Which one do you have? State. Let's do it there for a second. It's on over here. It's on here. Huh? Gallery's on. Mine's on. Yours?
No, sir.
There must be a connection.
Gallery's working.
Gallery and, the gallery's working.
right.
All right, back on.
Doing it live.
Sorry, once again. Okay, here we go.
Okay. If we could, I guess, you could move to the next slide.
Sure.
All right. So could you please explain a little bit to the jury about what historical cell site analysis entails?
Sure. So the slide you're looking at here is the methodology slide. It shows exactly how I do what I do. 3 pieces of information in order to conduct a historical cell site analysis. Okay. The first is you need what's called call detail records. That is the listing of who called who, when the date and time that they called, and most importantly, what cell site and what cell sector. You may hear commonly referred to as which cell tower. Which cell tower was used to facilitate that communication. Okay, so that's one thing you need. The second thing you need is a list from the providers that tell you exactly where on planet Earth that cell tower is. Okay, and then the last thing you need is the information about the offense itself or the crime scene. And it could be the crime scene itself or any other pertinent locations. So with all that information, we can determine the general location of a device by which cell tower and which cell sector was used, and then determining was that location or was that general location in the vicinity of the crime scene or not in the vicinity of that crime scene.
Okay, and in this particular case, were you able to obtain the data that you needed in order to conduct this analysis?
I did.
And what data was that?
I received quite a bit of data. So there were 2 phones involved, one for the defendant, one for the victim. The defendant had a Sprint phone, so we got the Sprint call detail records, as well as the Sprint, what's called the PCMD report, and I think we'll go into more detail on that shortly. The second thing was the AT&T records for the defendant. I'm sorry, for the victim, and then additionally we got Google location data records associated with the defendant's phone. And then lastly, we got, additionally, we got GPS location data that was taken from the Border Patrol vehicle's radio, the radio on the Border Patrol vehicle. And then finally, I received information from the Laredo Police Department about different locations and dates and times where a Border Patrol truck was observed.
Okay. And as part of your analysis, what's the time frame that we're looking at for your analysis?
So it begins, I believe, on March 25th for a short period of time, and then on April 7th of 2018. But the main focus of the analysis was on April 9th of 2018.
Okay. We can move on to the next slide.
Sure. So this slide is just simply a continuation showing the methodology of Google location data.
Okay, and I see that you have a conclusion. Would you mind reading your conclusion to the jury?
Sure. Historical analysis was performed on the call detail records and Google location data for the target cell phones and target account respectively. The methods detailed above were used to produce the following historical mobile device location analysis maps. All that's saying is all the paragraphs before is the methodology I used to create what you're going to see after.
All righty. We could move on.
Okay.
What are we looking at here?
Sure. So these are just examples of what cell towers or cell sites look like. If you look at the top left, the two on the top left, what's labeled as the monopole tower and the lattice tower, those are the ones that we kind of see, especially driving up and down 35 between Laredo and San Antonio. These are the most visible. And you'll see that there are 3 sets of antennas, one pointed in different directions. And we'll get to more in detail on that in a minute, but that's because most towers in the United States are what are called sectorized towers, or divided into 3 different sectors. The other photos on this are cell sites, but they're more hidden. You'll see one in the flagpole. There's one in a cactus or on sides of buildings. You see those are the cell site antennas that are used to facilitate that communication.
Okay, and with regards to the cell towers here in Laredo.
Yes.
Of those, which ones were we looking at again? Were the most used?
Well, there's several different types here in Laredo. Like over on McPherson, I know that there's some on a water tower. But there's also some that you just see driving around that are going to be on a monopole or a lattice type tower. So there's a variety around.
Okay. We can move to the next slide. What are we looking at here?
Okay. So if you look at the diagram on the right, this is looking at what one of the cell sites from the top down. So as I said before, most cell sites in the United States are sectorized. If we go back to our geometry class, we know that a circle is 360 degrees. Okay. Cellular networks on a sectorized tower, they divide those up into 3 sectors, right, to provide coverage for that full 360. But using 3 different sets of antennas, you can increase the capacity of that one site. So if you look at the red shaded area, that's pointed north, right? So that is sector 1, the blue is sector 2, the 3 is sector 3. And going back to the 360 degrees, if we divide that by 3, each one of those sectors covers approximately 120 degrees.
Okay, and I know you had mentioned that these are coming from the cell site, but just for a little bit more clarification, those are cell towers, or? Correct.
What you're looking at would be what commonly referred to as a cell tower. Each individual set of antennas, the antennas pointed north, would be what I would refer to as a cell site. So you can have multiple cell sites on a cell tower. And if you look in the red shaded area, you see that there's a blue arrow pointed directly north at 0 degrees. In the cell tower records, that's how it's delineated what direction that cell site is pointed. The 0 degrees is the center line of that RF energy. And because the cell site is 120 sector, with the center line at 0 degrees, if we add 60 degrees and minus 60 degrees, that gives us our 120 degree sector.
Okay. We can move on to the next slide. What are we looking at here with regards to map illustrations?
Sure. So this is an example of what you're going to see on the maps in themselves, of the substantive maps. On the left, you'll see the cell site sector that is 120 degrees that we just discussed. There's color coding. For the victim's phone, it will be blue. For an AT&T phone. For the defendant's phone, it will be black. And then on the right, you'll see a box with a blue banner with some information in it. That's what I'm going to refer to as a call-out box. Within that box, you're going to see some information, and that information is shown numerically below with what it corresponds to. So where it says CID 139370724, that is the fingerprint or the serial number almost of that cell site. There is no other cell site in the United States for the AT&T network that is going to have that number. That is specific to that particular cell site. And then for going down, you'll see the date, followed by on the left for number 3 is the phone number that is being mapped. So in this case, it is 956-771-1633, which belong to the victim. And that is the blue sector you see there. Then to the right of that is the time, and that is in central time, local time. Followed by what kind of a transaction was this? In this example, it was an incoming call. So somebody called the victim's phone at this particular date and time. And then lastly, on the number 6 is the azimuth that we just discussed. So in this particular case, it's an azimuth of 120 degrees. So if you recall, the 120 degrees is the center line of that sector, and then subtract 60 degrees and add 60 degrees. So our outer boundaries for this particular sector is 60 degrees, and 180 degrees for our 120 degree sector.
Okay. We can carry on. What are we looking at here when we're seeing something called timing advance illustration?
Sure. So you heard me say something a little bit ago about PCMD. PCMD is a Sprint term that stands for per call measurement data. Okay? It is the Sprint terminology for a more general term which is called timing advance, which I'm showing here. So the question becomes, what is timing advance? Timing advance is an engineering tool used by the networks to optimize their networks. The key to cellular communications is synchronizing all the signals from all the different phones in the area. Because if my phone is trying to reach, the signal from my phone is trying to reach the antenna at the exact same point that somebody else's phone signal is trying to reach the antenna at that same millisecond, it's going to cause interference both for that other person and for me. So the networks have to come up with a way to synchronize that information. So it sends out, the way the TrueCall works is it sends a signal from the tower to the phone, and then the phone repeats that signal back from the phone to the tower. Because RF energy, we know, travels at a constant speed, which is the speed of light.
If you mind, very briefly,
Yes.
What is RF energy?
I'm sorry, radio frequency is what RF stands for.
Okay.
So all the radio waves. So we know that radio waves travel at the speed of light. And if you know how fast something is going, and you know how long it takes to get there, then you can calculate the distance. And that's exactly what timing advance does, is it calculates the distance that a device is from the tower. So you'll see here that I've depicted this in a red arc. What I'm saying here is that that phone is going to be somewhere located within that arc, or it could be slightly inside of that arc. And I can explain why if you'd like.
Okay, well, let's go to, it seems you have another event box or call
Yes,
out.
the call-out box is the same information. The only thing missing is because the timing advance is not user-generated, it's not somebody calling somebody always, so there's no event-type information in there. It's strictly the cell site identifier, dates, the phone number being mapped, and the local time as well as the azimuth.
Okay. Now, why is it that you say it would be in the band or slightly within?
Sure. So there's a theory in RF theory. There is a something called multipath. Okay. So if you and I are talking to each other right now, and you and I, if we have a string between us, right? You are holding the end of a string, and I'm holding an end of a string. It's going in a straight line distance. Okay. So we can measure that distance. Let's see the best way to explain it. So that is the optimal situation, right? I have line of sight to you, or the phone has line of sight to the tower. When we have those situations, it is a very clear calculation to be done that I would be confident that phone would be placed somewhere within that arc. What happens with multipath, though, is that signal doesn't always go straight to the tower, or that signal could bounce around off buildings. It could wrap around a hillside, or it's something of that nature. So what that does is it increases the time. If you go back to our string analogy, you and I have the string, but now we have a bookcase sitting between you and that string now has to go around that bookcase. Well, you and I have not changed positions. We're still the same distance away from each other. However, that string now has to go around the bookcase, causing that string to be longer. And because of that, it cheats the arc a little further out, because it takes just a little bit more time for that signal to come back to the tower. So doing the calculation puts that signal a little bit further away than that device actually was.
Okay. And in your experience, again, as an FBI CAST agent, you've utilized this methodology?
Very often, yes.
Okay.
Daily almost.
We can continue. What is this drive test illustration that you have here?
So in the introduction portion, I told you about how during the certification process we have to learn how to drive test. So what is a drive test? So we use any industry standard equipment. All the networks drive test their networks to verify that their cell sites are covering the areas that they want to cover. We use the same type of equipment, and we physically put Verizon commercials where you had somebody, a guy with a phone up to his ear, can you hear me now? He takes a step, can you hear me now? That's what we're doing. We're just doing it a whole lot faster. So what's called a GAR is collecting all these signals, and it's saying at this point, at this latitude and longitude, I see this cell site at this strength, okay? So one of the things that the cell sites are constantly doing is pushing out information on what's called the pilot channel. It is telling the phones several things. First, if you're not part of my provider network, i.e. if you're not a Sprint phone, then you can't connect to my Sprint tower, all right? The second is the signals, it tells the phones, if you cannot see me at this particular signal strength, you are not allowed to try to connect to me, okay? So our unit captures that information, and then we use that through the post-processing software to generate these maps. And what these maps are telling you is that I would expect that if a phone was located within this pink shaded area, that it is possible to connect to that cell site. If a device is located outside of that, I would not expect it to be able to contact or to communicate with that particular cell site. It would likely communicate with a different cell site that does cover that area.
Okay. And as part of your analysis in this particular case, did you do a drive test?
I did.
And here in Laredo?
Yes, I drove all the pertinent areas. I was driving a lot.
Okay. We can move on to the next one.
Okay.
What are we looking at here?
So this is the subscriber information taken from the records for each of the phone devices. This is a phone for phone 956-771-1633. You'll see is in blue, which is the color I've chosen for the victim's phone. You can see that it's the subscriber is Grizelda Hernandez. Then various information here, what kind of phone, make and model, and et cetera.
Okay.
All right, so the same type of information for the defendant's phone. Phone 863-242-5881, which was a Samsung Galaxy S7 Edge.
And this is his account?
And this, yes, the subscriber for this account is the defendant.
Okay. Alrighty.
And
what are we looking at here?
Finally, so this is the subscriber information for a Gmail account. I said earlier that we obtained Google location data. For Android phones, which the defendant had, they are required to have a Gmail account associated with that device. And because of that, you have a Google account. And that Google account for this particular device is TonyATV19@gmail.com. And because he has a Gmail account, he's automatically enrolled in various Google apps and features.
Okay, and being that this is Google rather than Sprint, is the data that you're looking at from this particular data source the same as what you were looking at in the historic cell site analysis?
No, it's in the analysis you'll see several different data types, right? So you've got one from the call detail records, which is the sectors, one from the PCMD report, which is the ARCs, and then you'll see additional circles showing the approximate location based on the Google location data.
Okay, carry on. What is it that we're looking at here?
I believe it is a carbon copy of what is being displayed to the jury now. This is the legend. This is the information that I'm going to show pictured on the mapping slides without providing all this information, which would clutter up the slides. Where on the top left, if you see the red box with a little pointer on it, that's where the crime scenes are going to be located, and followed by a green box with what looks like a house is the victim's house, residence. The yellow box with a house on it is the defendant's residence. followed by a cyan box, which is the World Trade Bridge. What you'll see below that is a red circle with a camera icon on it. Those are going to be the locations that Laredo PD provided me, where video recordings were obtained showing the Border Patrol truck. Underneath that, I wanted to make clear to you what is Google location versus what is cell site location. So anytime you see that little multicolored G, the Google symbol, that's location data that we obtained from Google. And then finally, the last one is a little icon with a little car in there. That is the Motorola vehicle radio information.
Okay. Now, what about on the right-hand column? What is it that we're seeing there?
Sure. So you're going to see little dots all over the place in the maps. All right. They're going to be either color-coded blue or color-coded black. Those are going to correspond to the networks. So a blue cell tower is a AT&T cell tower. We generally keep it with the marketing color for each provider. So the marketing color for AT&T is blue, so that's generally what we stay with. So a blue cell tower is going to be a blue dot, whereas a black cell tower is going to be black. Below that, you'll see the sectors that we've already discussed. The blue sector is going to be related to AT&T records for the victim's phone, and the black is going to be Sprint records for the victim's phone. And finally, I'm sorry? Okay. Finally, the very last one, it's a blank cell sector with a kind of a semicircle with an arrow. The reason I'm putting this is so it can be clear, it's that little semicircle. The only thing I'm trying to convey there is that's the signal that the radio frequency energy is being pushed. That's where it's directed. It's not saying that that's the coverage area or anything like that. It is simply a way to show you which way the signal is going.
Okay. And so just one thing very briefly. Just so that we're clear for the rest of this, blue is associated with whose phone?
Grizelda Hernandez, the victim.
Okay. And black would be?
Would be Mr. Burgos, the defendant.
All right.
Are you ready?
Yes, whenever you are.
Okay, so we're going to start getting into the actual mapping slides. What I'm showing here is just a general overview. This is what Laredo looks like as regards to cell towers as well as the different points of interest for this particular case. You'll see the red next to the Rio Grande River. That's where the crime scenes were located. And the legend is on the bottom left, so you can kind of correlate where each one of those locations are. And then also the blue and black dots that I just spoke of, those represent the different cell sites or cell towers that are in Laredo.
All righty. Okay. We can carry on.
Okay.
What day are we looking at here?
So this is March 25th of 2018.
And what time frame is this slide depicting?
This particular slide goes from 12:27 p.m. to 1:25 p.m.
Okay. And what is it that you're showing us?
So there's a few different items of interest here. We'll start off with the blue sector. Let's start off the most general, going into the most specific.
Okay.
So the blue sector that's pointing north, that is a phone call that Ms. Hernandez's phone received at 1:04 p.m. Okay, on 3/25 of 18.
Okay.
All right. Then the black sector above it with that arc, that is a timing advance measurement. Okay? So that timing advance measurement, I would expect Mr. Burgos' phone to be within that sector or slightly within sight of that arc. Excuse me, not sector, within that arc or slightly inside of that arc. Okay. And then finally, if you can see all the little tiny red circles there, those are the Google location data showing that Mr. Burgos' device was either at or very, very close to Winfield Park between 12:27 and 1:25 p.m.
And again, the Google is separate from all of the CDR, the cell detail records that have all those arrows.
Correct. They are two completely different systems, and they do not rely on each other whatsoever.
And so your testimony today is that based off of this timing advanced arc that you generated, Mr. Burgos would be either within anywhere of that arc or a little bit inside of it, correct?
Correct. And in this case, it appears that he was inside of it based on the Google location data.
Okay, so the Google then corroborates what the cell detail records are showing you?
I believe it does, yes.
Okay. You can carry on.
Okay, so this is, I'm sorry.
Well, what is the question you asked?
Oh, if we can, what date are we looking at now?
Same date is just immediately following the previous slide chronologically.
Okay, we can just go back real quick.
Sure.
So previous slide ends at 1:25.
Yes,
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, can we move to the next one? What time does this one start?
1:26, so
Okay.
1 minute later.
Okay.
All right, so again, with the blue sector, there was a second incoming phone call that occurred at 2:06 p.m. for Ms. Hernandez's phone. And then the black sectors on these are not timing advance measurements. They are actually a cell site or cell phone activity. There was one incoming call and 2 outgoing calls ranging from 1:29 p.m. to 1:45 p.m. And if you notice, both of those cell sites are facing each other. Generally, what that could indicate, and especially if you start seeing them bounce back and forth between each other, that indicates to us that that phone is somewhere in the middle, in that center line area of where there's overlapping coverage to allow for a phone to move seamlessly from one tower to another.
Okay.
So, sorry.
And then what about the red dots again?
So these are additional Google location data. And if I may, so what happened here is Mr. Burgos' device actually left the Winfield Park area. You can see this larger circle to the north at 1:26.
Okay.
Then continued to the northeast to that very small circle at 1:27 p.m.
Okay.
And then south on the loop at 1:28 p.m. And finally made his way back to Winfield Park between 1:33 and 2:20 p.m. So effectively, the phone was at or near Winfield Park. It left, made a big loop, and then came back to Winfield Park area.
Okay. And how long was it at the Winfield Park area again?
In this particular slide, from 1:33 to 2:20, so not quite an hour.
Okay. We can move to the next slide. What day are we looking at here?
So this is the following month. This is on April 7th of 2018.
Okay. And whose data are we analyzing here?
This is again going to be Mr. Burgos' phone.
All right. And what is it that we're seeing here?
So this is a satellite image with the Google information overlaid on top of it. You'll see that from 4 p.m. to 4:04 p.m., the device was traveling east on East Del Mar until it reached the end point, and at which point it traveled back south along the different roadway you see there and remained in that area from 4:07 to 4:23. And I put little gold brackets to kind of differentiate which data sets went with which information box.
Okay, so he drove eastbound in the top one then, is that correct?
Correct.
And then, I guess it'd be southwest?
Correct. Southwest, still north of the church, but in that little field area.
Okay, and how many days is this prior to the murders?
2 days.
Okay. We can move to the next slide. What day is it that you're showing us here?
So this is the day of the homicides.
And what time is this slide showing?
This is at 5:45 a.m.
Okay, and what is it, actually before that? Whose data are we tracking in this one?
Again, all the Google data was for Mr. Burgos.
Okay, and then what are we seeing?
So this is the last Google location data before the phone left the area of the house. But in the center, you'll see the yellow box with a house. That is Mr. Burgos' residence. The large or the circle around that is the Google location data showing that Mr. Burgos' device was at that location or very near that location at 5:45 a.m.
And when you say at or near, I mean, what are we talking about with regards to this bubble?
So this is the, would you like me to discuss how Google collects data or go approach that way, or?
If we could just discuss why this bubble is the size it is.
So when Google gives us the information, and you'll see that there are varying different sizes of the bubble, of the circles, right? Along with the latitude and longitude that they give what's called an error radius. All right, how confident are they that that phone is at that latitude and longitude? So in this particular case, they believe that the device was smack dab in the middle of Mr. Burgos' residence, but they're 31 meters not sure. It could be 31 meters away. So that's where you see the circle around, which corresponds to the error rate conducted by or determined by Google.
Okay, so is it fair to say then that the latitude and longitude that was provided by Google then is the center of that bubble?
It certainly appears, yeah, oh yes, it absolutely is the center of that bubble.
And then the error rate in meters is what makes the bubble smaller or bigger?
Correct.
Okay, we can move to the next slide then. Date again on this slide?
From here on out, all the dates are going to be on April 9th, 2018, which was the date of the homicides.
Okay, and the time on this one?
This is ranging from 5:53 a.m. to 8:01 a.m.
Okay, and what is it that we're looking at here?
So you'll see the red circle there. That red circle is surrounding the Border Patrol office off McPherson, just north of Bob Bullock Road. And between the times of 5:53 a.m. and 8:01 a.m., there were 190 different readings that Google took, placing him somewhere within that large circle.
Okay, and so were those 190 bubbles smaller or bigger than this one?
So the error radius is ranged from 10 meters all the way up to 122 meters. Rather than put 189 really small bubbles all over the place, I opted to make it a little more clear and just put the largest of all those 190 readings.
Okay, and I'm not sure if you had mentioned this, but on this satellite image, what is the location, or what is the name of the building there?
That's the Laredo North Border Patrol Station.
Okay, we can move to the next slide. What's the time on this slide?
So we move forward a little bit. So at 8:23, so this slide covers from 8:23 a.m. to 8:27 a.m.
Okay, and what is it that we're seeing here?
So again, we're looking at Google location data for the defendant. You'll see the largest of the circles up there towards the north. That is the defendant's phone approaching the area just south of Father McNaboe Park. Then the phone moves to that center circle at 8:24 a.m. And then finally on this slide at 8:27 a.m. The device was in this circle, which is in the very close vicinity of the crime scenes.
Okay, and as part of your investigation in this and analyzing this, do you have an estimate of when the crime had occurred?
I understand what the Laredo PD has told me, but I don't have any independent knowledge.
And what did you learn from the Laredo PD?
That it happened just prior to 10 a.m.
Just prior to 10 a.m.?
Yeah.
And right here, those boxes again indicate the crime scene?
Correct.
But what time is this? Is that last GPS from Google?
At 8:27 a.m.
At 8:27. Okay. We can go to the next slide. All right. What time frame are we looking at here?
So this is at from 8:28 a.m. to 9:26 a.m.
Okay. And what is it that we're seeing here?
All right. So let's see. So we'll start off with the Google circles here. So the circle to the bottom, more to the south, just north of the crime scene area. So Mr. Burgos' device was in this area between 8:28 and 9:03, and with very tight radii, very precise. From 9:05 to 9:26. The device actually moved north just a little bit, but still in that kind of that dirt lot area. Remained there from, like I said, 9:05 to 9:26. Now, if you look more towards the north,
Oh, no, continue.
Okay.
What are we looking at on the north side with the blue box?
sure. So this is video surveillance that was taken at Father Magnabo Park, as provided to me by Laredo Police Department. At 9:09, the victim's vehicle entered the parking lot and parked on the northernmost of those two red dots.
Okay.
At 9:17, the victim moved her vehicle to the southernmost of those two red dots. So I wanted to show the distance between both, because both are accurately where she parked, just at different times. But I wanted to show that in relation to where the crime scenes were, and where Mr. Burgos' phone was at the same time.
Yeah. So just to clarify then, although you have two boxes indicating the crime scene of Grizelda and Dominic, that's just indicating the location of it, right?
Right, that's the locations where their bodies were eventually found.
Okay. But what you're saying is that in this slide, between 9:09 and 9:17, she's captured moving her vehicle
Correct.
in the northern side of the park in the parking lots.
Correct. At 9:09, she entered the park and parked in the northern red dot, and then moved her vehicle to park in the southern red dot.
Okay. If we can continue to the next slide, please.
So, may I comment one thing on this real quick?
Well, sure.
Objection, Your Honor. After question answered.
Was there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
You want a question answered?
Question answered.
Okay.
What's your question?
Yes. What, if anything, is on this slide that you believe to be important?
So, this is where the Google location data ends for the defendant's phone. Okay, so at 9:26, you'll see in this orange box I have to the top right of the map that at 9:26 a.m., Mr. Burgos' phone stops reporting information to Google. And that could be for several reasons.
And what are those several reasons?
It could be that, in general, it could be that a phone is turned off, turned into airplane mode, or there's whatever application or that was using the Google location is closed. In this particular case, based on what I've seen in totality, I believe that there was an application that was closed by Mr. Burgos or the user of the phone, which then stopped the communication flow regarding the location data.
And why do you believe it was an application being closed rather than the phone being put on airplane mode or being shut off?
Because we'll see, as we see in later slides, there's still cellular activity happening. So if there's still cellular activity happening, then the phone has not been turned off and it is not in airplane mode.
Okay. We can go to the next slide then. All right. What time is it that we're looking at here?
All right, so the way I organize the report is I put all the Google information first, and then we're kind of going to backtrack and go over the cellular information. If I put it all on the same slide, it's just going to become very difficult to read and understand. So we're backtracking now. It's still on April 9th, the date of the homicide, but we're backtracking to from 7:43 a.m. to 8:22 a.m. So prior to the arrival at the Magnabo Park.
Okay. And what is it that we're seeing here with all these blue logos and icons?
So these are the cell site sectors that were used by the victim's phone. If you see at the northernmost at 7:43 a.m., her phone received a call, and then if you look at the southern sectors there's two. There's one pointed due north at 0 degrees and one pointed southeast at 120 degrees. That's where at 8:11 is where the sector that was pointed to the southeast, there were two incoming text messages. And to clarify where it says incoming SMS, SMS stands for short message service, which is a text message. So at 8:11, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I guess what I'm going to ask then
Yes.
is at 8:11, the phone is picking up on the sector, like you said, pointing south towards Lake Casablanca?
That's exactly correct.
Okay. And what does the blue dot, I'm sorry, the blue box represent in this slide?
Right, so there's a red dot there with a blue box pointing to it. That's the location of a Chick-fil-A where I was advised by Laredo PD that there was video of the victim's vehicle
And what time was that video?
at 8:09 a.m.
8:09. And at 8:11, her phone is pinging on to the sector heading south towards the lake.
Right, it's receiving 2 text messages on the sector pointing to the southeast.
Okay. And so then, would you say that the video from Chick-fil-A corroborates what the CDRs are telling you?
Absolutely.
And this is with regards to whose phone again?
The victim's phone.
Okay.
Then at 8:22 a.m., the victim's phone used the sector that's pointing due north. There was an outgoing call placed at 8:22 and 28 seconds, and then immediately followed by an incoming call that occurred at 8:22 and 54 seconds.
Okay. Now, on this slide, is there anything else of importance that you see or would care to tell the jury?
No, the overall takeaway, I believe, from this slide is that the victim's phone moved from the vicinity of her residence towards the vicinity of the Chick-fil-A.
Okay. We can carry on to the next slide then. Looks like a lot of data.
Yeah, the next one's worse.
What is it that we're looking at right? Actually, before we get there, what time is it that we're looking at?
So this is at 8:34 a.m. and going to 8:37 a.m.
Okay. And what is it that we're looking at here?
Right. So there are 2 different sectors that are being used by the defendant's phone, and those 2 different sectors were used to facilitate 2 timing advance arcs, as well as one outgoing phone call. Okay. So at 8:35, we'll start with 8:34. So on the sector to the south, the southeast portion of the map, there's the timing advance measurement that was taken at 8:34 a.m. And you can see that area, that large arc that's kind of from top to bottom. Then at 8:35, there was a second timing advance arc taken from a different cell tower, and you can see that represented as the arc that's going side to side.
Okay. And what does that arc tell you?
So if you recall me saying about timing advance arcs, when we have a single timing advance arc, we can expect that phone is going to be somewhere within that arc or slightly inside. When you have overlapping arcs, you can start really narrowing down where that phone is, because that you cannot have a phone on one extreme end of one arc and the other extreme end of the other arc, right? So it's when those arcs are intersecting that we can really start pinpointing where the device is. And in this particular case, those arcs are intersecting just either right at or just south of Father Magnet Park.
Okay. And was there any other data that you could derive, whether it be the Google, Motorola, or anything, at this time period that would corroborate that intersection?
In future slides, not this particular slide.
Okay.
But may I speak about the
Well, what else, if anything, do you find of importance that you care to tell the jury of this slide?
Yes. So just to close the loop on the outgoing call, you see the shaded area here. This is the area that the phone would have had to be in in order to connect to that particular cell site. And as you can see, that area, that shaded area, does cover the area around Father Magnet Park.
Okay. And so would you say that it's very unlikely for a phone to connect to a cell site or cell tower when it is not in that coverage area?
Right. If a phone is outside of the coverage area of a cell site, it will not connect to that cell site.
And for the northern cell site tower then, that's its coverage area?
And shaded in the pinkish or peachish color, yes.
Okay. And again, what area does it cover that's of importance?
It covers the crime scene area as well as the portions of Father Magnet Park.
Okay. We can move on to the next slide then.
Okay.
What time are we looking at here?
So we move forward a little bit more from 8:38 to 9:08 a.m.
Okay. And what is it that we're seeing here?
So the cell site, or the sector that's used towards the bottom of the map, was used from 8:38 to 9:06 a.m. This would be the area I would expect would cover the victim's house and probably likely the crime scene area as well. Then at 9:08, a different cell sector was used that's a little bit more north. Again, I would expect that cell site would also cover the same areas of the victim's house and Father Magnet Park.
Okay. And Let's talk a little bit, well, is there anything else of importance that you care to share to the jury about this slide?
We'll get into it, I think, a little bit more, but when you have just this information, just the information for these two particular sectors, and without any independent knowledge, there's no way that I can determine whether there's any movement involved. It could have happened where the phone connected to the southern tower for these calls, and for whatever reason, the phone decided it liked the other tower better for that last call. Okay. However, when you take into account the totality of everything, I do believe that this last cell tower does indicate that there is movement.
And what are you taking in to make that assessment that there was movement?
Primarily the video of the defendant's vehicle arriving at Falda Magnolia Park.
Of the defendant's vehicle?
I'm sorry, the victim's vehicle. I apologize.
Okay.
So, but again, it is possible, just looking at this by itself in isolation, it is possible for a phone to connect to two different towers without actually moving.
Okay, but again, in this case, you had the video evidence, right?
Right, taking other factors into account.
Okay. We can move to the next slide then. All right. What time are we looking at here?
So this is from 9:49 to 10:36.
Okay. And what is it that we're seeing?
So I'm going to forward one so we can kind of go in progression and chronological order here. So if you see here that I've created a little box around the small icons for the crime scene, and I kind of zoomed in a little bit. That's so that it can become a little bit more clear what we're talking about and what we're seeing. At 9:49 a.m. and 10:10 a.m., there were two measurements taken by the Motorola radio in the defendant's Border Patrol vehicle. And those locations are depicted there with the little gray symbol with a car in the middle.
Okay.
All right.
And okay, what is it that we're looking at with that red dot? It looks like there's two dots. Could you explain to the jury why
Sure.
there's two dots?
Because they are the same location. It's just one is zoomed in a little bit more. So I wanted to make sure that I was putting it on the larger map as well as in the zoomed in area, so to depict exactly where this camera was.
Okay.
So
in all reality, then it's only one camera.
that is only one camera
Okay.
in this particular instance.
And could you tell us about the blue box, the camera box?
Sure. So the Texas Department of Public Safety has hidden cameras at various locations along the border, along the Rio Grande area. This is the location of one of those hidden cameras that captured a Border Patrol truck leaving that area, going towards the north.
Okay. And let's talk about the band that we're seeing here.
Okay. So then if we jump to 10:20 a.m., there are two things that happened. One was an incoming phone call, and that incoming phone call, the coverage area for this particular sector is in the blue shaded area. So that phone had to have been somewhere in that blue shaded area to connect with that tower. The second thing that happened is also at 10:20, but at 30 seconds past 10:20, as a timing advance arc, and you can see that arc shows an area that does intersect with that coverage area that we just discussed.
Okay, so just for clarification purposes then, everything from the band moving left, is that happening at a later date than all the data you have on the, I'm sorry, from the band moving right, is that data that happens subsequent to the data that is on the left of the screen?
Yes, so it's moving chronologically from left to right because that's the progression of movement of the device.
Okay. So what we're seeing first happen then is those two Motorola GPS locations, is that correct?
The first things in this slide are the two Motorola readings at 9:49 and 10:10. The second is at also at 10:10 was the DPS camera, motion sensor.
What did you just pull up onto the screen?
So this is another video surveillance. This one taken from an elementary school on Lowry Road.
Okay.
and that was taken at 10:12 a.m.
All right. We can move on. Okay. What is it that we're seeing here?
Another surveillance from a business called Melton Truck Lines, and at 10:16 a.m., continuing to the east.
And what is it capturing?
It's capturing video of a Border Patrol truck passing by on the roadway.
Okay. We can carry on. What is it that we're seeing here?
So at 10:22 a.m., there's a Encinos Townhomes on Shiloh Drive, captured video surveillance, again, of a Border Patrol truck traveling eastbound on Shiloh.
Okay. If we can carry on to the next portion. What is it that we're seeing here?
At the J.B. Alexander 9th grade campus, there's another video footage, again, showing a Border Patrol truck passing by, traveling eastbound on Shiloh.
Okay. What if anything else do you have? Okay.
And finally, the defendant's neighbor had video cameras mounted on his residence, which captured a Border Patrol truck entering his driveway and remaining there. He arrived at 10:27 a.m. and then left at 10:36 or 10:37 is right on that line.
Okay. Could we go back a couple,
Sure.
couple slides?
Just a couple slides.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Right here, actually.
Okay.
What is the last outgoing call that the victim's phone placed?
The last outgoing call occurred at 9:06 a.m.
And just to summarize, so we're not having to worry about it later, at any point after this time period, are there any other outgoing messages and or calls made by the victim's phone?
There were no outgoing text messages or phone calls, and all the phone calls that were received were pushed over to the voicemail platform, so were not answered.
Okay. If we can go back to where we previously were. So again,
Sorry.
if we can go back one.
Yep.
So just testified, 9:06 was the last outgoing,
Yes,
and these are all moving into 10 o'clock, 10:16, 10:22?
correct. The
All right.
first activity was at 9:49. The last activity was at 10:36.
Okay. You can carry on.
Okay.
What is it that we are looking at? Actually, before I get there, I'm getting ahead of myself. What time is it that we're looking at here?
So this is at 10:41, between 10:41 and 11:20 a.m. So after the Border Patrol's vehicle is seen leaving Mr. Burgos' residence.
Okay, so when he's leaving. Okay, and let's start, like you said earlier, from general to more specific. Let's start with the blue. What is it that we're seeing from the blue diagrams?
Okay. So from 10:46 to 10:47, there were 5 incoming text messages.
Okay.
Each of those messages are, again, incoming, and used this cell site here that I'm depicting in blue. And you can see the green area, which is the coverage area for this particular cell site. You'll notice that this is quite a large area, and it's meant to cover a lot of that ranch land that's on the north side of the loop.
Okay, but at this point, to your knowledge, as you know it, the victim had already been murdered a little bit before 10 o'clock.
According to Laredo PD, yes, the victim by this time would have already been deceased.
Yet, her phone in this diagram is picking up on a cell tower kind of near Texas A&M International University.
In an area far away from the crime scenes, yes.
Would you say that there was is it fair to say that there are several coverage areas between this coverage area and the coverage area at the park?
Yes.
And so, again, as you had previously testified, her phone could not ping or hit that sector on that cell tower if she was not, or if the phone was not within that coverage area, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, let's move on to the black. What is it that we're seeing on the black diagram?
So the black diagram is there's 2 events here. One at 10:50, there was an incoming call to Mr. Burgos' phone, and it used the sector you see here with the coverage area, much smaller coverage area, covered in kind of a different shade of green than the AT&T one we just talked about. The second event occurred at 10:51 a.m., which was a timing advance measurement, showing the arc that phone would have needed to be in, or like I said, just slightly inside of that, And as you can see, that arc is well within the coverage area of that sector.
Okay. We can move on to the next portion. What is it that we're seeing right here that just came up on the screen?
Yes, so this is the location of, I'm not going to try to pronounce the church and offend everybody in the room, but it's a church in this area. There's a surveillance camera mounted on this building that's pointed towards East Del Mar Road. At 10:41 a.m., you see in that video footage a Border Patrol truck traveling eastbound on that road. 5 minutes later, at 10:46 a.m., you see that a Border Patrol truck traveling back the other direction, traveling westbound.
All right, if we can carry on. Actually, if we could go back and discuss the church.
Sure.
Is this the same church that we saw from the Google data that was collected on the 7th, 2 days prior to the murders?
Yes, it is. It's the same location.
Okay. If we can carry on then to the next segment. What is it that we're looking at here?
So this is the location of a Stripes convenience store where surveillance video was pulled by Laredo PD showing a Border Patrol truck traveling eastbound on Del Mar at 10:48 a.m.
And just to help the jury, the timing advance arc, which you said would indicate that he's either in the arc or somewhere closer within the arc, when was that taken?
That was taken at 10:51 a.m.
And the video from the Stripes?
It's at 10:48 a.m.
Okay. So is it fair to say then that Stripes corroborates what you're seeing from the CDRs that were provided to you?
I believe it does, yes.
Okay. We can move on to the next segment. What is it that we're seeing in that dark red box?
And finally, this is the time at 11:20 a.m. that Border Patrol received a notification over the radio from Mr. Burgos that he had discovered a body.
Okay. We can move on to the next one.
I believe that's all, sir.
That's all there is. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I can have a moment, Your Honor. We pass the witness.
I'm going to bother you for about 5 minutes, whether or not you all are ready to go or not, but I need to take this real quick, 5 minutes, and then we'll be right back. I wish I could tell you could stay there, but I don't want to take a chance, so please walk with Mr. Rubio.
Right, Mr. Jury. May I report back in session?
Got them all?
Yes, sir.
Cheated, I had a piece of cake.
Bring enough for everybody?
Jury should be back. Thank you all. Please have a seat. We'll continue with cross-examination. Mr. Shaw.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Agent Masters.
Hello, sir.
My name is Ralph Schoen. I wanted to start just briefly on your educational background, prior professional experience. So my understanding from your direct testimony is your college degree was in accounting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have a degree of any kind in any field of engineering?
I do not.
Okay. So you have not practiced as a radio frequency engineer, electrical engineer, computer engineer?
No, I have not.
And you don't have any experience in telecommunications, network design,
No.
and have not worked in the for a telecommunications company?
No, not for the company, no.
You've been essentially, since you graduated from college, a career law enforcement officer.
That's correct.
Okay. And as I understand from your prior history as a law enforcement officer, it wasn't until you joined the FBI, and I believe that was 2011, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
That's when you first began, was it 2011 that you first began training in this area, or was it subsequent to that?
No, it was in 2014.
Okay. So it's only been since well, it's been since 2014 to the present date that you've had the training and been engaged in this particular field of cell site location analysis.
Yes.
Okay. I think one thing that I think is really important to understand here, and I just want to make sure that the record is clear and the jurors all understand this, because I think we make an assumption that when we see that a cell phone is in communication with a particular cell tower, it must be in closest proximity to that tower. That tower is the closest cell phone tower to the cell phone. And that's not correct, is it?
Generally, it is correct, but not always. There are factors that could affect that.
Okay, so it's not necessarily, that's the important point here, I think, for me, is that it's not necessarily the case that if a cell phone is pinging or communicating with a particular cell phone tower, that it is closest to that tower as opposed to another tower in the area.
Again, generally, it is the closest tower because that is going to have the strongest and clearest signal, but not always, because there are factors that could affect that.
And even when a cell phone is initially connected to the cellular network through a particular cell tower, that doesn't necessarily mean that the call will remain connected to that cell tower, but will, depending on the strength of the competing cell phone tower signals, it may be actually transferred to a different cell phone tower. Is that correct?
Partially. You're mixing things up a little bit, but when the phone connects to the network, it is the phone that chooses which cell site it's going to use. As soon as the cell site connects to that network, that first cell site is what we see in the call detail records. Subsequent to that, the network takes over and can redirect to a different cell site using the information that is obtained from the phone. As long as the phone can see it, the phone communicates all the information that it sees about the surrounding towers, so the network can decide, okay, I want you to move you over to this other tower to optimize my load.
Thank you for that explanation. I want to just touch then also on something you testified about on direct, which has to do with when a phone is mobile versus when it's stationary.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe your testimony on direct was that even when a phone is stationary in one location, because it may be in overlapping coverage areas of multiple cell phone towers, it may connect to more than one cell phone tower, even though the phone itself is stationary. Is that correct?
There are times where that can happen, and there's also times where it would be unreasonable for that to happen. If the two cell towers that you're talking about are 20 miles apart with 10 cell sites in between them, then no, that would not occur. If you're talking about the surrounding tower, the adjacent tower, then yes, it is possible for that phone to remain in one place and connect to both of those towers.
But one cannot necessarily conclude that a cell phone is moving from the fact that it connects to more than one tower.
Sometimes you can, depending on the towers that you're speaking of, but sometimes you cannot. That's correct.
And conversely, when a phone is mobile, is moving,
Mm-hmm.
that phone, even though it's moving in space, may actually connect to the same cell phone tower over different moments of time, notwithstanding the fact that the phone is mobile. Isn't that correct?
I'm not quite understanding your question.
Well, my question is that as I understand this, a cell phone will relay its information to every available tower approximately once every 7 seconds. Is that about right?
I don't know that timing is exactly right. It happens at the microsecond level, but go ahead.
Okay. But the point is that it is periodically or intermittently communicating with the available cell phone towers in the area, and it may connect to different cell phone towers as time moves, as time progresses.
Just for clarification, sir, are you speaking of when the phone is idle or when it is actually connected to the network?
I think connected to the network.
Okay, so when the phone is connected to the network, after it has made that initial decision what that the phone chooses based on the clearest and cleanest signal, then the network takes over. Then it's kind of a marriage between the network and the phone. The phone is still measuring all the cell sites in the area, and it's reporting those measurements to the network, where the network can decide, okay, you're fine, stay where you are, where everything's good, or if in the case of your example, if you're moving, then your signal is going to be weaker as you move away from the tower, from Tower 1, but the Tower 2 is going to get stronger. So at some point, there's a cutoff where the network is going to say, okay, hand off from Tower 1 to Tower 2.
Thank you. Now, I want to just go through really quickly the different types of cell phone records and sources of data that you reviewed and that are reflected in your report.
Okay.
And the first one, as I understand it, is called detail records, and I believe this slide is an illustration of that type of data. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what's important to know, or one thing to know about call detail records, is it contains information about the date, time, call duration, the parties to the call, and the cell phone tower that connected the phone to the cellular network, correct?
The tower and sector, yes.
And I just want this to be clear, because in this particular illustration, you show an arc and you show a shaded area, but because this particular kind of data doesn't allow for a calculation of distance,
Right.
and I think you explained this in the text below this image, the shaded area in this image is not illustrative of the actual radio frequency, footprint, or coverage area of the cell site, but rather demonstrates the direction of the antennas on the cell sites.
Correct.
Right. And so this is, I want to distinguish this image from the one that we'll be following, which has to do with what you call per call measurement data.
Sure.
But the point here is that with respect to this particular type of data, one can't reach any conclusions about the location of the cell phone in any particular area. It's just in any particular geographic area, just the direction, its relative position relative to the cell phone tower. Is that correct?
That's not correct, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So what you can conclude based on just a single cell sector that a phone utilized is that phone was within the coverage area of that cell sector. As we discussed earlier, a phone that is outside of the coverage area will not connect to that cell site. A phone has to be within that coverage area.
But this little semicircular, or I don't know what you call a third of a circle, that sector, that doesn't represent the coverage area in this illustration, correct?
That is correct. Generally, in maps this way, obviously the radio frequency energy doesn't stop along the lines that I drew on a map. This is just a illustrative point to show the direction. You can generalize how far the signal is going out based on how far away it is from the next tower. Network operators, they design their networks so that the tower frequency from one tower goes a little over halfway to the next tower to allow for that overlap for an easy handoff. So in this particular image, in this illustration, I don't have any other cell sites listed, so your point is correct that there's no way to distinguish where the cell site, the coverage area would be for this.
Okay, thank you. And just so the record is clear, this is the only kind of data that you had with respect to Grizelda Hernandez's cell phone. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so you did not have the per call measurement data or the Google location data?
Correct. AT&T does not have did not have a timing advance report back in 2018, and there was no Google information provided for her phone.
Okay, thank you. I want to just then move to this illustration, and this is what you've called the timing advance illustration. And you explained that for a Sprint cell phone, which was the only one of the two cell phones in this particular case from which you could get this particular type of data, the particular technology that Sprint uses, it calls per call measurement data.
Correct.
And that's just what Sprint calls its particular variation of this type of technology.
Correct. Timing advance is the technology. Per call measurement data is like a retail name of that technology.
And this data was not available for Grizelda Hernandez's phone.
That is correct. AT&T did not offer this
And you
information.
explained that this band that's illustrated here in this image, red band, you can conclude that the phone is either within that band or within that area, correct?
Slightly inside, yes,
Okay.
sir.
And so you relied on this data for the purposes of your report, correct?
I did.
Okay, and you reviewed the Sprint
per call measurement data from Mr. Burgos-Aviles' phone, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach marked this as Defendant's Exhibit 6, and I hope that's the correct number. Sure. Thank you. So, Agent Masters, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 6.
Yes.
Do you recognize that document?
I do.
And you recall seeing it from your review of the per call measurement data records in this case?
It was in the records. I did not review it because I've seen it 100 times.
Okay. So it's standard for this
Yes.
document to be in Sprint per call measurement data records.
Correct.
I'd ask you to direct your attention here to the section at the bottom of this document, and because the ladies and gentlemen in the courtroom can't see it, I would just ask you to read, for the record, the paragraph below PCMD disclaimer.
Okay, just a single paragraph or all of it?
I think really just the first paragraph.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, it says PCMD disclaimer. Please be advised that there are known accuracy variances, with PCMD reporting. Therefore, Sprint is unable to certify or testify to the accuracy of PCMD records. It is important to understand that the tool used to provide PCMD was created as a tool for Sprint to oversee the network. It was not created as a tool to identify customer location pursuant to exigent circumstance or legal demand. Nevertheless, it has been used in those situations as it is a Sprint record that could possibly lead to customer location.
So, as I understand this document, Sprint says or acknowledges that its per call measurement data records, there are known accuracy variances with their reporting.
It's the legal disclaimer, yes, sir.
Okay. And Sprint also says it's unable to certify or testify to the accuracy of per call measurement data records.
That's what the disclaimer says, yes, sir.
And it also says that this particular technology was developed for purposes of managing the cell phone network and not for the purpose of cell phone location, correct?
That's correct.
But that's how you are using this particular data in this case. Is that correct?
That's correct, but I would equate that to a bank has records that it creates for banking transactions that they use for their internal business purposes. Law enforcement also uses those records when it's prosecuting or investigating economic crimes. So I would equate the two, that yes, per call measurement data was created as a network engineering tool. However, we can also use that same information as a law enforcement tool.
Well, I understand that, but Sprint has actually issued a disclaimer that says that this data was not created for that purpose, and it contains errors, and that it was not created for the purpose of cell phone location.
Right, and it also says that it has been used for that purpose before.
Right, contrary to the disclaimer.
Correct.
Thank you. I just want to also then very briefly touch on the Google location data. My understanding about Google location data is that it's drawn from a number of different sources or apps from Google, from a device on the Google platform. Is that correct?
You're confusing terms a little bit. It's drawn from 3 different sources, but a variety of different apps could use those 3 different sources.
But depending on what source the data was derived from, they have varying degrees of accuracy and reliability depending on where Google obtained the data from, correct?
Correct. Google, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Google location data is derived either from cellular, from Wi-Fi, or from GPS. Of the three, cellular is the least accurate, which means it'll have the largest error radius. And I've seen upwards of 7,000 meter error radius. So sometimes it can be pretty useless. Then you go to Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is much more narrow and usually has a error radius in the 50 to 80 meter range. And then the most accurate of the three is GPS, which can get as specific as 10 meters, as we saw in the report or in the analysis.
Thank you for that explanation. You also commented on in some of your slides that some of the slides reflect, I think, surveillance video of a Border Patrol truck passing by on a roadway.
Correct.
Okay. And that language, I noticed, you're not claiming that you can tell from the video that it is identifiably Mr. Burgos-Aviles' truck. Is that correct?
Even if his particular truck was in front of me, I couldn't identify whether that was his truck. I have no independent knowledge of which truck is his, which one was not. The only thing I'm saying is that the Laredo Police Department provided me with dates, times, locations, as well as the still video shots showing a Border Patrol truck passing by each location that's listed.
Right, so all you're saying is that a Border Patrol truck is visible in those surveillance videos?
That is correct, sir.
And we're on the border. Can you roughly estimate like how many Border Patrol trucks there are driving around in town Laredo?
I couldn't estimate, sir, but there's more than one. I know that.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass the witness, thank you.
Very briefly, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor, very briefly. Defense Exhibit 6.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Permission to publish, Your Honor, on the Elmo? Elmo. Apologies. Okay. Special Agent Masters testified earlier, we read the PCMD disclaimer. Could you read what it says starting at this sentence?
Nevertheless, it has been used in those situations as a sprint record that could possibly lead to customer location.
Okay. Now, in using this timing advance, has the FBI, and in your experience, have you ever used it by itself?
Yes, yes. The PCMD report that we're referencing here has different columns of information. Okay, one of those columns is a latitude and longitude, and I will agree with the defense all day and every day that those latitudes and longitudes are incorrect. They're most likely not correct. What those are the network's best guess at the specific location that device is located. In our experience, and we've been doing this a long time, those are generally not accurate at all. What is accurate is a separate column in the PCMD report. That's the distance column. That's the timing advanced measurement that tells you how far that device is away from the tower. That's where we create the arc. We have used these timing advanced measurements for years and years, and whenever we have a missing child or a case that we're working, the first thing I'm asking for is the timing advanced measurement, because it is by far the best measure that we can locate that phone quickly.
And can we go back to the PowerPoint slide, or the, apologies, PDF? No, right there's one. Waiting for it to come on. It's still being. We can carry on, Your Honor. It's all right. I'll just move on. The ARC. We saw that many a times in the presentation. There it is. Okay. This ARC, on its own, as the sole source of data and information, the FBI has utilized this, correct?
Yes.
In cases.
In cases where we have successfully located victims, kidnapped victims, victims of other crimes, fugitives, you can use a PCMD or a timing advance ARC on its own and confidently say that that device is within that ARC or slightly inside of it. And when you have intersecting ARCs, you can say that that device is either within that intersection or very close to that intersection.
And using just this data, if you could guesstimate or estimate how many phones, fugitives, victims of crime, kidnapped persons has the FBI successfully recovered using this data alone?
Easily hundreds, possibly into the thousands.
Okay. And lastly, in this report that you generated for this particular case, was this the only source of data you relied on?
No, sir. There were 5 sources of data that I relied on.
And what were these 5 sources of data you relied on?
The first is the call detail records for each of the phones. The second is the timing advance, which both came from a provider but are independent systems within that provider. The third is the Google location data. The fourth is the Motorola radio from the Border Patrol vehicle. And the fifth is the surveillance video obtained by Laredo PD.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
I would just ask to introduce Defense Exhibit 6 into evidence. No further questions.
Who was that video?
For West?
Defendant six?
Yes, Your Honor. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were...
Yes, sir. Releasing.
Your Honor, may Special Agent Masters be seated? All right.
Thanks, sir.
Sure, he wants to stick around the 110-degree weather or go to Hawaii. I'm not sure which decision. Yes. Go ahead. Go ahead, Anna. We're going to change the wire on that laptop real quick. Thank you, Dan. There it is.
Your Honor, permission to enter the witness box to retrieve the clicker?
Sweep it around.
They've introduced? Yeah.
Pictures.
It's CBP's criminal investigator, Adriana Escamilla.
Adriana Escamilla. Make sure that you do that switch on that 103.1.
It's been done
It's been done.
on this, and we're bringing down the copies.
Very good, thank you. Ms. Escamilla, if you can come all the way up here with us, please. Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Very good. Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Go around the court quarter and up the steps here.
Thank you.
Take a seat in the witness chair and scoot up to the mic, and we'll be ready to go. I do have some extra water just in case you need some.
Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
May I have your full name for the record?
Adriana Escamilla.
Okay. And how is it that you would be referred to since you're the criminal investigator for CBP? Is it Agent Escamilla?
Right now, actually, our title is Assistant Special Agent in Charge
Okay.
because we're supervisors.
Okay.
So it would be
And
ASAC.
Okay. And so you are a criminal investigator. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you're a criminal investigator for what agency and what your authority is?
Yes. So I am employed by U.S. Customs and Border Protection, Office of Professional Responsibility, which is basically internal affairs. We are the internal affairs division for Customs and Border Protection. And we have the authority to investigate the three largest branches within CBP, which is Office of Field Operations, U.S. Border Patrol, and Air and Marine. And we investigate both administrative and criminal matters involving all employees.
And how long is it that you've been working for CBP?
So I started my career in 2001 with the U.S. Customs Service as a CBP officer, frontline officer at the bridge. I then promoted to a supervisor, first-line supervisor in 2006, promoted to a second-line supervisor in 2009. In 2012, I started as a task force agent, deputized to investigate criminal matters or administrative matters with CBP Internal Affairs. And then in 2016, I was offered a full-time position as a special agent. I went to the academy to get certified and trained as a criminal investigator. I came back, and then in 2009, that's when I was promoted to a supervisory criminal investigator for the Laredo Field Office.
Perfect. And in 2018, I know you just mentioned that you were a supervisory criminal investigator. In 2018, were you already a supervisory criminal investigator?
No, I was not. I was actually still a field agent, a special agent out on the field.
Now, do you recall being involved or participating in an investigation regarding Ronald Anthony Burgos-Aviles, a Border Patrol agent?
Yes,
And this was back in April 9th of 2018?
that is correct.
And do you recall how you began this investigation or how you were informed about this investigation?
So April 9th of 2018 was actually a Monday. I was the assigned duty agent on call for my office. The way that we do our rotation is on a weekly basis, and we basically field all calls having to do with any CBP-related employee matters.
Okay. And who was it that contacted you?
So on April the 9th, 2018, we received a call from the Laredo Police Department from Sergeant Cordelia Perez advising us that they had an incident, or they were investigating an incident at Father Magnabo involving the murders of two individuals, and that one of their prime suspects was Mr. Burgos, and that he was going to be transported to their station for further questioning.
And do you recall approximately what time this call came in?
So the call came in approximately, probably a little bit after 2 o'clock. And by the time we get the call, obviously we start making all the notifications, and we advise that we're en route to the scene, and we ended up at Father McNabo around 3 p.m. or so.
And did you obtain any information before you left to, did you make it out to Father McNabo, you said?
Yes, we did.
And
So,
did you obtain any information before you left to Father McNabo?
yes, so while I am en route, me as a duty agent, we have the ability of tapping to other agents within our office. So my responsibility is to make it to the scene as soon as possible. I start making the request to other agents to start collecting duty schedules, anything relevant to the assignment of Mr. Burgos for that day, and that's basically to determine where was he supposed to be at, what duties was he supposed to be doing for that day.
Now, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 472. Are you able to see that?
Yes, I do.
What is State's Exhibit 472?
So this is a G481. That's just basically the form for their daily assignments for the Laredo North Group B unit. And it basically encompasses everybody that's supposed to be assigned for duty that day.
Okay, and is Border Patrol Agent Burgos-Aviles in the schedule?
Yes, he is.
And so when you were en route to Father McNabo, you did find out that what was his schedule? What was his work schedule that day?
So that particular document was emailed to me. Now everything we have access to our phone. So I learned that he was assigned to the 6-4 schedule as one of the supervisors for the Laredo North station.
And that is determined where it says time?
That is correct.
It says 0600 to 1600?
Yes.
Now, what exactly was his assignment on that day?
So Mr. Burgos was assigned as the deployment supervisor for that day.
And what does that mean?
So the deployment supervisor basically is in charge of Laredo North has a specific area that they have to patrol. Obviously, we have different stations within Laredo. So Laredo North has an area of responsibility from Flecha Lane all the way up until north of 255, the Columbia Toll Road. So aside from that, there is actually a checkpoint that falls under Laredo North, but Laredo North checkpoint has their own supervisor. So he's basically in charge of all the agents that are out on the field that do not report to a checkpoint.
And have you reviewed this report before?
Yes.
How many agents was he supervising that day that exclude the agents that were at the checkpoint?
If I recall, it was a little bit more than 13 or something or so. I would need to count. Yeah, it's anyone that's designated a particular zone is basically that who would fall under him.
And so that would include, and for State's Exhibit 472, this zone here, which is, it says Z7?
That is correct.
And this is the zone that includes Father McNabo?
Yes.
And so there's 3 agents here, including Agent Dennison, is that correct?
Can you, yeah, there we go. Yes.
And then we have in zone 6,
Right,
4?
right. So they start dividing the different areas of responsibilities to different agents that are going to be patrolling that area.
And this also has a designation that says a fleet number.
Yes, that is correct.
What fleet number, what does that mean?
So the fleet number is basically the assigned unit that that particular agent or supervisor will be driving for that day. The importance of having this information accurate, and normally this is given to the agents and the supervisors early morning. Once they confirm that all this information is accurate as far as the unit numbers, that information is passed on to their communication center, and that's for safety reasons, to know who's driving what kilo unit, what unit number, in case of an emergency or in case there is something that they need to assist with.
Okay, and could you identify where it says fleet number, what agent, SBPA, which stands for what?
Supervisory Border Patrol Agent.
So for Agent Burgos, Ronald Burgos, which fleet number was he assigned?
It's kind of like in the glare. I can barely read it from the document, but I should have it in my report.
Does that help? Should I remove that?
Kilo 66119? Yes.
Very good, thank you. Now, in this area, we have what is called star number. What does that indicate?
So that is basically their radio call sign. Anytime that there is any type of radio transmission, before the agent transmits, he will call out his call sign and advise who's the one transmitting that. And that, again, is to identify who's providing that information or who's requesting information, whether it's from a supervisor or from the communication center.
And so before any transmission is made, they call out that number.
Yes.
And there are, under Mr. Burgos' name, there are several, I'm not sure if you can see that from here.
Yes, I can.
There are several letters indicating they're in parentheses. Does that have any significance?
Yes, it does. So, again, different agents, to include supervisors, have different capabilities and different trainings that they go through or get certified to. Those acronyms basically stand for specific trainings that they've been certified or that they've received, and that assists the supervisors or agents out in the field in case they need an EMT or they need someone in a specific area. They can just go based off that particular acronyms that are listed next to their name.
Can you tell us what these acronyms HCG?
I believe that's high capacity government vehicle, which is just basically means is that he's able to drive a like a pickup truck or something that he can maneuver or do a high speed or it's a different type of training having to do with vehicles, an advanced training.
And what about LL, is that an I?
LLI, that means that he's a less lethal instructor. He went to an advanced academy for CBP, and they're basically they teach him how to be an instructor and teach the different lessons that we have to go through when it has to do with defending ourselves or encountering different type of weapons when we are out in the field.
And lastly, the last acronym?
ATV, and as you all know, that stands for all-terrain vehicle. That means that he's certified to drive an ATV in the event that there is a need for.
Now, in addition to getting his schedule, once you arrived to the location, did you in fact see his kilo unit?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Was Mr. Burgos or Agent Burgos still at Father McNible when you arrived?
No, he was not.
And where did you see these units?
So when we arrived at Father McNible, we actually arrived through the main entrance, and we were met by one of the sergeants there on scene, but we were on the baseball field side. We were by the white Mercedes, where the white Mercedes was parked. We were met by Sergeant Lozano from Capers. He greeted us, and he basically started briefing us on what they had developed up until that point, which was around 3 p.m. We walked from that point all the way to the crime scene. And well en route to the crime scene, they started showing us the different trails, the different tracks that they had already discovered at that time. Finally, we ended up at what we call the little island, And that's where the 2 units, kilo units, the 2 pickup trucks were parked on the right side.
Now I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 217 and ask you if you said you saw Agent Burgos' kilo unit at the scene,
Yes, that's correct.
and do you notice anything there while you were there?
Yes, as depicted on the picture, the blood smear on the back of the truck, the tailgate, and obviously the right side.
And for the record, Your Honor, this is State's Exhibit 217.
Thank you.
Now, did you see any, other than the kilo units, were there still any agents there?
Not Border Patrol agents. I think by the time I arrived, it was just Laredo PD officers and detectives that were actually processing the scene.
Now, how long did you remain at the scene?
We remained at the scene until actually the vehicles were removed from the scene because we stayed in to ensure the custody and transfer was done properly.
And now let's talk about that. Why was it important for you to stay till the end of the evening or until those trucks or units were removed?
So this was an incident that happened, what we call on-duty incident, and anything that was used in furtherance, I guess, of that crime could potentially be government equipment. In this case, it dealt with 2 vehicles. So a representative for the government, I had the authority to transfer those vehicles to the investigative agency. And to ensure that nothing was done or altered to those vehicles in my presence, that's what I was there for, to ensure the proper custody and transfer of that evidence to the investigative agency, which was Laredo Police Department.
Right. Now, I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 473, 471, 473.1, .2, .3, 4, .5, 6, and ask you if this is this how you documented that transfer of the property?
Yes, that is correct.
And in State's Exhibit 473, what is it that you're identifying here that was being transferred to the Laredo Police Department?
So this particular form is annotating the proper transfer of the pickup truck, Kilo 66119, with their vehicle tag number, their radio that was obviously installed in that vehicle, and I also transferred a second line item, which is his mobile portable radio with that ID or identification number for that radio.
And this is also dated on that date?
That is correct.
April the 9th.
Yes.
On this 473.1, what was this document, the transfer of which property?
This document was to properly transfer the body armor, his vest, his body armor, and obviously indicating the insignia sign SVPA Burgos name tag, the serial number, and the model number for that particular body armor.
Additionally, you, what are the items on 473.2?
So all of that is what was on his duty belt, his Sam Brown. Included his weapon, his .40 caliber HNKP 2000 weapon, his magazines, taser, collapsible baton, obviously duty belt and web gear, flashlight, and everything like that was included.
Are there any are there any keepers listed on this?
No, there were not.
Are those part of the uniform?
Yes, they are.
Now I'm showing you State's Exhibit 473.3.
Yes.
And what else did you transfer to LPD?
So as I mentioned, while I'm en route, I'm having other agents from my office gather these documents, these records for us that eventually are going to be turned over to Laredo PD, and in fact were turned over that night. The DVR was the radio communications that we retrieved for the time frame. We also retrieved a total of 9 drawbridge camera images and transferred to Laredo PD. And what it says, ICAD report 2, that's basically a brief transcript of what the communication center dispatcher is trying to capture of the communications that are coming in during the event when the initial call was made.
Thank you. Now, is this the 474? Is this the ICAD report? And my apologies, it is a little faded, but I think that's how it was.
Yes, that is actually the way that it was turned over to us, and that is the report that was turned over to Laredo Police Department
But
that
in
night.
this report on 474, it does indicate
The time of the call,
the time of the call,
right?
and
Which,
does it also indicate who made the call?
yes.
Where is that?
So it's going to be, it says EMS requested at Bristol on the top. The date, the time, 11:20. Okay, star number, it says N68.
And so this is going to correspond to
And
Agent Burgos'.
Correct, yes.
And then, of course, these are, this is another 475, and this is a receipt for another kilo unit?
Yes, so that is the transfer of custody of Dennison's, BPA Dennison's vehicle, who was also there on scene. And that basically describes his vehicle, which was Kilo 45153, with the radio and whatever tag number it included.
Okay. And then this was the documentation where it was returned?
That is correct.
And
That
this
I was that vehicle was returned to us, I think, the following day. Yes, the following
And
day.
this is for the record 470.6, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, I'd like to ask you, as part of your investigation, were you able to determine how many kilo units were out on assignment during this 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. Shift?
Yes, so going back to that G481, and the reason that I proceeded to do the research of wanting to know how many kilo units were actually out on the field that day is because one of the drawbridge camera images resulted in a very distinctive feature in a vehicle that was around the crime scene.
I'm going to show you, now, you submitted states 469, and these were all the different drawbridge cameras, images that you were able to obtain from which area?
So this is from the Father Magnibo area.
And I'm showing you 469 and the other images that are associated with 469, 469-2, 3 and 4, and it ends at 469-7 for this grouping.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you mentioned that you found one, and I'm going to identify as States Exhibit 470. Is this the drawbridge camera that you were about to mention?
Yes, that is correct.
Where was this drawbridge camera?
So this particular drawbridge camera was at the end of Bristol Road in Father Magnibo by one of the trails, ATV trails.
Now I'm going to show you, this is a map of the Father Magnibo area, and this is the area, where is the area where this trail would be?
So you see Bristol Road?
Yes.
Where it ends?
Yes.
You have that little corner on that trail?
Yes.
It would be right there in that corner, in obviously inside the brush.
So this image right here
Yes,
is on this turn.
yes, that's correct.
Now, what was it that you spotted on this image, which is the States 470?
So that particular image, 8181, dated 4/9/2018, took a snapshot of a vehicle at 10/10/10. Based on how it captured the back part of the truck, we could tell that it was obviously traveling at a high rate of speed. But what made this image a very distinct image for that vehicle is that we actually spotted that black spot that you see on that fender or rear fender.
Let me
And
zoom into this.
yeah.
Better, so it's not in the glare.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Now you're referring to.
So you see the bumper.
Your Honor, may the witness
You may step down.
sit down so she can show it? Will you bring the?
Oh.
Before you turn it on, probably just put it on so you won't have any bothers. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, if you'll just show, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what was it that was particular to this image that caught your attention on this keto unit?
So it was this feature right here. This feature right here is considered to be a tracking light, a spotlight, something that assists Border Patrol to be able to shine light on whatever they're trying to track, specifically at night.
Now, now you mentioned that there was, how many units were out, keto units were out during this shift?
If I remember correctly, I think there was about 13 vehicles or so. And we're talking about pickup trucks assigned to Laredo North that day. Out of those 13 vehicles, because I know that at the time that I had a vehicle with a very distinct mark or very distinct tool attached to this vehicle, when I determined, actually narrowed it down, there was only 2 vehicles with that particular equipment.
Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 468 and 468-1.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm going to show you the top of it. Who is this assigned to?
So Kilo 66119 was assigned to Mr. Burgos as the supervisor for deployments.
And again, the unit number or the kilo unit number was?
66119.
Now, on this image, is this the spotlight
Yes.
you were referring to?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 468.1.
Mm-hmm.
And this was a unit, I'm going to move this down so you can
Yes.
see that. This unit was also assigned during the 6 to 4 o'clock shift,
Yes, that is correct.
and it was assigned to who?
It was assigned to, actually, that vehicle had 2 agents. It was Border Patrol Agent Eric Mendoza and Border Patrol Agent Rogelio Sierra.
And again, this reason this was identified by you is because this also was the only other unit that had the spotlight.
That is correct.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 516 and ask you to recognize this image.
Yes.
What is it?
This is a map of, a map.
It's a map. At this time, Tangerine State's Exhibit 516 has not yet been in evidence. It is a map. The state is offering State's 516 into evidence.
admitted?
Now I'm showing you states 516, and I want you to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where this kilo unit, which was what was the number for this unit?
Can I see the schedule once more? I apologize.
Okay.
Okay, so that kilo unit with that same distinct feature was kilo 66116, and the assignment for those two agents was Mesa Ranch Road to Highway 255.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you states 516. What is this area that you designated or was designated in this map?
That is Mesa Ranch Road.
And is that the same area that Agent Mendoza and Agent Sierra
Yes.
were assigned?
Yes, that is correct. So they were assigned to patrol north of 255, which is your old Columbia Toll Road, up until Mesa Ranch. That was their area of responsibility to patrol for that day.
Now, so that the jury can get a perspective as to where this location is, will you please tell me where Father McNabel or the streets and the area that we were looking at would be?
Right. So you see where it says Via de San Agustin?
Right here?
You actually see an international crossing right there. That is World Trade Bridge.
Okay.
So the area where the crime scene happened is just a little bit south, downriver of that.
So close to the U of
Yes,
Agustin?
that is correct.
So this is where the other kilo unit belonging to Mr. Burgos?
Yes,
would
yes,
be? And up here would be the other kilo unit that had that same spotlight would be with the other agents, which is Sierra and Mendoza.
yes, that is correct. The purpose of that comparison was just to show the distance that other vehicle had not be confused with the image that we had captured at Father McNabel.
Do you have an idea of what the distance between this area, which is over by the Columbia Road, and the Father McNabel areas?
No, I mean, obviously it's a couple of maybe 20, 40, 50 miles around there. I mean, it was a big distance.
Now, were you able to, as part of your investigation, were you able to determine what time Mr. Burgos arrived, or Agent Burgos arrived to the North Sector?
Yes, I did.
Did you obtain the video footage?
Yes, I did.
Have you reviewed the footage?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would like to publish State's Exhibit 61 that's already in evidence. And within this CD, there are some sub-files, and we will identify them for you.
So within the CD, there'll be other 61, is that CD?
Yes.
So there'll be some 61 point something or other inside of that exhibit.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Now, when you reviewed this footage, where are the cameras located at the North Sector?
So there's different cameras, I think, that we obtained for that particular day.
Now, for purposes of the proceeding or for the trial, they are named as the exhibit number, and so I believe it's going to be for the entrance is 6 point.
That's 6.3.
This one's 6.3. Now, this is let's start with the entrance.
Northwest corner is the name of the,
Now, were you able to view footage of Mr. Burgos while he was at North Sector?
yes, I did.
Now, what I want to show the jury is when he arrived.
There should be another camera that's when he's departing. Another video.
This is the next one. It'll say an hour earlier.
61 what?
61 point. Go to the last one. Go to the last one.
No.
So then
I just need to let it roll.
It's a different.
that's okay. So you did see video footage of him arriving.
Yes, yes. So it's going to be the same view as that one, but his recorded time frame was at 5:50 in the morning.
And thereafter, did you see video footage of him in the complex?
Yes, I did. He was later picked up by the CrossFit camera at 5:53:40, where he actually parked his personal vehicle, which is a white pickup truck.
And I believe we do have footage, and that one would be the one that showed the truck. Point 3. There was this crosswalk.
Just whenever you play something, make sure you say for the record what you're playing. 61 point whatever you're playing.
Now,
Should be the third file.
now this is the exact same file as it was previously, except this does not have the timer.
Right.
Correct?
Yeah, this view actually records another activity that we see when we're trying to figure out where he's at while he's still at Laredo North. So I don't know if you want me to address what we're seeing right there?
Yes, please.
Okay, so right there, you're actually seeing the kilo unit driven by Supervisor Burgos backing up to where his personal vehicle ended up being, or where he parked his vehicle at 5:53 in the morning. So he was
So
back and forth.
his kilo unit is parked behind this. There's a black truck that's in the view right there. Is it next to that black truck?
Yes, yes. Next to it is Supervisor Burgos' pickup truck.
What
White.
color is his personal truck?
It's a white pickup truck.
And this would have been after he's gone to muster and,
Yes.
and received his assigned unit that day.
That is correct.
Now, what do you see there?
So right there, Supervisor Burgos already got off the kilo unit and is opening the it's the front door to his pickup truck. And you can, I know it's kind of grady, but you can see that he's in full uniform.
And then what is he doing there?
He appears to be retrieving something from the back seat.
Okay.
And there you can see that he has some type of a bag or something that's large that he just removed from his personal vehicle and is about to put it in his government vehicle.
Did he have something in one arm or in both arms?
It appeared he had two
Okay.
because he was having a hard time moving between both vehicles.
Now, was he wearing anything on his head?
Yes, so I know it went kind of fast, but he kind of looks both ways to see, I guess, if there was anyone around the area, but you can see where he's wearing a cap.
Object to that, Your Honor, that's purely speculation of this witness's part.
Just saying, rephrase.
Well, we'll move on, Your
Go ahead.
Honor. Now, this actual footage, we also have it available with the timestamp, correct?
Yes,
And that is how you were able to determine what time he left.
yes,
And the video that we were unable to open, that it does show him, and I think it's called Northwest Corner.
yes,
Is that the one where you see his private vehicle driving in?
that is correct.
What time did that arrive?
At 5:50 in the morning.
I think that's good. That's good. Now, we have, when you gave the property receipts to LPD investigator Raimundo Garcia, on one of the property receipts, how many radios were given to investigator Garcia?
So it was a total of 2 radios that were transferred, that I transferred custody from the government to the Laredo Police Department, which was the unit, the radio unit that was attached to his vehicle or installed in his Kilo 6619119 vehicle, and a portable handheld radio.
And I'm showing you what has been marked as states 514, and just ask you if you recognize this, so that I'm tender to the defense for their inspection.
Yes, I do.
Integrity States Exhibit 514 to the defense for inspection and offering to evidence as a certified copy. Can you go to Integrity? You understate office states 514,
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted?
and before I published this certified copy, Your Honor, we were able to find its states exhibit 61.5 for so that we may show or publish to the jury the entrance of Mr. Burgos at North Sector.
All right.
Will you let us know when you see Mr. Burgos' personal unit?
That is his vehicle. Actually, he's going in, taking advantage of him not having to swipe in because the other vehicle already opened the gate.
And what was the time of that?
5:53.
Was there any surveillance or activity with Mr. Burgos after he left so in the earlier video that we saw, which was of his kilo unit behind his personal unit?
Mhm.
What time did he depart from that area?
It was at, if I'm not mistaken, 7:59, around there.
Was it shortly after he was seen at the CrossFit area?
Right, so at 7:59 is when we capture him at the CrossFit area, and then we capture him back again in that other video clip, exiting the compound at 8:02:07.
Okay. And was there any activity or any surveillance that captured him thereafter?
No.
Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 514. The jurors, what this report is depicting or discussing.
So, remember how I mentioned about that each unit had a specific ID?
Yes.
Well, this report was actually pulled to confirm what transmission came from either him using his radio within the vehicle or what he transmitted using his portable radio. This report...
Objection, Your Honor. We need to proceed in question and answer fashion, Your Honor. She's getting into a narrative.
All right, proceed, question answer.
So this, what kind of radio is this?
This is radio ID 5157325.
And if I looked at the property, would the property list have that number?
It should, yes. If you, can I see line item 2? Okay, so ID 5149106, that's actually his portable radio. So the first ID, that 5157325, that would be the radio that's attached to his vehicle.
Okay. And so if this is the first page, 5.14, 514.1. Now I'm going to turn this around so that we can see what this activity is discussing.
So basically what this report shows is that the first radio transmission that was emitted from that radio ID that I mentioned, the 5157325, was at 12:18:15 p.m. Eastern Time, which makes it 11:18:15 Central Time.
Is that approximately the time that the call came in for assistance by Agent Burgos?
Yes, like I mentioned, the reason why this report says 11:18 and the ICAD report says 11:20 is because for the ICAD report, we have a dispatcher trying to capture the information that's being received. So that's probably maybe the 2-minute difference, but this is a more accurate report to indicate when actually the call was made.
So this report is capturing or documenting the time that the transmissions are made?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you, let me see if I can put them one right after the other. This is, behind it is 514.3. And they seem to be, you mentioned that this said 12:18.
Right.
15. And the first one up here on Exhibit 514.3 says, what time?
It's 12:18:23. So it's a couple of seconds difference, and the reason that there's 2 reports, if you pan to the right of the report, if you want to move it further, I need to see the ender part of it. You see where it says RFSS, radio frequency system. Basically what that means is that radio transmission, when he pressed the button, it was picked up in 2 different systems. So it automatically records that transmission into 2 RFS systems. But it's basically the same transmission, just being picked up in 2 systems.
So these are the transmissions or the activity from the mobile unit radio.
That is from the radio assigned to the kilo unit.
Now, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 514.4. And I'll show you your receipt, your property receipt again. Would that identify the radio here?
Yes, it should. Let me see. That ID is probably that's a different ID. I know I put ID on the thing, but that 5154867, that is his handheld radio, and I more than likely have a serial number for that to confirm it.
On the serial number?
Yeah. Radios. So that second report is for his handheld radio. That was radio that was actually retrieved from him.
And what was the timing of this activity on the handheld radio?
So the handheld radio shows that his first transmission emitted from his radio was at 12:29:50 p.m. Eastern Time, which makes it 11:29 with 50 seconds Central Time.
And again, there's on section, there's an exhibit 514.6, and what is that?
And that is the same thing. Obviously, the transmissions being picked up in the two different RFS systems that CBP has.
Now, you requested these reports and to include Mr. Burgos' radio transmissions?
Yes.
Were these all the transmissions that he had that day?
Yes.
And does it include any, or did you request a report for all the radio transmissions that day?
I did, but this specific report was requested to determine what radio device he used and how many transmissions actually he made for that day. And that was a result of that request.
Now, let me ask you, if an agent, or if there's a radio transmission on if they contact, is it 940 Communications, is that heard by all the agents that are on shift that day?
That is correct.
So, if any of these transmissions were heard by all agents?
Yes.
So, for example, if an agent, say Dennison, heard a transmission, all of them should have heard it?
That is correct.
Now, you also you also retrieved the mobile unit radio, correct?
Yes.
And did you take that to go get some information extracted?
Yes, that is correct.
Who did you go with?
So it was myself and Detective Raimundo Garcia that we requested for Air and Marine Operations, which is another branch, law enforcement branch with CBP, to fly us with the evidence to Florida, to Motorola Solutions, to request their assistance in abstracting information from those two units.
And is this where you met Ms. Lisa Elizabeth Stevens?
Yes, that is correct.
And did she provide you with an extraction of information from there?
Yes, she did.
Were you, I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 466, 467, and 471. Now, did you prepare these?
Yes, I did. They were part of my report.
And this is using information that you obtained from Ms. Stevens?
Yes, that is correct.
And what does this time show?
So that is one of the GPS points that was provided on the report, which basically placed the kilo unit in that area on that day at 13:01. Was it that first one? Can barely see because of
yes,
the
it
glare.
says 13:01.
13:01, yes.
What
Central
time?
time.
And what time is that?
That would be 1 p.m.
does that coincide with that kilo unit being there?
Yes, that is correct.
At what time? Like,
So that vehicle had been at that location or powered off at that location since 1 p.m. And then obviously I confirmed that information when I arrived on scene at 3 and the vehicle was still there.
Now, how about this location right here?
So that was another GPS location that was retrieved from that same radio unit and placed that vehicle, and the power off was done on that same day, April the 9th, 2018 at 9:49 with 7 seconds Central Standard Time.
And there's one more pinpoint on here. What is this?
So that's another power off that happened with that same kilo unit that Mr. Burgos was driving. Same date, April 9th, 2018 at 10:10 with 01 seconds Central Standard Time.
Now, there was also the drawbridge that was at 10:10, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that drawbridge was located so that it's on this map, it was located in this area?
Right.
And I'm going to show you on stage 467.
So,
Is this what you're indicating here?
yes, that is correct. So, my investigation determined that we had another source of information that was placing that same unit in that area at 10:10 with 10 seconds.
Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 471. Did you also prepare this?
Yes, that was part of my report.
Now, this GPS location, you also retrieved it from Ms. Stevens?
Yes, that's correct.
What time was this at?
That was at 7:59:07.
And where is this pinpoint showing?
That is at the CrossFit area where we reviewed the video showing him backing up or getting closer to his personal vehicle
So that
at
indicates,
the Laredo North station.
so does that indicate that he in fact turned his unit off when he was by his personal unit?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, did you, you assisted Detective Garcia with the investigation?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive any records belonging to, Sprint records belonging to, from Mr. Burgos' phone?
Yes, I did.
And did you provide any information to that?
Yes.
I'll show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 517. Has not yet been introduced to evidence. Is this the documentation that you assisted him with?
Yes, I did.
Other than identifying some of the numbers, did you alter this document in any way?
No.
State is tendering 517 to the defense for inspection and offering to evidence. Now, the state's offering State's Exhibit 517.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Was there ever any search conducted on Mr. Burgos' work area at the Laredo North sector?
Yes, there was.
Was it on that day?
One was conducted on that day on April the 9th, yes, by Laredo Police Department. And one of our agents was actually present when the search was being conducted.
And what was the search for in particular?
So the primary focus of the search that day was to see if there was any knives or any footwear that could have made it back to the station.
Did those searches yield any results?
No. No, I did not.
Did you additionally conduct I believe you requested an after-action report and search for a weapon?
Right. So because at time of arrest, Mr. Burgos was not in possession of the uniform, or we did not have a weapon or anything to indicate that he had in his possession. We knew based on video footage that he had a large duffel bag that was not found. And what we did, we ended up soliciting the assistance of one of our Border Patrol elite teams.
Question and answer, please.
What was it that you requested them to do?
So basically to search the river, we had a dive team to search to see if we could find the evidence that we needed or that we were looking for, but it yielded negative results.
And now, did you eventually find any personal documents in Mr. Burgos' work area?
Right. So Mr. Burgos, prior to the April 9th incident, and as a supervisor for Laredo North, did share an office with other supervisors there at Laredo North. I can't remember, I think it was April the 20th. We were advised by one of the supervisors that we needed to go to the station.
I'm going to show you it's been marked as State Exhibit 475. And will you please tell the jury what this is?
So this is basically a transfer of property regarding a green folder with personal documents found in Supervisor Burgos' work area.
And now I'm going to show you what has been marked as State Exhibit 42. And I'm going to show to the defense that they inspected and offered into evidence pursuant to a property file chain of custody.
I'm just going to quote the short of
State offers Exhibit 42, State Exhibit 42, and its entire contents.
No objection.
Could I have 42, it's a folder and it contains how many documents? I'm sure they're not numbered. Just want to make sure that we get that right when you start pulling documents out of there.
I will.
Let me see. Want to see this now? Is that all that was in here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, just so that I can describe it for the record, there's a, I don't know what you call it, like a pad of paper, lined paper, like college rules, sort of. And then there's a pad paper, like note paper that's labeled as U.S. Customs and Protection, and then there's a document labeled Plan Document of Legal Defense Fund, which is like a little booklet. And then there's 3 envelopes, each one of them containing some sort of correspondence in there. One of the envelopes is blank with a document in it. Just want to make sure that the record reflects what's in it and what's supposed to be in it. The other one is an envelope from the, okay, there's 2 envelopes. If you just describe the 2 envelopes.
Yes.
The other 2 envelopes that I have not described that are in there as well. How do you want to do it? Why don't we do this? Because I mean, it should be. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, be 5 and 6. So you could just, could be, what is it, 42?
Yes.
42.1 through 42.6 inside of the green 42. All right. Here's this. Here's, and just put whatever number you want on the ones that you're going to talk about, and then the rest we can clean up at the end of the day. So you won't have to waste any time.
Another sticker. So did you have these stickers? I'm showing you what has been marked as 42.1. The envelope 42.1. And inside.
I'm sorry, Ms. Chacman. Mr. Penga, you obviously had no objection to it. We sort of changed the way that it was labeled. You have any objection to that?
No objection.
All right, thank you.
What is this a document of?
This document is a letter from the Texas Attorney General's office addressed to Mr. Ronald Burgos-Aviles.
And what address does it have on the address for Ronald Burgos-Aviles?
It indicates 11307 Pedrosa Street, Laredo, Texas 78045.
And that is not the address of North Sector, correct?
No, it's not.
And that was from Exhibit 42-1. And it is addressed to, on 42-1 continued. What is the date on this document?
So this is dated March 13, 2018. It indicates other parent, Grizelda Hernandez, and Attorney General case 0013706-112.
Now I'm going to show you what is the contents of Exhibit 42-2. And again, who is it addressed to?
Can you lower it a little bit? Oh, there we go. To Ronald Burgos-Aviles. And with now on the right side indicating non-custodial parent name, Ronald A. Burgos-Aviles. Custodial parent name, Grizelda Hernandez. Texas Attorney General case 00137061112.
Thank you. And these were located in his work area?
That is correct.
Now, as a Customs and Border Protection agent, do you have the same or similar training as a Border Patrol agent?
Yes, that is correct.
So when you initially become an agent, it is the same, they're the same training content?
Yes,
And what about a first-level supervisory agent?
that is also the same training.
Now, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 43 and ask you if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
Tendering State's Exhibit 43, to defense for review and offering into evidence under the chain of custody affidavit.
Do you have any objection?
No,
43. State 43 with me. You've handed in one.
Your Honor, I have also, we had previously conferred, and it's State's Exhibit 515, and it's a certified copy of some documents from the training.
515?
515, and all the attachments which are properly identified.
No objection, Your Honor.
515 has.
So 515,
Okay, so. Right, 515 has pages, they move up until 515.7. And then the attachment, 515.8, has 140 pages.
that's correct.
Which are marked by, just so that we have the record reflect that the last page is, well, hold on a second.
There's an appendix as well.
There's actually more than 140 pages. They're marked by 3-1 through 3-140. This is all under Exhibit 515.8, and then also included in 515.8 is something that's labeled as Appendix 3-1 through 3-11. There are no objections to it. And then included with 515 is State 515 is also 515.9, which is I'm going to assume this is starts with 2-1 all the way to 2-136, I believe. Yes, and also in 15.9 is included Appendix 2-1 through Appendix 2-7. So those will be. If when making reference to any one of them, make sure you mention the exhibit number plus the page number of the particular.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So it's 515.1 to 515.9?
Yes.
515.1 through 515. It's 515, and then 515.1 through 515.9.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Now, Ms. I'm going to ask you to please identify for the jury the State's Exhibit 515.1.
Can you zoom? I just need to see the top. Okay, so this is basically a training history report for Mr. Ronald Burgos.
And when you mentioned earlier that you would be familiar with the similar training programs, correct?
That is correct.
Now, would you please explain, so this includes all the certifications or all the courses he has taken?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, for the record, it's going to be, starts with 515.1, continues to 515.2, 515.3, and 515.4. Now, of interest today, I'd like to ask, are Customs and Border Patrol agents or agents that work with CBP, are they trained in the areas of Miranda's?
Yes.
Miranda rights. Okay. What can you explain where, in which program or which course that would be?
So CBP has a broad authority, sources of authority that grants our agents and our officers to be able to execute their duties. We get them from the U.S. Constitution, from Congress, and obviously from our own agency regulations. The reason why CBP spends so much training and ensuring that both Border Patrol and CBP officers are trained in their duties is basically for that reason, because we need to differentiate when we're doing an administrative encounter, administrative arrest based on DHS or CBP policies, or we're actually detaining someone to arrest them for a criminal matter. So the training having to do with Fourth Amendment and Fifth Amendment rights is something that is enforced not only in our academy, throughout training, whether it's going to be a training via computer, or more so as a supervisor, because now as a supervisor I'm responsible for my agents.
Now,
This is going well beyond the scope of the question.
what,
Let's wait for the question, if one question answered.
in that course or in this training for, and I believe you said it was the post, what is the name of the course that
So that particular training, Miranda, would be done at the academy, where it says U.S. Border Patrol, the second line item.
Yes.
And it would be reinforced in the, after where it says Station Q, it would be that one right there, the post-academy training, LRT 10004.
And these documents that we received also, they highlight the contents of, this is State's Exhibit 515.8
Yes.
and 5.519,
Say it again, 515?
18, and 5.519.
I think you're saying point, and it's really 515?
I'm sorry, 515.9.
Yes, that is correct.
Now,
Objection as to relevance, Your Honor.
It's already in, I'm not sure. The document or the question?
Well, the testimony regarding.
Let me hear the question, and then I'll be able to find out where it's going. Thank you. For now, I'm overruling you.
is this content, the content that is used to train agents regarding statements or the Miranda right warnings?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, I'm going to, are you also in the training are agents also trained in the area of crime scene preservation?
Yes.
Now, with that, I'm going to show you. Now, this was in the basic, this content is from the basic training as an
Right,
officer.
which includes the academy and post-academy.
Now, as a supervisor, you get additional training, is that correct?
Right.
And this is State's Exhibit 43. In this training, it's additional training from the basic.
Correct.
Do you know when Mr. Burgos took this training?
I would need to see his training record. So he it would have to be a 2017 date after his promotion to first line supervisor.
Let me hand this over to you to see if you can find this. Mayor Coach
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Did you find it?
Yes. Okay. So it's going to be right here.
Go ahead and whatever question you're responding to, respond to the mic so that we can hear you on the record.
Let me publish this and ask if you can identify it for me.
Yes, so the supervisory leadership training is done in two phases. Is actually done in person, and that's going to be that SLT 1801 supervisory leadership training, October the 3rd, 2017 to October the 20th, 2017. And then it's followed up with additional online trainings, but it all encompasses the same thing.
Now, in this training, would this be the accompanying participant guide?
Yes,
And you mentioned that there are trainings for preservation.
that is correct.
Now, before I go there, there's a section in States Exhibit 43 that's called critical incidents. What is considered a critical incident?
So a critical incident per CBP's definition is basically anything having to do with a shooting, something that's resulting in a death or a severe injury to a person while in our custody or while we're on duty.
And so supervisors are particularly trained for this type of event.
That is correct.
Now, I'm referring to States Exhibit 43, and it's on it's tab 7, page 4. And in particular, what does it say, the supervisor's incident scene primer? What is this involving?
So those are basically bullet points reminding the supervisors of what are duties and responsibilities they have as the first manager on scene. And it states, preserve the scene for investigative agencies, keep uninvolved parties out, do not allow evidence to be moved unless moved by medical personnel or for security purposes.
Now, and so there was some training regarding preservation.
Yes, that's correct.
Is there also training on seizing property from any of the scenes that they may encounter?
Yes, that is correct.
And just from this page, on page 1, which is tab 8, will you read what the objectives of the seizing property for an agent, for a supervisor agent would be?
So that the first one is to recognize seized property as contraband, evidence, or forfeitable property, handle seized property in accordance with CBP policy, review the seized asset management and enforcement procedures handbook.
And so they are trained to properly preserve and maintain a chain of custody for any seized property.
That is correct.
Now, with regards to, I'd like to go over, there's one of the courses indicates, and I know that you mentioned that there was a certification that Agent Burgos had. And what was the name of that certification?
What was mentioned on the G481?
Yes.
Less lethal instructor training.
And as a less lethal instructor training, are you required or do you have to take what's called edged weapons course?
Yes.
Do you know what that covers?
So us, even us as line agents out on the field, we receive training on how to defend ourselves when we're dealing with an edged weapon. So how to properly handle those type of weapons when we come into contact with them. In Mr. Burgos' case, as a less lethal instructor, he would have received a more advanced training because now he has to teach it.
And so you're saying he received an advanced training on edged weapons?
In addition to other less lethal curriculum.
Is a knife an edged weapon?
That is correct.
Now I'm going to show, where is it? I have two more documents now. There's a State's Exhibit 465. It's already been admitted. This is an email that was submitted by, I believe, you. Can you see this?
Yes, that's correct.
What is the topic of this, just briefly?
So this has to do with the Carrizo cane eradication project at Father Magdalene Park.
Is this email notifying agents as to changes in that?
That is correct.
And what was the date of that email?
That was dated March 5th, 2018, and it was sent at 11:32 a.m.
By who?
By Mr. Michael Sauceda Jr. He was the deputy patrol agent in charge at the time.
And how is it that you know that a supervisor or particularly Agent Burgos received this email?
So in the different distribution list is specifically indicating who that email was sent to. In the very first top line, you can see that it says LRA Unit B, and that correlates back to the G481 indicating that Mr. Burgos was part of Unit B.
In this section, Group B unit?
Yes.
Additionally, on State's Exhibit 399, is this, what is this a photograph of?
I believe that was his locker there at the gym.
Where was this locker located?
That was in the gym area.
But where is this?
Oh, at Laredo North Station. I'm sorry.
And these are Mr. Burgos' personal belongings?
Yes, that is correct.
What's identified in that?
What's, I'm sorry?
What is identified in that?
Well, can you be more specific on the question? There's many things there.
Can you identify some of the objects that are in there?
We have some condoms, we have some deodorant, flashlight, some ammo, issued ammo by BP. Christmas card, I believe. Oh, birthday card.
Thank you. Anything else? And that's the witness, right?
One second. Mr. Can you approach real quick?
Is there a procedure on it?
Can you approach?
Oh, no.
cutoff for the day. I know that we had you all coming back and forth, but it's 6 o'clock, and we need to give you the rest of the evening. And I guess I need to give some of these fine folks here the rest of the evening as well. So, and we're not going anywhere. It's not like we're finishing right now or anything. So we'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday, so I don't suspect that we will be ending Friday at 6 o'clock either. So I can't tell you what time, but it definitely will not be at this type of time. So thank you for your patience today, and I apologize for the back and forth, but sometimes these type of things you don't control. We manage the time as well. So I will do my best to be able to control it better, and hopefully we can take it in a manner in which we allow us to finish this case in the manner in which we plan to. So, all right. We'll see you. Have a great evening. Remember the instructions that I've given you. We will be back tomorrow. Same time tomorrow. Let's start at, we want to start at 8:45, so get here before then. If you want to eat something, there will be something available tomorrow. Get here a little bit sooner. Thank you.
Please rise for adjournment.